change arrangement.
Right down to the end of your days, and I'll be right there at the top of the maze while the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the days. So now I'm coming for y'all, whether you like it or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't take it personal, I gotta finish you off, cause only room at the time for one gun in the drawer.
Hello and welcome to the Dota Pro Circuit, where we are here with the Southeast Asia region, which is turning out to be by far one of the closest regions, as we're into week number 4 and nothing is really set in stone just yet. Everything is up in the air. Anyone could still take it. We still don't know who's going to the major, and it's likely even by the end of this week, it's still going to be up in the air. These games are getting really exciting, and if you've missed out on any of the action, well, here's a quick recap video. A crazy, crazy week of games, and we can only hope for something similar this week around. My name is, of course, Nomad. I'm going to be your host, and joining me on the panel is Lacoste and Lizard to take us through the first series of the day. Gentlemen, how are we doing this lovely morning?
Good, good.
Doing great, man.
Now we had 2 days off, got some good rest, played some Dota, ready to watch some good Southeast Asian Dota.
Ready to get into it, yeah. I mean, it's really has been a crazy, crazy region so far, which actually left 3 teams tied up currently. So we can have a look at those standings and see exactly where everything looks right now. But currently, we've got Boom, TNC, and T1 all chilling at 2 and 2 in the standings right now, which is not at all what we expected coming into it, you know, and even Vice were able to get themselves a win. I know, even Vice. It really is crazy. The only team which is just destroying everyone is Neon right now. Again, not one of those top 4 we initially expected. Guys, I mean, obviously last week we had some big upsets. What were your favorite series of last week?
For me, it was Boom and T1, a wild series. Just good Dota, you know, classic Southeast Asia, where there's a lot of stuff happening, teams overextending, but chaotic, I would say. But you know, at the end of the day, you're like, you know, this was good. You know, quality time spent watching some good Dota. So yeah, that one for sure.
Yeah, T1 and TNC too. Like that one was probably the highest caliber. It was the showcase of what SEA has got to offer pretty much. And I still think when it comes to which series was more fun, it was Lacoste's because of all those high ground pushes, the triangle defenses from T1. But T1 and TNC really started to showcase all the heroes that are right now so popular in the SEA region. So Wraith Kings, Terrorblades, Pangos, something different.
Yeah, we got to see a lot of comfort picks and a lot of players playing as best as they could to try and get their advantage over the enemy team, because these wins are just becoming so important. When it's as close as it is right now, every single victory counts so much more, and the teams are really starting to feel this. We're seeing some cracks in some otherwise usually consistent teams, but other teams are starting to pull it together. Other teams are starting to, you know, pull together and realize what's at stake here. Which team do you think is improving the most through this division?
It's hard to say. Like, all these teams feel like, and we, you know, had interviews where they say like all these teams are super strong. We're respecting everyone because anything can happen in this region. Like, Neon is 4-0. Rest is pretty much at the same skill level, I would say. And you're not just, you know, playing your own game. You're also watching the other teams playing the game, kind of rooting for the enemy team. Man, I wish this team loses because we didn't do that great in the first 2 series. So, yeah.
I'm actually waiting to see TNC and Boom. I want to see a lot of improvement from Boom on some strategical aspects to the game, some tactical movements, not only when they take fights, but where, right? Like if they have vision or if they don't, they push high ground with a troll, they dive tier 4s.
Yeah.
Like they have the skill. Like that team is a very good example. They have the skill, but they need to learn how to make these very, very important decisions in the late game. Meanwhile, TNC, if you remember, they started losing to Medusa in that first week of the tournament, and then suddenly 1 week after they play versus Medusa in a very similar draft and they win against it.
Yeah,
so
we say it quite often in Southeast Asia region where one team just loses to a certain hero and then they're like,
adapts.
yeah, you know, this hero looks pretty strong. Let's try it ourselves. And the next series, they're like, yeah, highly contested. They pick it sometimes even in the first phase.
Yeah, it becomes a kind of mainstay of the region just from one team doing very, very well from it. And don't worry, listeners, you won't be waiting very long for Boom versus TNC, as that is in fact our second match of the day, and we can have a look at the schedule and see exactly what games are coming up. So we've got Vice Esports versus Fnatic, and then TNC versus Boom Esports. So as I was saying, you know, Boom versus TNC, it's going to be a battle of discipline, really. TNC not really looking as disciplined as we would have expected from them coming into this DPC, and Boom, you know, they have the skill, they have the mechanics, they have this all-star mid player. It's just coming down to execution for them, and some questions about Drew. If he can really perform, then they could well be the region favorites.
Yeah, I just want to see how the meta overall shifts now in the SEA as well. The last week was pretty much crucial, I think, across the board in China and the EU. You could see meta going from all these hard carries that you need to wait for, like your Medusas, Arcs, whatever, into full-on aggression early on. Even the series last night, if you watched Enigma OG, it's literally the team that has more aggression, the team that can pressure the lanes earlier, is usually the ones that ends up on top. So I want to see if it translates to SEA in today's series too.
We also had in the interviews players saying, yeah, we watch OG, we watch Team Secret, some watch Alliance. So, you know, people not necessarily need to copy stuff, but you know, you learn from watching the other regions, and that was a really good series yesterday, like OG versus Nigma, where it's a good showing that greed can be punished, where OG just, you know, runs at you. They understand, like, you picked some greedy heroes, we're gonna run at you. But even though it's not like the most disciplined Dota, from what I learned the most is like what OG does, and probably some other teams from Southeast Asia will start to copy it, where you go in, you trade, but you get like you constantly fight, and you get the better deal out of those trades. Like
You brawl.
Exactly, just keep fighting.
Just keep fighting. Good words to live by, especially when it comes to Dota 2. Alrighty, let's get into our first series of the day, and that one is going to be Vice versus Fnatic. Now, it should be a convincing matchup. I've sat here and said that so many times and then looked very silly afterwards, because we've had some upsets. You know, Vice, they were able to beat Execration.
And Execration won versus TNC,
Yes,
right?
yeah. So the circle looking like if it completes itself here, then I don't know what's going to be happening. I mean, it's really interesting, isn't it? I guess the obvious question, which I'm just going to give you a nice, easy slow ball to start the game with. Can Vice do it?
If there's a glitch in the matrix again, yeah, they can. Because that's how it felt versus Execration. Execration, a team that showed so much dominance versus TNC, gets disassembled by Vice.
Yeah.
Right? Like that game when they play Alchemist.
Game 1.
That game 1 was rough, man. You couldn't even watch it. It felt rough for everyone that was on that side of Execration. So Vice, if they play similarly, if they bring the same game, maybe they can win. But very unlikely.
Team is inconsistent. Like you see this team, one game they're 10,000 gold ahead after the laning stage. The second game they just fall apart the same way what they did to the enemy in the first game. It's just dropped. They're also another victim that has fallen to Aghanims and the Eternal Shroud build on the troll. Something like I just don't think this build is viable anymore. In certain situations, yes, but Eternal Shroud Aghs troll could be the new bounty hunter. Could be the new bounty hunter.
The cursed hero.
Like I was watching other regions, like people shit talk bounty hunter as well.
Oh, we're not alone.
He's just not winning the games.
Yeah, that hero sucks.
They're just copying us, man. We're in the morning, we shit talk the bounty hunter, and then they just copy.
We set the trend. That's got to be what it is. And how trendy you guys are looking today, might I add, by the way. So you say Vice is inconsistent. So what should we be looking out for, which determines how well they do? Is there any player you want to see kick off, or some kind of drafting thing you need to see, or is it really just down to whatever the winds are blowing?
If you look at their drafts as well, it's not like they had bad drafts overall. It's literally execution in the game. They had some pretty solid synergy when you go through them. They even tried a Wisp carry with a Tusk on position 5, which is a really brutal lane to deal with. But later on, it doesn't all truly connect in some of the games. I believe if we do see an OD from them, then perhaps some magic can happen, because he's the one that single-handedly dismantled Execration in that game.
They also played Legion Commander position 5 in one of those games. They actually managed to win that game somehow. I think that game
for some reason they didn't need to, but they were like, "Hey,
was handled to them."
When in Rome, yeah, for sure. Let's have a look at a player comparison, and we're going to have a look at the two carry positions. That is Palos versus Raven on Fnatic. Any major differences here which stick out to you guys?
Raven is more of a traditional carry, likes to hit the creeps. Palos, he's a carry, you know, I already talked about this build and troll with the Shroud. Still has a lot to learn, in my opinion. He's definitely not up there with the top tier carries in the
young Padawan.
Sure, in the Southeast Asia region, but you know, take some time.
Take some time, get into it, settle into it. I think Vice is one of these teams which we're hoping will improve over time. Maybe we see them again next season. I have a feeling they're going to be dropping down to Division 2, but, you know.
Hey. It's too early to call it that.
We're week 4, Lizard.
It's one. What do they have? 1 win and 2 losses, right?
I think
or 3
it's
losses.
3 losses.
Okay, then yeah, probably. If it's 3 losses.
No, it's
2
losses.
2, right?
2 losses. My bad. I'm
they
being
only
unnecessarily
lost. They only lost to 4-9. The problem is they lost to 4-9-6, right? So
Yeah,
it doesn't get
1 and 3
easier.
right now,
It
and
doesn't get easier. 1 and 3 right now, man. The series is about to start.
No, Execration are 1 and 3 right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, 496 are 1 and 3 right now. Execration and Fnatic are actually below them in the rankings.
Now, this
They're
is
1
not
and 3, but
scripted,
they're still
by the
one
way.
to be
You
played.
know. we still didn't play this series. It's going to be live in a couple of minutes, but you know,
promise.
Nomad does not have any inside
Pre-recorded.
info. It's
Yeah,
not
I'm just going to
pre-recorded.
make sure nobody sees this on the cameras because I've got the script right in front of me. All right, let's talk about Fnatic. This team has been the most consistent out of what was expected to be the top 4 teams, but that is not really high praise because there has been huge consistency issues in the region. I don't think that's unfair to say. Everyone has been showing cracks. I think the pressure of the DPC is getting to some of these teams, but Fnatic been looking relatively good.
Yes. Like
However,
they're-
they did drop that one series versus Boom, which we didn't expect.
Their first 2 series looked pretty clean against T1, against Execration, 2-0. Then we come into the 3rd series where they play against Boom, and there's like, what's happening? Like, what is going on with this team? Like, DJ and Jabs, they're just completely feeding on position 4 and 5, something that usually you don't see because you have, you know, high expectations of these players, and they're like 1-11 on both, like Earthshaker in one of that game against Boom. Like, he did not have a game. He couldn't catch a break. It was a really tough one.
If you look at their drafts as well, the further the tournament goes in, it seems like they have these clashes of ideas that make them draft a little bit poorly. Not as much as in the first week of the tournament. In the first week of the tournament, their draft, man, just let me tell you this. IO Monkey King mid lane, IO safe lane, Monkey King mid lane.
Good.
Then LC Sky off lane, right? Like you have that setup for Sky burst, and then ET plus IO on the safe lane.
Also very good.
Everything synergizes so well, but then
Yeah,
later on, suddenly
tasty.
there's some Void Spirit position 4 with Lina mid, with Timber off lane. It's falling
I
apart
think
a little
they
bit.
complement each other nicely in terms of like item build. They understand the timings, the game where they had carry Io mid Ricky, who's kind of losing the lane against Queen of Pain, which he should, and then he goes for a Diffusal Blade. He understands, like, you know, my IO is still gonna deal a ton of damage. I'll just get the Diffusal Blade and start killing people. Something we see quite often, but the great synergy between the players, you know, understanding how to hit the timings right.
Well, we do have our draft live for game number 1 of Fnatic versus Vice Esports. So let's get into it. Vice Esports going to wisely ban out that OD and also the Phoenix. Meanwhile, Fnatic can get rid of the Nyx Assassin. One more ban still to come.
Damn, that's very interesting. Vice Esports are the ones banning out the OD. I'm a little bit surprised. I wanted them to snatch that hero for themselves.
They have first pick as well on Vice.
It looked so good in that one game versus Alchemist when they had the Weaver position 1 as well. Unfortunately, they banned it out. They don't.
It looks so
want to.
good because of the matchup. He played into Monkey King.
Into
if I-
Monkey King.
Yeah, like, what could possibly go
There
wrong?
But there aren't too many bad matchups. There's like Puck and also Puck isn't banned out. But strangely enough, in SCA, Puck isn't as contested in the other regions. Like across the board in China, it's almost picked every single game. In EU as well, it's highly contested.
I checked some of the win rates before. Puck in Southeast Asia has 58% win rate, which is
Still high.
pretty insane, you know.
Yeah. The hero is good, just not being prioritized in the pick ban.
Which is very weird.
Quite
You
as
can
much.
itemize it any single way.
Ahaha!
Okay.
Here comes Shaman, one of the better position 4s. They respond with the Earth Spirit, something that Shaman doesn't like to play into. A stun, a silence.
Yeah.
So, like Oracle Earth Spirit, like this opening is
Color coordinated, right? Like you have a
same.
little
Like
bit
the
of green.
green is
It's fitting with their logo, as well. I like it, yeah.
Surprised they didn't take Radiant instead, you know. If we're going with the color coordinated
Maybe they lost
team.
the flip.
What I
Possibly.
like, what I'd rather see with a Nerd Spirit is a Grim. I like that synergy way more as a duo of supports, but Oracle does give you some heal potential, some save, right, in the mid game. And also what he brings is not a bad lane versus Tidehunter. Overall, Tidehunter does not like playing into so much burst. Like that chip damage doesn't do anything to him. But Oracle, plus let's say a Troll, that can be difficult for a Tide.
It's an early Tide pick,
Yeah.
so they need to cover themselves against like Monkey King, Ursa. What else is there? What Tide doesn't like to play into? Because you open up with the position 4 and 5, which kind of can't be flex. You can put Earth Spirit on the mid. We talked a lot about Earth Spirit on a mid at the start of the DPC in Southeast Asia. Didn't happen once,
No.
so I think this is kind of set in stone. No puns intended.
Very good. I like that. Starting, you know, it's the early morning,
He's-
but he's still on it. It's not holding him back.
Okay, I'll be a little bit quieter so Bcop doesn't hear us. But are we gonna see? Are we gonna hear another anchor punt
Anchor
from
Tide,
him?
True, it's 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and Bcop making puns about Tidehunters anchor.
So it's literally Troll, Monkey King, like Lacoste said, and Ursa. Those 3 heroes probably have to go, or you take one of them, ban out the other 2. So that you have to worry about that when you're playing versus Tide
No,
Hunter.
there's still some other bad matchups that Tide doesn't like to play into, possibly like a Drow Ranger, Terrorblade also
Yeah,
kind of
TB is
destroys
a
the
good one.
hero at the early stages. You really don't pressure him. The
Vice
ban
ban out.
Monkey. Okay, so
That's so weird because with Oracle it's so good with them too. Like it would be a really
Very
strong
strange.
lane,
Yeah.
and it's strong later on in the game because you can always get those Jingo stacks off. Boundless Strike with False Promise, your full HP. The hero is in the meta. Just player preference, I think. It always comes down to that, player preference.
Yeah, player preference is so important. That's why, as a player, your preference should be a secret lab chair. Those things offer you premium comfort. Very, very nice chairs. So if you're in the market for a new chair, check out Secret Lab, because they are, of course, the sponsors of this event.
Yeah, and Fnatic, by the way, is their preference right now looks like a lot of team fight with some pushing potential from the Shadow Shaman, right? You'll be able to drop those wards, and then Tidehunter can just stand in front, and if anyone tries to fight you, it's going to be difficult. You'll have the wards, you'll have the Ravage. However, a little bit cooldown dependent right now, so I would like to see some more brawler type heroes coming as their last 3.
So for Vice, you either pick some counters to Tidehunter to be able to deal with him and get some more team fight, or you just don't pick any long cooldowns and try to fight all the time, like punish those cooldowns that they have on the side of Fnatic.
One thing that I would like to see from Vice as well, if Fnatic doesn't ban it out, is Mars. Maybe not the best lane with Earth Spirit, not by far, and not a lot of teamfight for Vice, but at the same time you have to be thinking about Lycan. If you're not banning it, you need at least some offlaner that can deal with that. There's still like Underlord, Mars. Mars is probably better at the moment, so wouldn't mind seeing them thinking that way too, because Fnatic has... Why did they pick this tide so early, right? That's the question.
Yeah.
There has to be a plan behind it.
They're scheming. I can tell it. Vice, considering what to get rid of next, and they get rid of the clock. Okay, I like that versus Earth Spirit. Can be very annoying.
I mean, you can kick him out, right?
It's not that bad of a
it's not
matchup
that
for
bad.
Clock.
Okay,
It's
okay.
more about like Oracle, even though he, has a way of defending himself, but still something he doesn't like to play into. And here comes Puck. So like looking at Fnatic's draft so far, a lot of team fight, easy to execute lineup, tower damage. Like
Flex as well. Tide can go
Sure.
mid if they pick something like DK. Suddenly you can put Puck on offlane, even maybe put Wind Ranger.
Definitely didn't expect
okay.
that one. Rather squishy hero, also suffers a lot against the coil. Like no one likes to play into coil, that's the thing. Like Buck right now just feels so good because of the leash mechanic. All the spirits don't like to play into, like you kind of shut down the anti-mage picks as well.
Yeah, we saw that last night as well. That AM memes were everywhere. By the way, Wind Ranger and SEA has been picked up a little bit more than in other regions. We have seen some Wind Rangers mid, Wind Rangers position 5 as well. 5.
Yeah, Bombi kind of
yeah,
5.
Bombi kind of 5.
5 that
Not
actually
really
was
a 5.
carrying,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
because his team didn't carry, so he had to. Still didn't end up well, but okay.
Yeah, but for me, SCA looks like this region, like, you can set the strategies aside. It's all about who's flashier, who's more hungry to win. Like you also saw it in Mikoto's games, right? Like his team can feed, they can make many mistakes, but it doesn't matter. That guy is going to win you the whole series, if not the game. So maybe if this Wind Ranger gets like 3 items, 4 items, who knows? But I'm not sold on the pick. However, color coordination.
Yeah,
Still.
true. Still. This is some strong branding here. Vice Esports sticking to the green.
So what do they need? Viper off lane?
And
Viper
Venom
and Venom,
Break.
let's go.
Against
Pugna,
Tidehunter?
Venom.
Possibility.
Yeah. I hope Fnatic don't realize and start banning green heroes. That could be a disaster. get forced in some very strange picks. Talk about Fnatic and drafting. They've only got 10 seconds left on their reserve time currently, so they've been taking their time in the second phase, but they are going to go with the Disruptor, and immediately Vice answers with the Alchemist.
Oh, interesting.
That's the hero that punishes the long cooldowns. Just not sure, like, he's their only tower damage so far. Like, rest don't really deal any kind of tower damage early on. You don't want Wind Ranger to use the focus fire on the towers. It's your kind of a team fight ability, like something that you get the kills with. But looks very squishy. Like, these heroes are very, very good from Fnatic. Like, you have Disruptor, Tide can just invade the jungle, Puck early on. Like, they have some of the best heroes to actually invade the jungle and take the stacks from Vice. So
How are you laning Alchemist? Are you putting him mid?
are you putting him mid? If you're putting him mid, Puck's just gonna have complete free farm, even though Puck is a hero that kind of has low armor, doesn't like to sit into acid spray. So Alchemist will also farm. It's actually going to be a trade of the farming.
My question is, if you put the Alchemist mid, then your Wind Ranger is your safe lane. Kind of. I mean, obviously, Wind Ranger can do the same thing if she goes safe lane. It's just a little bit harder to activate her. Because you don't want Alchemist into the Tide, right? Like, you don't want that matchup. You don't want him on safe.
No, like, you're just going to suffer in that matchup. You're not going to get anything out of it. Tide will completely free farm. So maybe one possibility could be, I don't know. I just don't see what Vice is trying to do here.
Yeah, it's very difficult to.
Somehow I was trying to flex Earth Spirit on the mid lane, but it just doesn't feel like it's gonna work.
They owned with the Alchemist in that last series, and they had the Weaver carry, so they just ban out the Weaver carry. Okay, it worked, guys. Let's get it out. By the way, Weaver isn't that bad versus Alchemist. Also, it's a natural Skadi builder, which is nice. So can come online extremely early to fight with his teammates.
I see Fnatic banning out Legion Commander. They're afraid of that position 5 Legion.
Fnatic probably just went through the Dota buff, saw Legion. Okay, get it out, boys.
No, it's something that Tide Hunter can't crack off.
Yep, true enough. And you can do the old snap the coil and then purge off the discard. But a Bloodseeker coming out from Vice Esports. I'm guessing in the off lane, and then carry Alk, and then mid-wind. And
on one side, we have a real Dota lineup.
On the
other side, we have heroes that look like someone random. So I don't know what they're thinking. Like just look at these 5 heroes on the top. It's man, this looks like, you know, real Dota, real team fight, easy objective taking. No real counters to the Tide Hunter. He can pretty much crack, and he can crack on everything. So you have a guaranteed.
Bloodseeker last week. You needed some control. You needed some
some team fight.
You needed some utility.
Where is that team fight? I don't know. It's sounding like it's going to be a slightly easier one to call, but I'm going to have to ask you anyway, gentlemen. What are your predictions for game number 1?
Fnatic, Fnatic for sure. I'm just trying to think of a way that the Vice could possibly win.
Maybe if they crush the Terrorblade in the lane, Alchemist goes to the jungle.
Alchemist somehow, you know, manages to get the ball rolling. No, like, they don't have cooldowns. This is the thing about the lineup, but they can fight all the time. But
I mean, he said it all. It's all in Fnatic's favor, unless they get somehow crushed in the laning stage the way Execration did. I don't think that's possible to Fnatic. Like, they will take this game.
I almost feel like it would be disrespectful to bet against Fnatic at this point. Like, this team, they have, surely they're going to win this game. I got to go for Fnatic as well. As much as I love throwing a curveball and trying to vote for the underdogs, you know, with this draft, I can't see it working. They just don't have the tools, I don't think. But we could be wrong. We've been wrong before, and of course that 5 prediction curse has been in effect every single time. Let's bring in our casters for this game. It's our favorite father-son casting duo, Beacop and Black.
That's all
5. Oh, you're a whole team.
Okay.
Our little brother.
I almost got to compete in the DPC.
Yeah, I mean, our brothers,
Dark days,
sisters, and family.
Alrighty, gentlemen.
Glad to see them.
What are your predictions for this game number 1?
You go
You
first.
can go for Fnatic.
Oh, okay.
That was easy.
That was easy.
Ben?
All right. As you know, stories are told. So I have a Kadabra. He's my favorite Pokemon at the time. Threw him out, had him use Future Sight, and he said Fnatic.
Easy peasy. So that is the 5 prediction curse for Fnatic. Literally no way they can win anymore, but we're going to cover the game anyway. I'm throwing it over to jump into game number 1. It's Beacop and Black. Take it away.
Thank you, Nomad. Yeah, getting into this game number 1. We're in week number 4. We're on the second half. Every game always matters, but now it just feels like it's coming down to crunch time. We're getting in on the final ones, Black. It's
getting
there.
Yep. Almost at the end of the line. Of course, Fnatic, this is not a game they can afford to lose. And it doesn't look like they will. As the panel already said, there's a massive outdraft. Don't really see too many avenues for Vice to win this game, but we'll see. Maybe they can massively surprise us.
I mean, this is also not a series that Vice can lose either if they want to. Like, everything is really needed for them if they want to stay in the upper division.
Sure, but realistically, they, probably like, as Lizard would always say, 90-10 for Fnatic to win this game.
That percentage is very cursed.
Very cursed.
Has been cursed.
So do I say 89-11 instead?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to stay from the 90-10 for sure.
Yeah.
That would probably work.
But yeah, like this Terrorblade is probably, TB is really good against the whole lineup. And I don't really see how they're going to pressure him too much.
Is this Alchemist going to have a game? We've seen Alchemists in this region specifically have moments where it's like, oh, well, I have no farm, and I'm an Alchemist.
Yeah, that's the problem against Terrorblades. Even if you do have farm, TB is a hard counter to Alchemist. All he does is physical damage, and TB has like 50 armor, minute 20.
Right.
So yeah, it's gonna be a tough ask, but they can do it. But against this Alchemist, it's not easy. This Alchemist doesn't lane too well against Tidehunter. It's not that easy. Keep getting anchor smashed, having that damage reduction applied to you. Just overall a tough lane. And of course, they did manage to snatch the puck in the second phase. I don't know how this hero keeps getting ignored in the first phase.
Simiel getting harassed here up by DJ.
Yep, just pulling the wave. One more Thunder Strike in 8 seconds. He has to be careful. But chooses not to pursue.
I like that top lane a lot, too. I'm a big fan of Shadow Shaman in these lanes. He just seems to be one of those supports that really adds the most harassment at times.
Yeah, and especially with Gush, reducing armor by 4. Shadow Shaman suddenly hits for like 100.
Second highest base damage, all of a sudden you feel like you're hitting like a carry.
Yeah.
Which is a great feeling when you're a support.
As a bot lane, not the easiest lane either to really pressure this Terrorblade.
Yeah, getting on him is going to be a bit difficult. Is this a game we see maybe DJ go for that shard? We've seen a lot of Disruptor shards. Usually it's with something like a Wraith King or a Troll. But is it worth it getting it here, put it on the Terrorblade?
It's pretty good on TB as well. He loves that bonus movement speed and attack speed.
Right.
Especially if it's like, this is sort of like a 4 protect 1 kind of thing, You have this puck to set up for you. You have this Tide to set up for you. And you just have all these heroes to keep them in place for Terrorblade to really beat them down. It's a perfect TB draft, really. Perfect support cast around them.
Yeah.
And there's no high magic burst on Dia either.
Yeah. And a good enough lineup. It just seems so well-rounded for Fnatic. You've got your big team fight ulti in the Ravage, as well as really the Static Storm. That works for team fight, but that also works for getting a pickoff. Glimpse into the Static Storm with a kinetic field. You're getting anybody. Dream Coil locks him down. And then all of a sudden from the side, Terrorblade's hitting with Metamorphosis. It just feels like there's so many parts to this teamwork that they've got for Fnatic. And that being said, now they get first blood on Zanky.
Yeah, and bot lane also dying.
As Samael dies as this Metamorphosis comes out from Raven, putting some heavy harassment onto the Bloodseeker. And that's already a kill in each of these side lanes for Fnatic. I don't want to sound too one-sided, though. There are things here that I've liked from Vice in the past. I'm a big Palos guy. He really made a name for himself when he was playing for Execration in my eyes. He looked really good then. Now he plays for
he's dead, though.
Vice. Yeah, that's a big problem for him, as he's going to drop here. Just trying to build him up, and all of a sudden he goes down. But Purifying Flames from Zanky will at least get the trade onto Masaros.
Yep, Bloodseeker also very fast with the top lane. Putting on some hurt on Terrorblade, but he's getting salved up by DJ. That's what you want your support to do, just give you all that region for free. So you have a perfect game. But yeah, a lot of work will have to be done by the Wind Ranger. He'll have to go Maelstrom, and he'll have to pick off this TB a couple of times. Because otherwise, I predict like a minute 20, 22 Skadi, plus Manta or St. Joshua, and then he's pretty much unstoppable at that point.
DJ taking a lot of damage, Raven in on a Samael, and, well, that'll push back the Earth Spirit at least. For Bob, on this Windrunner, it does seem like you have to get a lot going.
Yeah.
And that's really tough when
It's very
the
tough
side
this
lanes
game.
are behind.
He has a lot of work to do this game. As I said, he needs fast Maelstrom to cut through that armor of the Terrorblade. Then we have to find like 2 or 3 pickoffs, maybe even more, before he gets to that Skadi timing. Because after that, they don't have damage to kill him. Roll. Oh!
Missing. DJ just
Kinetic field?
sidestepping it.
Didn't even try to.
Blood, right? Their focus is solely on DJ at the moment. Bob?
Fire.
Ooh, okay. Fairy Fire survived. Never in doubt.
I'm surprised he didn't try to kinetic field him into the tower.
Yeah, he was
thought it
close
a
enough
dead
where
guy.
I thought he might end up in a really bad spot and they could just get the kill.
Yeah, but either way, side lanes are going very well. Puck is winning middle. And Alchemist is getting pressured top quite heavily.
Yeah, this is always a bad sign when you've got an Alchemist on your team, is when you're down in net worth. Obviously, you're in the game and you can't see that, but you can sense that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't like the response. Bounty rune's coming up here.
Shackle?
Can't get it though. Oracle too fast.
Yeah.
But he should just be dead on
Yeah, there
Oracle.
will be a kill in return on his Zanki. He gets hit with that Gush, held in place by the Shackle, and it's Masaros who gets the kill. And again, these side lanes are just going well. But that bounty rune's big for the Alchemist. You know, is that worth your life?
You can always make a case for it, you know. +5 for a bounty rune is okay, maybe. I'm not too sure in this case because they're already losing top quite heavily. So
Yeah.
Alchemist will have to rotate into the jungle. And I don't know, like in China, you know, when they first face Tidehunter, we see him getting hard countered, like every time. This game, they picked an Alchemist into it.
And it doesn't feel
Giving
like
him a
there's
free
much
lane.
of a counter to him at the moment.
Yeah. And you can see 32 CS, he's doing very well for himself. Metamorphosis is up again, bot lane has to be really careful. TB does a lot of damage here.
And it's not even just the Tide doing well, it's also just really all 3 cores for the side of Fnatic. You looked at the CS there for the puck, and it was towards the top with the Tide now 40 and 11. Like, yeah, those are a couple of those over on those jungle creeps, but that's fine. That you know, he's moving around, he's staying in lane, he's not really letting the Windrunner get everything out of the lane. Yeah, semi-out, kinetic field gonna be dead to rights.
He just walked in. Like he saw the meta pop, he's just like, okay,
And
I'll
then
fight you.
up top, they'll find themselves Zanki too. So 6-1 already for Fnatic, putting pressure on heavily on these side lanes. There has been harassment over mid, but it's these side lanes that are really finding themselves in business.
Yeah. They have a Ravage to work with, so he has to be careful here. He could die pretty easily. You see a TP coming from Earth Spirit top. He can't do too much to that Tidehunter. He doesn't really care about you.
Yeah, the Tide doesn't really care much at the moment. I'm still such a fan of these off-lane bottles.
Yeah, it's super good. And every time like a support dies, you know, you just TP there, refills the bottle, and they're free 500 health.
Yeah.
It's very good, for sure.
Tide's actually holding out on finishing, upgrading those boots, potentially
Oh,
going into
3
a
top.
Blink Dagger. Yeah, 3 heroes here. There's the roll, but they've got the kinetic field. Damage onto the Alchemist. Can they get the kill here on a Palos? They've got another TP in. Meanwhile, Jabs, he's the first one to die in this fight.
Ranger.
Bob makes the rotation, but here comes Moon. Dream Coil onto 2. Alchemist is going to drop for the first one on Vice, but they've got themselves a second in DJ. They took out the Disruptor. They've got the Fortunes and the rolls a little bit to the right of Masaros, and it's a triple kill here for Zanki. All of a sudden, Oracle grabbing 3, and it's a full 5-man rotation from Vice up towards top.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much. Like 3 would have been enough. Now TB is free farm completely, but nevertheless, a really good rotation. We said they needed to get things done early, and they did. No mana for the Ravage. He was completely out of resources, and you know, if Tide has mana there, I don't think the fight will go nearly as well.
Yeah.
But good recognition that they see he doesn't have mana, and they punish him for it.
But that's also what we needed to see from Bob. Make a rotation, make it count. They got 3 kills. Obviously, they lose their Alchemist, which is the big like punch to the gut there. But if you're getting 3, kind of feels even.
Yeah, just the problem is, if TB is on par with an Alchemist net worth, Alchemist can never win.
Yeah.
Like TB is just a super hard counter to Alchemist. So they need to make sure they pressure the TB more and give Alchemist a lot more room to farm. Because of course in Alchemist, you know, you give him 10 minutes, suddenly he can be 10k gold ahead. And a snowball Alchemist can definitely beat a terrible.
Yeah, and they need to keep their eye on this Alchemist, and they've been doing a good job of that so far. But for the moment, he's hidden away in the jungle, so I expect Fnatic, like they're doing right now, put the pressure on the tier 1 tower over top, potentially over mid, open up that entry points to the jungle and make sure that they can continue to shut down the Alk, right?
Yeah, who has just been farming stacks, so it's made 1,000 net worth in like a minute.
And
Moth
here's
is used
Raven.
again.
Yeah, meta, this is to get not only a kill onto the Earth Spirit, but this also transitions into a tier 1 tower, so a good move there from Raven. Also picks up a bounty rune. That is way more luck than I get with a trusty shovel.
Same. Usually my first dig is just a football.
That was my first 3 yesterday.
Yeah, hate those. But yeah, Tidehunter right now has a Blade Mill queued up. Not a fan at all. Of course, it's good against Wind Ranger, but it's more a pop build, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if that backfires or not.
I thought he was holding a lot of gold. I thought potentially he might just go Brown Beats Blink. But
Right. Blink would be fantastic this game. They don't really have an initiator. Because I don't know if Puck is going to go for this Witchblade build or more of a utility kind. He's going for Veil. Okay. I just love Tides with Blink, you know?
Yeah.
You're getting a good Ravage off, you just win a team fight off that. Or just rolling through, okay, chasing DJ.
Kinetic field down. Shackle's not going to connect, but they still have the power shot and one more to get the kill on the DJ, so it doesn't matter if the kinetic field locked him in. Meanwhile, Moon by himself for the moment. Illusory Orb now Blood Right, but Rupture's done, so Moon can be mobile once again.
Yep, make it look easy once more. Shackle, not connecting.
Again, Bob's trying to go in on the Jabs, but
Ravage.
now Jabs can turn. Might think about using the Ravage here.
Nope. Okay, going into the Blink. Good, good. Don't build Blade Mail and Tidehunter in pro games.
Bob's still getting chased by Masaros. They
Glimpse
have
back.
Glimpse into the Static Storm. Now the Kinetic Field's down. They needed damage to follow this up. There's the Geomagnetic Grip that gets the silence out of the Shadow Shaman, but that's not going to save the life of Bob. They also get the kill on a Zanki. 2 heroes dead on the side of Vice. Make it a third. Once Samael dies, they'll walk in front of the roll, make sure he can't get out, and they'll take out a third. So Masaros with a double kill, and still a 2k lead for Fnatic over Vice.
Yep, Battlefield completed on Alchemist now. He's 1k ahead of the Terrorblade, and it's not enough. He needs to be like 2 items ahead of his Terrorblade,
Yeah.
really. And if you're behind 2k with an Alchemist lineup, usually that, you know, is not a good sign.
He's trying to really bump up, and I think Vice have done a good job of getting him some space, but
Yeah. The thing is,
problem-
Alchemist can't win 1v5.
yeah, so
Ever.
you're seeing it on the net worth. Like, Alchemist is at the top. That's great. But then you've got Bob, who's
A non-factor at this
500
point.
gold ahead of a Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, he's transitioning to support this game already. I said he needs his Maelstrom really fast. He's not even halfway there yet.
Yeah, it's rough right now for the Windrunner. And really, the Bloodseeker. You look at where the 3 cores are out for Fnatic, and like you said, you're not going to 1v5 as an Alchemist.
I wonder what happened to the Wind Ranger, actually. Maybe he was just too active. Maybe he lost the lane a little bit too hard. But he is extremely poor. He just finished up a Javelin minute 12. Usually you have that like minute 7.
It's not looking...
Wards committed for the mid lane, and they're smoked up. They have no Ravage.
Ooh, smoke gets broken, though, by Moon, who throws
Dream
down the
Coil.
3-man Dream Coil. They've got Raven coming over with a Metamorphosis that was recently popped, but now the Dream Coil's done. The Shackle connects onto the one behind, which is the Disruptor of DJ. They'll go after Zanki. Illusory Orb should jaunt over to it and get the kill onto the Oracle. Now the question is, do they get a +1 on that?
Yeah, he actually just popped meta to farm the Ancient stacks, and then suddenly they just appeared.
They were right there.
Yeah, might as well just use it to kill someone. Rupture expended, and Shadow Shaman just repeat back to base.
They deny the mid-tier 1, but that opens up the jungle. And
Yeah.
that's exactly what Fnatic want.
At least Alchemist traded for the bottom tier 1. And they're still waiting middle. Ravage up at 20.
Need to be really careful. Now the Rod of Atos comes in. Blood right down. Phase shift. Doesn't
Oh, he
avoid the silence, but now the blink in from Masaros. They land the Shackle shot. They'll get the kill on a Moon. However, Bob's dead afterwards. They've got the glimpse onto the Bloodseeker. They'll pull him back into the Static Storm, but they won't get the kinetic field up in time. So Bloodseeker is able to run. Palos and crew are here. 4 heroes from Vice over near mid. Jabs is bottom, and TB's without the meta.
Just be careful.
Out of Atos, Blood right, both come down. There's the silence.
Rolling in. Wow.
Roll in under the tower. Geomagnetic Grip. They've got the silence onto the Shadow Shaman. Nobody rotating just yet for Fnatic.
I mean, he's just dead.
And yeah, now he's hexed up. Right clicks come through, and Earth Spirit's gone.
Yeah. Rare mistakes coming out from Fnatic there. Missing the phase shift timing on the Blood Rite. Another coil on the Oracle. Just be a freebie.
Oracle is just getting bullied at the moment. Yeah, Look at the damage coming in. Silence, no chance of false
Glimpse.
promising yourself. They've got the glimpse as well as the kinetic field. This time it lands on Ryu, who will try to TP out, but they've got the Hex from Jebs. They'll stop the TP, they'll get the kill, they'll take out another, and Vice continue to lose these heroes one after the next, and the bloodshed doesn't stop for Fnatic.
Yeah, smoke up right away. Got Blink on Titan, the Ravage available. But yeah, hard to fight into them now.
Yeah.
Very tough. They're trying to invade the jungle. Alchemist is...
On the opposite side on the triangle.
Yep, they're going to find the Wind Ranger again, though. Oh, man. This guy is not having a game.
He's already used Wind Run. I don't think they really need to use Ravage, but they might just control this kill. Look at the damage come in, though. Yeah, not even needed. Masaro's dominating. 17-6. This Windrunner is so underfarmed that it's now behind the Shadow Shaman, who's really farmed.
Yeah. Or maybe he's not really farmed, but more like normally farmed, you know? Like the average.
Yeah.
Whereas Wind Ranger is like, she's +4
Well,
farm at this point.
no, Shadow Shaman's pretty over-farmed, I think, at this point. He's got more
Yeah, well,
gold than
he got
the
a couple
two
of kills
supports on
too.
the side of Vice.
Yeah, but also they're just having a rough game overall, right? DJ is having a blast of a game. Even the +5 DJ is doing very well for himself.
Yeah, he's at 2K. He's fine. He's happy with that,
Yeah.
especially with everybody else around him farming.
Manta completed. As soon
no
as he
Skadi.
finishes Skadi, they're going to go Roshan, force the fight at Roshan.
Alchemist is mid. This
He's all alone?
Yeah, he's by himself. This is rough because they've got the Glimpse, they've got the Static Storm. He's all by himself, and they're trying to get the False Promise, but a great Ravage. That'll stop that from coming through. They get Zenki, they get Palos, now a two-man Dream Coil. Everything is falling into place here for the side of Fnatic. It'll snap on the Bloodseeker. Onryu will be able to leave, but Samael won't. So 3 heroes dead on the side of Vice, and another big win for Fnatic, now 20-6.
Meta still half duration. They might be looking for Roshan. They also have the Snakes from Shaman. So it could even be an even earlier Rosh.
Yeah, throw the Gush out. Onto Roche. You've got things here that are necessary just to take a quick Roche at this point in the game. 16 minutes into the game, and they're going to take Roche.
Very out of position there by the Alchemist. Like he's just all by himself.
And on the other side of the river.
Yeah. And they just TP in like right in front of him. Of course, Disruptor.
They're going to try and come over. Everything right now is down for Fnatic.
They have to be careful.
But-
DJ getting called out.
Yeah, DJ silenced. Kinetic Field, there's the Hex. They have the Gush. They should have the Shackle. Stun from Palos. That gets the kill on a DJ, who right-click on a Jebs, but Jebs doesn't care. You're an Alchemist, and a Shadow Shaman doesn't care about you hitting him. False Promise was used on Zenki. He's dead regardless.
Another Shackle.
I'm shocked. They're fighting into this Fnatic side, and they just don't have the strength to do so. Masaros with a third.
Yeah. And now Shadow Shaman ahead of Bloodseeker and Nepeth as well.
Back in a Roche.
I'm surprised they didn't drop the Snakes into Roche right away. That looked a little scary there for a while. But turns out alright. They get another 3 kills. Wind Ranger didn't even want to join the fight because he knows he's pretty much useless at this point. In his Maelstrom. Then he can start dishing out some damage. Another Glimpse possibility here.
Yeah, Static Storm into the Kinetic Field with the Glimpse. Bob shackled again, killed off, and it's 5-1 and 9 right now for the Puck. 4-0-3 for Raven on this Terrorblade, who's putting pressure on the top tier 2, has an Aegis to work with, and is just an ulti orb away from getting the Scotty.
Yeah, and at that point, the Alchemist ult as well as the Orchid heals will not be nearly as effective, of course. And TB's approaching unkillable territory, because all damage they have is pretty much physical.
Blink Dagger for the Puck.
Yeah.
Like you said,
BKB.
Palace needs to be 2 or 3 items ahead of this TB, and
He's not even 1 item ahead yet.
no.
And the items that he chose to go for also don't really offer much damage at all. As you saw, the Shadow Shaman, he was like, what, you hitting me? I'm going to hit you back.
Yeah, basically.
He actually just hit him back. I can't believe the Shadow Shaman is manned up on him. Another smoke.
There was no fear there from Jebs. I was really...
They're smoking into a Ravage Puck
Impressed by
Coil,
that.
though.
Yeah, this is now when all the team fight abilities are up for Fnatic. Not an amazing spot to fight into if you're Vice, but there's definitely a lot of pressure on them to fight. Silence onto the Oracle. Roll comes in, hits on Moon. Raven's coming over. Radovatos is going to miss with the phase shift. And
Big
now
coil.
the Dream Coil lands on a 2. They'll look over at the Oracle again, who won't be able to get the False Promise off because here comes the Ravage from Masaros. They've got the Serpent Wards around the Bloodseeker. They'll make it for Alchemist, the only one to survive, at least for now, as he walks away from the fight. But this fight takes place right near the Tier 2 tower, and that means another objective for Fnatic.
Yep. Easy tower with the Terrorblade meta. He also finishes the Skadi now. They might look to go high ground for a little bit, but probably not with Alchemist dipping in.
How much do they have to respect the high ground defense? Like, is
Quite
it
a bit,
really
quite a bit.
enough?
Yeah, they have a lot of spam out with the Blood Ride and everything. Going on the TB here, possibly. The whole team has left him, but he's just too tanky.
But they get there very quickly still.
Yeah.
And now that Alchemist is pushed up, like,
He's boxed in now.
he
That's the
needs
problem.
to be careful.
Like when you TP back like that, you kind of box yourself into the map, which means you can't really get a lot of net worth out of the map anymore.
I like this build from the Tidehunter, and this is what I was going to ask about originally, but it goes to the Arcane Blink. We've seen it before. Arcane Blinks, Octarines, all on these Tides. Just be as effective as you can. Get the Ravages in as often as possible.
Yeah, that's also a pretty hard counter to BKB, because you can't react to that anymore.
Yeah.
That's humanly almost impossible.
Hal's just showing himself mid, and again, like,
He has BKB. Like, he thinks he's very strong, but we'll see if he
Bull
is.
comes in and doing a good job of avoiding everything.
Yep.
While that's going on, though, pressure onto the Tier 2 bottom.
Yep, going straight into the MKB to counter the Wind Ranger. As soon as he has that, Wind Ranger is free food, basically. Getting slowed by that Skadi and Reflection. She can't move.
And the Shaman's so farmed, I can't say it enough.
Yeah, he's brutally farmed. I mean, he's like a glorified core at this point.
For sure. Going
Link
to
Dagger.
the BKB.
He didn't even go Etherlands. Interesting.
Yeah, I want those shackles from across the map.
Yeah, me too. You got that shard and an addition 150 range. Oh, they're smoked up.
And they want
There's
this
some
Alchemist.
Hex.
They'll get the Hex as well as the Serpent Ward's down. And he's going to stand on the Blood Right, but they've got the Static Storm with the BKB being popped here by Palos. Meanwhile, they get the kill on Zeki. They'll look towards the backlines. They're trying to get the kill onto the Earth Spirit while all this is going on in the front. They'll try to TP out this Alchemist with the BKB. He escapes. Down goes DJ. Samael to follow in the grave. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Fnatic again. Not much there for Vice to do. They did drop Serpent Wards in the Static Storm. Not massive in the grand scheme of things when it comes to the ultis on Fnatic. So a lot more willing to just throw these out and get what they can.
Yeah, Ravage available. And Metamorphosis is available again. And this is where, as Vice, you have to just give up your tier 2 towers. You need to split push, get as much farm on the map as you can. But you can't even really kill this Puck who's just annoying you so much around the map, Like, you don't have heroes to pick him off with.
Yeah.
This is why this hero is so scary. If you don't have a Shadow Shaman or a Lion, it's just so tough to deal with. TB doesn't even need the meta to push towers anymore. So strong at this point.
Puck getting through in the second
Second
phase is
Interesting.
it's just it looks so strong the entire DPC so far. If you're not getting it, I'd be scared to play it, and I wouldn't want to give it up like this.
Yeah. Cast range talent picked up on Shaman.
So Arcane Blink now from Isaros.
Yeah.
Almost
All the
have
pieces coming together.
BKB for the Shadow Shaman. 9k lead for Fnatic.
Smoke up again after clearing the ward. And they might just go high ground here. They're not ready at all on Dire.
They have Arcane Blink and Ravage. Like,
Oh, they want to kill the Alchemist if he
yeah,
comes down
Alchemist needs to be careful. Palos just guarding the high ground for now, or, well, patrolling, but now
Oh,
he
he
finally
doesn't
comes
know.
down. There's the Blink as well as the Hex. That comes through as well as the Shackle. They're looking for the Ravage. They're going to throw it out onto the Oracle. Can he get the False Promise off? He got it before the Ravage. Static Storm, that's down. With the BKB being used by Palos, they'll look over at Samael, who drops the Magnetize in, rolls over, hits DJ. Now Power Shot comes in as he was shackled. Blood Right, there's the kill. Onto one. Dream Coil hits two. No BKB available for the Alchemist, but he goes after Jabs. He gets the kill into the Shadow Shaman. They'll take out Samael. That's a third hero dead on the side of Vice. Palos on the run, trying to make it into his base, but the right clicks come through as well as the Gush slowing him down. They'll get the kill. That's a fourth, maybe make it a fifth, as on the run is Onryu, and it should be a full team wipe for Fnatic, and it will be. Oh, there it is. All right. Playing with their food a little bit, but Fnatic, they lose both their supports and get a full team wipe over Vice.
Yeah, and that initiation wasn't even good for Fnatic, you know. It looked really bad for them, but they're just so far ahead item-wise that they still managed to come out on top.
Yeah.
TB is just untouchable. This whole team fight just right-clicking everybody, and you can't fight into that. Like, TB's damage output is ridiculous. With that meta, he hits for like 350, has 4 illusions out. It's just too much damage coming in. Now they're just gonna wait, reset the cooldowns, do the same thing again. You know, if you're ahead, get more ahead.
Yeah.
Very simple, especially if your late game is secure.
And you use that Arcane Blink, Ravage is up in 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's great. I love it.
They should be ready to go again in just a second. Realistically. I mean, they probably will wait for the Metamorphosis. That's about a minute.
Yeah, now they're just going to wait for Roche, get a second Roche, Aegis Cheese, go high ground with that. MKB almost completed on TB. He will hit even harder. And you still, even though he's just itemizing for damage, you don't have the tools to go through his HP pool.
So this seems like a last-ditch effort. Smoke for the side of Vice.
They have to do it now. For
Well,
sure.
Things are down, but Ravage will be up soon enough. And, well, you know, there may not be a meta, but there is a way to still take this fight. There's a lot of disorienting spells on the side of Fnatic ready to go at this point.
It's already up. Ravage is already up. And there's only
They're
one
up on the
BKB.
high ground. Jabs. He's in the front. Throws that Hex out, and now gets the Blink away. There's the Blink as well as the Ravage that comes through and hits onto 3. They get the kill onto the backline's already on Zenki, so they won't have a false promise. The second one falls on Samael. Earth Spirit gone as well as the Oracle. They both have buyback. They'll buyback on the Oracle first. Maybe to buyback on Samael next. That's what they do. Bob, he's gone. 3 dead. Has buyback. Serpent Wards blocking the path of this Alchemist. Jabs getting low. There's the false promise from the Oracle as well as the Magnetize down onto the TB. He's silenced up, trying to survive for now. Pops the Manta, goes after this Bloodseeker as well as the Alchemist. He's charging up a stun, throws it on an illusion. On Ryu, he's gone. 3 heroes dead, still on the side of Vice. They'll continue to chase Palace, and with a Dagon, they'll zap him into the grave. They'll look over at Zenki, who's already died once in this fight. Trying to run, trying to hide, nowhere to go. Zenki gone. Full team wipe again for Fnatic, who will take it 7 for 2.
All 3 cores with a monster kill streak minimum. Last time we saw that a long time ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's just nothing they can do really. Like the draft already looked very rough for them, you know. And
yeah, bottom set of racks will fall here.
not much they can do about this, honestly.
Not at all.
Yeah, even if they get back now, you know, Fnatic can play it safe, just go for that Roshan. But, you know, they do have the damage to just get 2 Rex at least. Back off. Buy your new items that you just acquired from this team fight. And it should be pretty straightforward from there.
Shackle onto the puck.
Yep.
Have the shard on Ty, the anchor smash. Upgrade, and now a silence on a Bob. This is tough for the Windrunner, but Moon getting a little low on mana, backing away as everybody's starting to come up for the side of Vice.
Yeah, they still have to respect, you know, their team fight, even if they don't, especially when they don't have cooldowns on Radiant. You don't want to throw your lead away.
Yeah.
Just wait for that meta to be up again, Ravage to be up again, and you just can't lose a fight at that point.
This is 42 kills in 27 minutes for Fnatic alone.
Yeah, blinking with a Wind Ranger here.
Yeah,
just gets
they'll
blown
look
up.
and kill Bob. They've got the blood right down. That's going to silence up one, but the BKB gets popped by Jabs. They've got the Ravage coming in from Azaros. They'll look over at Onryu, take out the Bloodseeker, go after Samael, as well as the Shackle onto the Oracle. Not 3, but 4 here for Fnatic. And again, still cleaning up. Trying to push a 1K per minute lead for Fnatic with an Alchemist on the other side.
Yeah, and there's a GG.
Yeah, so that's the GG. Vice finally tap out.
Yeah.
Fnatic will take game 1 in easy fashion.
Not surprising.
And, yeah, with that draft showing up very big and just honestly annihilating Vice. But that's kind of what we expected from Fnatic. We were all hoping that Vice would give a little bit more, but they got outdrafted and just came barreling through like the Juggernaut from X-Men through the walls of Vice's defense.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they were already considered the favorite. If you give them a draft that is just so much better, it is. Just almost no room for error, you know. And, you know, they had a couple of good plays, but it's just the draft disadvantage is too big. Can't really play from there. Maybe, hopefully, they can do, you know, a better job in game 2. Yeah. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, so hopefully Vice can prop back up and maybe bring us to a third game, but we'll see. To talk about game 1, though, is the panel. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, Vice were truly getting their stakes tenderized in this first game of this best-of-3 series. That was rough, but as expected, and finally, the curse is broken. The 5 prediction curse, it goes down. It finally happened, thank God. Alright, so it seemed like the strategy from Fnatic here when it came to fighting the Alchemist was just murder everybody else, ignore the Alchemist, let him get his farm, beat everyone else down. Did that seem to work? Is this how you would imagine fighting the Alchemist?
Can we call Cinderin real quick and ask him what he thinks about this kind of an approach? Because I thought that Alchemist game is always an Alchemist game. How do you just go and ignore him and still win?
Great question, one which I don't have the answer to, unfortunately. I'm not Cinderin.
But yeah, it wasn't particularly a good Alchemist game to start with, so it's not an Alchemist game, but it's a rough one. You expect these teams to be kind of similar in terms of skill. Wise shows up today and says, "Yeah, we're just gonna pick some random stuff. If you give a superior team a better draft." The outcome would most of the time just be the same, and I just don't know what they were thinking with this kind of a draft. I'm trying to find something positive with Alchemist. Still, it's hard to get a good read on the hero because he can just pop off. He gets that. He still had a good timing on his Battle Fury, Power Treads, Double Bracer, 11 minutes in. It's just a mid lane was a disaster. Windranger did not get anything from that lane. Like compare Fnatic, like all of their cores, even supports, are getting a lot of farm, while you have like centralized farm on one side where like all the gold is around Alchemist, and you just kill the rest. Masaros had a really good fight, good blink daggers. I love the atomization straight into what's it called? Swift Blink? No, it's
Arcane
Blink.
Blink.
Yeah, Arcane Blink.
Swift Blink is what everyone else buys.
Because I'm thinking, Swift, you're using it
using
swiftly.
it quickly.
Exactly,
Yeah,
so
easily done.
One thing that I have to say is that Vice reminds me of this team. That reminds me of my starting days in different pub star stacks, because this is how it looks like. Your draft does not have to make a lot of sense as long as you're playing to your full comfort zone. You're picking heroes that you believe in, that you've practiced in the last week, but they might not have as much synergy. Meanwhile, Fnatic, they just cruise through and they find answers to everything. Like if you look at their draft, not only does it synergize as well together, it also answers the laning stage very well, and it answers the enemy cores too. Like this Terrorblade, that Skadi, it's one of the most picked up items on a TB, if not the most picked up, and it also works so well against an Alchemist. You want a core that builds that, and you got it. So overall, just a good performance by Fnatic. I think if they had a different carry, they still would have won this game, but it just worked for them.
I don't know how you go from like lineup, let's say Brew, Shaman, LC, Morph, Storm lineup that Vice had to this, because they can drive better, which they've shown so far throughout the DPC league. And
but they lost a lot as well.
Sure, they're not a top tier team for sure, but they can draft better than this. This is why it surprises me. Like, you're playing against Fnatic, you're playing against a better team. Somehow you manage to end up with a draft like this, and it's, I think, for a lot of viewers as well, when they see this kind of draft, superior team fight, what is Alchemist gonna do? We've seen some similar stories in Southeast Asia where, like, Boom, at the start of the league, they went for the similar kind of lineup, a Bounty Hunter, Bloodseeker. We're going to try to constantly fight with you, get the gold advantage from these fights. It just doesn't work really well.
I think it comes down to their performance before, right? Like, you had a couple of weeks already that you played, you drafted well, and it didn't work. So you're trying something different, right? And you have a couple of these cores that are asking, okay, man, you drafted me this. Yeah, it synergizes as well, but we obviously lost.
Yeah, I want to see good different, not
exactly.
this kind of different.
Yeah. So, but this is the thing. In Dota, it's much easier to see something different to change, right? Like if your team is not working well, okay, let's change the drafts. Drafts have to be the problem. If the drafts are changed and they don't fix the problems, then it must be some position 5. We need to remove him. We need to kick him and get a different position 5. Like players, it's so easy to blame these things as your biggest problems. It's so difficult to actually go into the game and see the mistakes that you've made, the rotations that didn't go well, where you should have been farming, where you should have been pressuring. Those are the things that really matter.
Yeah, and that's the difference between a top-tier team and not a top-tier team.
The biggest problem here is if they think that, you know, the draft was not a problem. Like, this is a big problem for the team because, like, you need to start where the real problem lies here, and it's the draft. So if you think that you just played bad but had a really good draft,
hopefully
just not gonna get better. Yeah.
Hopefully they know. Or watch the replays. But anyway, let's have a look at our MVP for this game. Number one, and it was of course Moon from Fnatic on that perk, kicking off, dominating the lane, and then continuing just to move with his team and create so much momentum. I think it's hard to choose an MVP for this kind of game though, because the game plan from Fnatic was just so solid. For me, the cementing factor was this play at bottom where the Earth Spirit overextended a little bit. A lot, under a tier 2 tower, got killed off, and then from that they then immediately jumped on the next hero, got another kill following up on that one, then immediately smoked as 4, went into the enemy jungle, got another kill, took a tower, and like that's just how you play. Like it's how you play. So
Fnatic.
boom, boom, boom.
Movement around the map, kill, into smoke, into another kill, into Roshan. Just a textbook example.
Yeah, they're just exploiting the weaknesses and the mistakes from Weiss. They're doing well, obviously, but they're taking all the opportunities that are given to them.
They absolutely were. And that's what leads them to their Game 1 victory here at the DPC SEA region. Now we're going to throw it over to a short break, and we will be back with game number 2 of Fnatic versus Vice Esports. We'll see you soon.
Look, you got me. No chance at wanna change your range.
Hello, and welcome back to the DPC SEA region brought to you by PGL. My name is Nomad, and joining me on the panel is Lacoste and Lizard as we're about to jump in to game number 2 of Fnatic versus Vice. Game number 1 over very quickly. We had 46 kills in 27 minutes, and that's just from one team. Vice, they didn't really add to that kill score much either, to be honest with you, so...
They
there
had
we
like
go.
7, 8.
Yeah, they struggled a bit. Things happened, and not at all in Vice's favor, unfortunately. But hey, game number 2, you know, chalk it up to practice. I think Vice, they're going to be happy for the chance to play against some of these top teams, and even though they have pulled off one upset already, you know, I'm sure they're managing their expectations. I don't think they're going into the series going, yeah, we're going to win.
It's tough.
I
It's
mean,
tough.
you have to.
You have to, yeah, it's tough. Like, you can't really just think about it that way. Like, okay, we're happy that we're facing tier 1 teams. Yeah, you are in the first 5-6 times that you face them, but then afterwards, if you're losing, it's just demoralizing. You want to be winning like everyone.
It's a loser's mentality, you know,
Yep.
coming into a series and thinking, sure, you're playing against a better team. Most of the time, you're going to be playing against a better team because, you know,
You're a newcomer.
Exactly, and pretty sure they don't join the Discord and like, yeah, let's sing some happy songs together because, you know, we're very happy to just be here. We don't necessarily need to win. It's not how it works.
Were you like, because it's different for you, when you were starting up, it's so long ago that, were there any big stars? Like, did it really matter for you who you're playing against? But
No,
because for
it really.
yeah,
I
right?
wanted to play like always against the better players, you know, to show that I'm good. Sometimes, of course, you lost, but still, you know, the feeling that when you beat the better players, it's, you know, back in the days, I was not afraid like to lane against anyone, to play against anyone. I just, you know, wanted to prove that I'm best, which I was not. But but you know, you need to have that mentality.
Yeah, you'll never be the best if you believe you're going to be the best.
The difference between Lacoste and everyone else, though, is he's a dinosaur when it comes to this game, right?
Yeah.
So he was the one that was setting the stage for everyone else. When I started, the superstars were already there, and when you're playing versus them, you're like, this is hype, man. But you always want to win. You never want to, you know, you never want to show a poor performance.
Yeah, you always want to be showing your best. Do you think it comes down to wanting to be the best team or wanting to be the best player? And do you think that is possibly an issue with Vice?
They don't, you know, go, we're going to win TI this year, but small steps, one step at a time, see how it goes. First, you need to qualify to a major, and you need to get top 3 in the Southeast Asia region. You take every series, like, slowly, like you prepare for it and see how it goes. But I think they need a better preparation, like their general understanding of the game is decent. What needs to be done, like looking at their previous drafts, like it's just something that I see a lot of issues with. That you know, drafts were good in the past. Like, just don't try to make it too complicated. Stick with what you know. Stick with the usual stuff.
Give yourself a chance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, also don't leave Puck in the pool. This hero is so tough to kill.
Yeah.
Reason why this hero has around 60% win rate in this region and across all other regions is you need to have a real lockdown. Why we see Shadow Shaman being so popular, instant lockdown. We see a lot more Lion coming
Lion
up.
as well,
Yeah.
Yeah, just need to be able to control the hero. Otherwise, you know, he goes in, uses his spells like 6,
He's
7, 8
so
times
strong
in a team
versus
fight.
everyone on mid lane. There's literally a handful of heroes that can actually deal with him. Dragonite perhaps mid, you know, and you don't want to have him, so Viper perhaps, but even that can backfire. So you really want to get rid of that Puck or pick it for yourself.
You certainly do, And we'd love to hear your opinions, of course, as well, guys, on the matches. Head over to Twitter, #DPCSEA. Get involved with the conversation. We might shout out your tweet on the screen if you do so. And, of course, you know, me and Lacoste, we want to see your memes as well. Show us your memes, guys. Show us what you got.
Lizard does not want to see memes. Like, Lizard, what do you want to see?
Lizard wants to see that hard-hitting analysis from the Twitter users, don't you?
Yeah, I want to see some, you know, some Shia LaBeouf kind of
You wanna see
stuff.
some biceps?
Yeah, I want to see some
Alright.
biceps. I want to see, but Dota related. Dota related.
Okay, okay.
Gym stuff somehow. Just
Send us your
combine
biceps.
it. Combine it.
Hashtag
yeah.
DPC SEA.
combine
Let's
it.
all rate your biceps. Apparently that's what we're doing now. Didn't know that, but thank you, listen.
I wasn't going into the gym stuff. I actually wanted to just see them pump teams up, you know, give them some motivational speeches. That's what I was aiming for.
Oh, okay, okay. Let's send us your biceps anyway. Sounds funnier. Sounds like better
That's
content.
actually a good idea too. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, we had tweets about you asking you and Black to compare guns, but you let the users down.
We'll see what we can do about that. There's still
Thank
a
you.
lot of time.
Thank you.
There's still a
Okay.
lot of time. Don't
Good,
worry about
good.
it.
Alrighty, let's get into the structure. Something interesting has happened as they have let through the IO, and of course, Fnatic take it up instantly. Vice respond with the Kotl. Thoughts about this?
If you think about the first draft that we've seen from Fnatic, it's been with that Wisp, and man, did rock. Like
they
the Wisp,
smashed.
the Wisp safe lane with the Monkey King mid, with the Tusk position 5, maybe even Elder Titan position 5. It's just so much synergy. I want to actually see this Wisp as a core again. They
Yeah,
Most
played
likely
well.
it's gonna be core when played
And
with
there
Fnatic.
we go. IO Elder Titan.
And we didn't like at the time how T1, who was the team they played the IO against, didn't build a
What the hell?
didn't build a Spirit Vessel. So hopefully Vice remedy that. But we need to talk about this TA in the second phase. Now, it's a point in the second phase where you can draft a slightly different. Sorry, the first phase where you can draft a
You
slightly
don't know
different
the
hero, but
matchup.
yeah.
I'm not sure why they decided to go with the Templar Assassin in the first phase. Like, it's definitely not IO mid. It's definitely not ET mid. So you're picking
You
TA
stop the
blindly.
puck, though?
You pretty much have to ban out 3 heroes now. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, they need to protect this pick. I agree. It does stop Fnatic picking puck though, right? Does it? Or can he still pick it
You
as
can
a
pick puck and play it on a different role.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but you won't pick puck on Vice Esports as well, right? So that hero is out now. There's still a possibility for Fnatic, but it's not a big deal. It's not like they're a team that only plays puck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
TA is a good hero in certain matchups, not always. And they picked it so early on that they will have to do this. Like, okay, now let's ban out the Viper, let's ban out the Venomancer, you know, all these dots.
I still think they need to ban out Monkey King. Monkey does well against the Templar Assassin. Compared to, also when he's with IO, it's just so much synergy and something that they ran before.
It's later on in the game, right? The Wukong's command is really strong against her. All those little pesky clones hitting her.
There isn't one hero in the game that just says, "Man, I like to stand in Wukong's command."
I love all those monkeys hitting
someone?
me.
Is there anyone? I wonder. Like,
Abaddon?
Yeah, Abaddon.
Free heals?
He likes to get hit. He's like
Is that kind of
he's
guy?
kinky like that. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't shame here. We're in, 2021.
Exactly.
Do what you want.
Jug banned out by Fnatic. They don't want to be playing into this super early aggressive playstyle with the TA with Jug healing ward, but it's rough for Vice now. By the way, that matchup Monkey versus TA might be a little bit better for the TA with the minus armor buff on Meld, but I haven't seen it that many times in
We've
this patch.
seen Templar Assassin, I think, in one of the games, like destroying Monkey, because you make one mistake, and it's a very skilled matchup.
Yeah. It was the game in which I think TA died and then killed him like a couple of
then
times
killed him
after.
2
I
or 3
remember
times,
that game, yeah.
exactly, because Monkey overextended. Like picking Templar Assassin gives you an opportunity to play Dota that is quite simple, fast, easy roach taking potential. I think we could see a lot more from Templar Assassin, not in the first phase, but in general. Like, feel like the hero is a bit underused.
Yeah, I'm just because I look at these two heroes and it doesn't feel like an answer to either of these two heroes. And then
Which two heroes?
Well, the IO and the Elder Titan.
Those two heroes.
Those two heroes, yes. I don't feel like it's an answer. So the only thing I can think is that they want to block the puck pick, but I feel like they're just going to pick puck and play another role anyways. It doesn't really work like that. Maybe it works well versus... I mean, is IO particularly low armor?
Look, I think you're idea, honestly, is a little bit wrong, because if you don't want to play against Puck, just ban the Puck in the first stage. You don't pick a TA, so you don't play against Puck.
But then why
If-
have they picked TA? That's
the thing is, if you want to do that, at least pick the TA after the Puck to trap him in that matchup, in that bad matchup, right? Like you don't pick. They just wanted to play TA. It's
Alright,
something
fine,
that they,
fine.
yeah, it's something that they've proven to us in that first series where they picked Wind Ranger and Bloodseeker. It's their preferred hero combination, and maybe they just like these heroes the most. There's so many pop stompers, pop stars that have gotten to that level by playing TA, so might be their thing.
Might be their thing, indeed. Marana going to come out as the next picks for Vice Esports.
Yeah.
It's a very weak support duo, Marana and Keeper of the Light. You don't have anything to set up the arrow with. So far you have 0 stuns. It's very hard for like Marana to even rotate on a mid lane. You don't have any
have
kind
arrow,
of
man.
setup. Yeah, okay.
Shoot arrow, hit arrow.
Well, sometimes, you
Just
know,
land
I've
the
seen
arrow, lol.
players just be more efficient when they don't have any kind of setup. You know, you have a Shadow Demon, you feel like, I need to go in, I need to do stuff, and you miss the arrow, so you're like, let me do my own thing, I'll shoot the arrow, pray that it's gonna end up hitting him, but yeah, they decide to go with the Ember Spirit.
This to be expected as well.
This is a global kind of a lineup with Relocate. This type of lineup from Fnatic really loves to go in and out, reset multiple times. Vice Esports, they don't have enough burst damage on their heroes.
Is
Like,
Masaris asleep?
I think so.
could be, yeah.
Taking a
Alright.
little nap between the
Yeah,
games.
No, no, no.
Recharge?
He's hand moved. He's okay.
Oh, okay, he's good.
At least we know he's alive, so that's good.
Check that one off.
Alright.
You know, he played a good game last game. He just needs to take some downtime,
Yeah.
recharge. Oh, there we
Good
go. he's
morning,
alive.
sunshine.
No stuns from Vice Esports actually make December an even better pick. And then you have December playing into Kotl and Mirana. Heroes that are very elusive because of their movement speed or the leap. Movement speed on Kotl, leap on Mirana, but not versus Ember. He gets on top of you, he chains you down, and you're done.
You have no lockdown. Like, what can you get from your off lane that has potentially like
Is
a
there
stun?
Beast?
Uh,
Beastmaster, perhaps?
maybe just go with the Puck. Puck is still available,
Yeah.
right? I don't know.
I'm
It just feels they're outdrafted already. Like, it's a very...
And-
there they
yeah.
go again.
Yeah.
They
we
just
go
love their
again.
Bloodseeker.
Let's go.
But I understand this completely. You fools don't understand the meta. It's going to be Atos on Bloodseeker into the Mirana arrow.
Oh.
And if you're ruptured, you can't run, but you need to run because of the
Oh.
arrow.
Oh.
So you're not getting any value from the rupture. Because you're not moving, you're actually arrowed.
Oh, it's a
Jokes
catch
aside,
22.
they're falling into the same trap they did in game 1, where this draft looks very, very weak, very easy to kill. Like, look at their heroes. These heroes are good at running, like Keeper of the Light, high movement speed, Marana, same thing.
You can buy the Aghanims on TA as well.
Bloodseeker,
You can
very speedy.
Yeah. My concern is last game they didn't really have much team fight, and this game they don't really have much team fight. And I'm really hoping they pick up the last hero that
They
gives
don't
them
have
some
a much
team
of
fight, but-
anything really right
Well-
now. They have a TA that can scale and can dominate the game, but you have the Ember with the Flame Guard obviously to deal with her refraction charges later on. Maybe you dominate the lane so hard that this TA rolls out of control, but that's such a stretch. It's like on Fnatic, you already see some synergy here. You have this Wisp and Elder Titan. If Wisp is core position 1, you have Elder Titan to benefit from the overcharge. It's going to be extremely difficult to lane into that, even as a Bloodseeker. Then you have Ember Spirit that can get on top of these heroes, deals with refraction charges too. No catch for him. Now Phoenix for some more team fights. You have the combination with the Echo Stomp, with the Spirit. You see, like there's just so many good things for Fnatic. The only one bad thing from this Phoenix though is he's playing into a Mirana. That can be a little bit like hard to pull off those eggs.
Yeah,
but
Bloodseeker as well. Pretty good attack speed,
Yep.
provided you don't get the Fire Spirits on him. But you've got the Elder Titan to protect the egg.
It's about not about the egg so much. It's about sustain. Again, resetting the fight. Like Ember can go back with the Remnant, relocate, eat the easy stomp to reset things. Phoenix Sunray. They just want these prolonged fights where they're gonna get so much out of their lineup.
Fnatic banning out that Weaver, something that that Vice Esports has played, and actually they have been banning out the Weaver in the last game, but they also dominated with the same hero versus the Alchemist. So Fnatic does not want to play against that. It's also a hero that deals well with the egg. You have that Gemnet attack that actually does proc one attack on the egg, And they don't truly have a lot of catch on Fnatic too, if you look at this team. Yeah, you have Searing Chains, but that's it. That's your only reliable setup
No
right
stun
now.
gaming seems
Yep,
like it
no
for
stun
both teams.
Who needs stuns? Hey, you've got arrows. That's all you need.
You have stun from the egg as well. There you go.
Oh yeah, it's AoE as well. Very strong.
Yeah, I would like still to see more coming from Fnatic. I believe Mars was banned out in the first banning stage. I would like to see some offlaner for them that can provide them with some stuns.
Is Beastmaster still in the pool?
It's still in the pool. For both teams, it
Like,
would be
it's
good.
such a good setup for IOs. Relocate. They kind of lack a bit more tower damage. Necrobook plus an aura will give them that. Also gives them Roche taking potential. So,
Yeah.
like, Beastmaster for Fnatic just feels very solid.
They didn't play a lot of Beast. That's the only thing that I've noticed. Maybe it's not their preference. Usually, if they need some control, we see it like a Pang offlane, Underlord, maybe an Enigma. I would Legion Commander, obviously, that they played as well, Vice bans out, but I would personally love a Beastmaster for either one of these teams here.
Yeah, I agree. I think this Bloodseeker played as a carry is actually not too horrible this game because you've got the TA to be the real carry of the game.
Again?
Come on.
No, man,
can you
this is
stop
like
it?
the 5th time you said, like, Bloodseeker, he's a top-tier carry. No,
I have not said that. Hey now.
No,
hey now.
I still
I
have
recognize
faith
it's mostly
in the
garbage.
Bloodseeker. I don't think it's as bad as we're, trying to show he is.
It's so good. It's so good. 4 strength heroes. You've got the shard, which gives you the
Okay, Dragonite, you get some
that's
similarities to
tower
the
damage,
Beastmaster.
exactly.
Tower damage, good setup with the stun. It's also a dragon that breathes fire. You have Phoenix with you and Ember Spirit, obviously some
Very
fiery
hot.
synergy, very hot draft right there. But no, really what they needed is objective taking, a hero that can frontline to protect the egg, and that's what they got.
Damn it. They picked Wraith King as a carry, which means Bloodseeker's going to the off lane, and the draft is ruined. I was ready to vote for Vice Esports if they'd have gone for Bloodseeker carry, but they did not. So, I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off real quick. I'm going to be going for Fnatic for game number 2, to absolutely nobody's surprise. Gentlemen, any of you brave enough to swing the tables here, or no?
Not really.
No.
Wraith King gives them some tower damage. I don't think Dragonite is pressured in this type of lane. Keeper of the Light plus Wraith King, he should do okay, especially with the Phoenix. It provided them with some more lockdown, something that they lacked. Also, tower damage. It's the 3 scaling cores on side of Fnatic. Just looks very, very solid.
Lizard, you're just nodding.
I'm just
Need a bit more from you from that, buddy.
Like, it's so difficult to find the positives in Vice Esports. So I'm going to go with Vice Esports losing this game and Fnatic
Oh,
taking.
you
I
tricky
got
dog.
ya,
You
yeah, I
tricky
got
dog.
you.
What do you
Did I
like?
stir your pot?
Oh, you certainly.
Did I
pinch and
butter
winkle.
your biscuits?
You certainly are, sir. You certainly are. And talk about buttering my biscuits. Here's 2 gentlemen which do that wonderfully. It is Bkop and Black. Guys, how are you doing and how are you expecting this game to go?
Brass. I mean, I don't know how you win. I don't know how you pick a TA first 2 and get away with it. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's heavily countered. It's not going to have any impact this game, I feel like. DK lanes well against it. And it should be pretty easy for Fnatic once more.
Alrighty, that's 4. Bkop, gotta make it 5.
Yeah, I was doing some tarot card reading, drew the card of the Reaper, and that is the Reaper that signs the last chance here for Vice. Fnatic are going to win.
Alrighty then, that is 5 out of 5 for Fnatic once again, but the curse has been broken, so no sweaty palms here. This is looking like it's going to be a 2-0. We'll find out if Vice can do it and upset our expectations. Handing it over to Bkop and Black for game number 2 of Vice vs. Fnatic.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nomad. Appreciate it. Coming into game 2 between Vice and Fnatic. Fnatic really just steamrolled after the first game. Like I said, they looked like the Juggernaut from X-Men, just rolling through any defense that Vice was trying to set up. So now you got Fnatic coming into game 2. They've got good matchups in pretty much all of these lanes. Though I will say, Wraith King has been strong in both the regions we've been covering. It'll be interesting to see
30 seconds
how he
to
plays
go.
up against this Fnatic lineup coming into the second game.
Yeah, the only question mark I have for Fnatic is this Ember Spirit. Wait, am I getting baited here? Who's playing that? That is Moon on the Ember. So it's an offlane DK.
Yeah.
I thought it was a mid DK. Well, statement still stands. DK offlane is quite good against Wraith King. Just overall, they just needed the right clicker together with the IO and someone that can initiate. Still would have liked it more if DK was middle. Would have made a little bit more sense to me. But we'll see how it goes. TA, Ember can go either way. It's a 50-50 matchup, skill matchup. Ember can dominate, TA can dominate. It really just depends on who's better.
Yeah, we've seen Bob struggle in some matchups in the event as a whole. So it'll be really interesting to see him here in a matchup that can go either way. It's not really so one-sided, but Moon has looked pretty good overall. As of right now, though, Bob getting a couple right clicks in onto Moon. How do you expect this lane to go? It can go either way, but do you see Moon just taking over again?
It's tough. Really, like it comes down to like, you know, like who gets level 3 faster, who can deal more damage. The TA with the new melt buff could surprise him, you know, maybe even kill him, because it reduces armor by 5 level 1, which is a big problem for Ember potentially. But yeah, it should just be 5-5 farming lane for both. You know, it's rare to see one guy die in this lane, unless you like really misplay massively.
Yeah, we'll see if any rotations come out. I don't believe in the first game we really saw many 4-minute rune rotations, but this game maybe a little bit different.
Yeah, Ember needs those runes. TA doesn't really care too much, but Ember really needs them.
Yeah, so if TA doesn't really care, I'm curious to see if Vice send any over. Obviously, you've got the Mirana. I don't think Zenki kind of goes over towards mid.
I mean, they still care because if Ember doesn't get it, then TA can actually dominate the lane.
Yeah.
Oh, healing self, not cancel. Good sidestep.
So
well done.
Sidestepping those sideways, going into the slight as well as the shield.
Yeah, probably gonna see 1 point in Shackles level 4. And you can see this Flame Guard pressure is really strong against TA.
Yeah, shielding him from quite a bit. You know, keeps him pretty healthy in on this, and you know, they don't call it a guard for nothing. It does guard him by quite a bit. So.
And it flames.
Yeah, and in flames.
Yeah.
It would be weird if it iced.
Ice Guard. There's gonna be a hero at 1 point who does it.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good
Ember
ability.
Spirit. What's like the opposite of Ember? Ice Spirit.
Storm Spirit.
Nah, Ember and Storm. There's no opposite one.
Water and fire, man.
Storm is not water.
Oh, he's electricity.
Lightning, yeah.
But he's like the storm. Which, yeah, I guess he's just the other parts of a storm, not the water.
NA lul. Careful here.
Bob getting really low, and I guess there could be a water spirit. It would just... Yeah,
it's gonna happen eventually. Just wait. Could get 1 level in chains. He has to be careful on the TA. Oh, he did skill the chains. He could spell death here. Be careful. 10 seconds to Flame Guard. Could potentially result in a kill. 3.
He's got to sip
2,
on that bottle, too.
1, and you're dead. He didn't go for it.
And now
Oh,
the
he
Flame
does.
Guard comes in, but the Melt Strike slight. Series chains don't connect, but I don't think that's going to matter. First blood still for Moon. However, under the tower, he has to go to get it. Means he's dead afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, slight misplay there by Moon. He could have done it much earlier. Would have gotten a free kill there. And then he got super unlucky. You know, 2 out of 3. Never lucky. Just like me. Feels bad, man.
Courier going down. Jab's making a good move over to get that.
Yeah, already 1k ahead.
He's got that early bracer on the Phoenix.
Yeah. And itemizing into the urn on Ember. Interesting. Don't really see that too often. Usually only if you need a Vessel, but Vessel this game is not really that good. Getting a lot of stacks going here, but Mirana doing a good job just blocking that. Has to be careful though, he's going to hit really hard here.
I thought Mirana was coming over to snag this 4 minute. Actually does both. Wow.
Yeah, I'm surprised he got away with both.
Yeah.
But yeah, TA opted to skill that Melt Strike. Oh, and 1 more Melt Strike and he's dead.
Yeah, Moon going down. Coming over is Zenki, but they've got the Phoenix rotation. Bob, ooh, dead before he can get a shot out onto Jabs. And now you've got DJ making the rotation. Zenki trying to get something done, but he's slept up. Anybody going to come over and help out? Doesn't look like it.
Moon's game is pretty ruined at the moment.
15
the
and
second
7.
death is not good. We spoke about that Melt Strike really putting in the pain, you know? And then Coddle came, gave him mana to get 2 Melt Strikes in. It's minus 10 armor this early on. You can't really take that.
They need to be aware of this. Samael is taking advantage of these stacks, taking all the big creeps with those arrows.
Yeah, but leaving his off lane alone. So we'll have to see how that impacts him. Because a free farming IO is very scary.
Yeah.
We've seen it a couple of times.
Helm
Almost as a dominator.
into Ags is usually the build that we've been seeing. We've seen a couple other builds that really haven't worked out too well.
Yeah, Moon has to be really careful. He can't die again before level 6. He's taking a lot of damage.
And the lane was going so well for him.
Yeah, it's just, you know.
For the sleep, not gonna. Ooh. All right, I spoke too soon. I'll take that back. Arrow comes through, that stuns up the Ember. Icarus dive across on Bob, sleight of fist, Searing Chains hits onto 2. Bob on the run. They need one more shot, but he gets the refraction off. And now Jabs, he's in trouble. He'll survive with just a minuscule amount of health until this last shot comes in from Zenki. And it turns around on Fnatic, who get a little bit over their heads in aggression.
Yeah, if the Ember doesn't get arrowed there, it's a free kill on TA. But once more, Ember out of the lane, sitting at 2.1k net worth. Does have the illusion bottled up though. And TA might rotate to steal the stacks. They don't have the best heroes to contest that right now. Oh, but I already cleared them. Okay. Didn't expect them to be able to clear that so early.
Could have been really tough if, you know, TA did come over, but still sitting over mid.
Yeah, the DK is putting a lot of pressure on the Wraith King. Starting to pressure the tower as well.
Searing Chains again, level 6 for both these heroes, but look how slow that Remnant moves. He's not out of range and will die again. Bob getting the kill, might get a +1 on DJ. Starts the sweep, realizes it's not going to hit, and now Bob Meld. 2 more.
But they're getting outplayed like mad here.
Bob is on one right now.
Yeah, Moon needs to be really careful. He has had a good first blood, but after that he's made a couple of very questionable plays, resulting in 3 deaths already. Oh, Wraith King not level 6 yet. But gonna be alright, no stun on DK.
Still though, he's up. Now there's the stun, and well, Wraith King's just dead.
Interesting. I did not expect him to be 2 levels ahead of him. Oh, alright.
And now they get a return on to Bob. Moon getting credit for that with 2 rotations in from the supports.
Very much needed.
Yeah, you need to slow down Bob's game as much as you can because it is getting pretty out of hand. And we've seen TAs. You get a couple of stacks, you go into the jungle, you get that early Deso or Blink. Can really start to put the hurt on if you're not checked.
Yeah, especially if you are first picked, you know, like first phase picked, you should not be having this good of a game.
Yeah.
But she did die again, so she's slowed down a little bit. And they still have a lineup that's very much designed to counter that TA. So I'm not too worried for Fnatic.
At least for right now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, as I said, by the Wraith King being so poor. I thought it was just a farming lane, but he got pressured a lot by just a solo DK, really.
And he's not even going into the Midas. He's just going to go
He's not even going to upgrade
boots into the Radiance.
Yeah, brown boots Radiance? I don't know if he's going to really do that.
Well, he's got the gloves already, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would just go face boots at least. To be able to like, you know, be more efficient, and maybe even join some fights if necessary. I feel like Io could just rotate middle right now and kill the
Searing Chains and the sweep on the edge. It'll land. Icarus dive right on top of the TA. They're trying to help out Bob. The refraction doesn't do anything. They get the kill into the TA and now look over at the rest. Coddle runs away, but Samael might not be so lucky. Actually sticking with jabs for the moment. Moon under their noses. Invis, Searing Chains coming through with the Sunray. Burning out with the Urn. They will get the kill on a Samael, but Phoenix. Oh, the sweep onto the Bloodseeker. Jabs, he'll survive. And now it's Anryu's turn to run. Jabs is going to turn this going the other way. Zenki's falling to Raven. Blood right down. Doesn't hit on the Phoenix. Anryu moving pretty quickly for the moment, so he doesn't end up dropping. And he can fight 3v1 and then eventually just leave.
Yeah, and Raven just killed the Coddle. He's just way too fast to get away. 450 movement speed on both him and his creep. And Io this farm this early is so damn scary.
Second on the net worth.
Yeah. Soon to be first. Once he finishes that Agon Scepter, it's going to be a huge power spike for him. And already we can see the damage problems coming out from Radiant, you know. Like they don't really have team fight. And they don't really have a lot of good damage because TA is shut down quite a bit now. You
Yeah,
wanna be
had
at the
a
top of the
decent
network.
start.
Yeah. But getting an ancient stick, you know, but you really need that Desu up fast.
Oh,
To be able to
Mirana.
get that. That's just a free kill.
Ooh, Spirits.
Oh, they just ran out. But new one's coming up.
Out again. Already looped a couple times, but goes a different direction.
Okay, good juke, good juke.
Dragon
Stun
Tail
on
onto
the
the Coddle, and now Moon's in, Searing Chains. Zanky trying to charge up and Illuminate. That's not going to do much of anything. And actually, it's a neutral creep that grabs the kill.
Interesting.
All that work.
One little ogre. I hope DK does not buy the Midas that he has queued up right now. Hope he buys the Blink Dagger. Midas will give them nothing, you know.
Yeah.
Like they need some initiation, they need some frontliner. Please don't let the greed go through with you. You're the top of the net worth, you know. We know you did well. But yeah, getting tipped. Oh, he bought Midas.
That's why he got tipped? No, it's probably not, but...
Probably was, to be honest.
You think so?
Maybe. Why else would they tip it? Can be a huge mistake, you know. It is basically a Blink Dagger, and if you're snowballing like this...
You want to just keep the herd on.
Exactly, because like IO is going to have an Agon Scepter relatively soon. He's
Yeah,
gonna farm
actually
this
not
really
too far.
fast. Yeah.
Palace, though, trying to get into the Sacred Relic. He's still quite a ways out. He's almost equivalent to what the Wisp needs to finish the Axe.
Yeah. It's overall a pretty tough spot for Radiant to be in, because they don't have good team fight to come back into this game.
Yeah.
And TA is just hard countered by like 3 heroes. Who is like the winning condition. Together with the Wraith King, I guess. But even Wraith King doesn't have the easiest time to
stack.
Oh, it's a huge stack.
Meanwhile, mid, can they get the deny on the tower? No. Bob gets it. Illuminate comes in, Radavatos with the Blood Right. Sunray trying to keep this Ember alive. Also gets hit by the Rupture. Supernova way too far back. It will go off, but it won't save this Ember at all. So Moon drops this time to Unreal.
Yeah, slight miscommunication there. Taking an Ancient stack while also trying to defend middle. You know, you got to decide for one or the other and get punished by it. Or for it, rather. And Bloodseeker, very fast ATOS.
I believe that was the reveal, too.
It was, yeah. Going to Vessel next against both the IO DK. Makes a lot of sense. Stun on
Dragon
Mirana.
Tail.
Nothing. Midas DK. Huh. That's like a mid DK or carry DK build.
Yeah, not afraid to be greedy.
Yeah. Maybe it's because Moon has been struggling a little bit, so he can take over that +2 role eventually. But it's a scary thing.
Blade Mail.
Yeah, it's a scary thing to be falling into that carry mindset as an offlaner, you know, because you still have your job to do in the game. And just waiting there for what exactly? 3 heroes wasting their time here.
Yeah, not exactly sure what they were trying to accomplish.
And
As again, I think they're waiting on the Remnant for him to jump back.
Yeah. No reason to though. Like somebody has to pressure him in order for that to happen. He's still just waiting there.
We'll clear the camps while they wait.
It's a great idea, but nobody's pressuring him. Why would he jump back?
At this point, there it is the jump, but he has another Remnant.
Yeah. That was a good minute wasted.
The stun does land. He's got another Remnant to jump back with. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains coming through onto Bob. Blood Right with the rod, but it's under the tier 2 tower.
Just to mention, they were ahead 1k on Fnatic before that. Now they're ahead 3k. Because they're just waiting there for like a minute on 3 heroes. Not sure what that was about. Cute idea, but...
It had to happen sooner.
Yeah, and it
the
has to
more and
happen
more you
right
wait,
away.
you're getting overcommitted.
Yeah, exactly. They found like 2 neutral camps in 3 minutes on 3 heroes.
Yeah.
Not that worth it. And the greed, you know, they're getting away with the greed. Axe completed actually already. Midas still up. Going to the Blink Dagger next.
I don't hate it if he's coming into a quicker, or not a quicker Blink Dagger, but he's coming into the Blink Dagger soon after. It's not the worst turnaround time.
Solar Bind.
Radavatos, Blood Right. And with the arrow, that should be a kill onto the Elder Titan. However, the second Starstorm doesn't land. The Illuminate does. Zanky with a kill on a DJ, but Raven taking out Samael.
Yeah. And the main reason why I don't like the Midas is because if Radiant chose to pressure them a little bit more, then they could potentially miss on a lot of kills because he doesn't have that.
Yeah.
But the way it went, he already has his Blink Dagger completed pretty much. And no problem for them.
Really just very conservative from Vice in a couple ways.
Yeah. I mean, they have a pretty greedy draft themselves, and yeah, as I said, they don't really have team fight to fall back on, so they're all pretty reliant on individual plays. Not that easy for Radiant at all.
Is Raven, so when he's not tethered to this neutral, is he looking to tether to DK?
Probably DK. It depends, maybe Ember still at this point, but when DK is level 12, maybe even 18, you know, you just want to tether to the DK. Maybe he even builds the Black Dragon, the axe, you know. Always love to see that. It's just such a humongous thing in the game.
We'll have the Midas to make it happen, so, you know, he could come into that pretty quickly.
Hey,
Meanwhile, Moon again.
Dodged it, though.
This time does avoid it.
Yeah. Good job by him. And Fnatic is ready to fight. I don't think they should give up any more map presence. They've really okay.
They have the blink. There's the Dragon Tail coming through onto the Mirana. Even with the Moonlight Shadow, not going to matter. They'll get the kill on a Samael and dominating for Raven. This time not avoiding the Rod of Atos, but
no damage.
Blade Mail was popped. They're going to relocate in. Sunray on Onryu trying to run. Masaros has a Blink Dagger. Can they catch up to this Bloodseeker? He's moving pretty quickly, but is it quick enough? Yes, it is. Ooh, Bob.
Bob waiting again. He likes to wait this game.
He's waiting to pounce. He's like a trapdoor spider.
He needs like 2 melt hits aren't even enough to kill anyone at this point. Not sure what he's waiting for.
Jabs will just take Icarus dive away.
Yeah. Is it gonna pay off?
Trapdoor opened. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Ah, you activated my trap.
Icarus dive was on cooldown.
Yeah, it was.
So Bloodseeker, he'll get killed in return.
Yeah.
Swoop comes out, doesn't land on the Bob, who will TP away. However, Zanky,
Also
right.
fine.
Spirits were close, but they couldn't tell where he had gone.
Things they're falling further and further behind. Radiance, 400 gold. Is that really a power spike this game though? Can they fight into Dire? Because this IO is scarily strong together with his DK and all the team fight with the Supernova.
Yeah, just about has 10k net worth.
Yeah. This IO is huge.
So is Masaros.
Yeah.
From the offlane, he's almost doubling. Well, not almost doubling, but he's a lot higher than this Bloodseeker.
Yeah. I mean, the roles are a bit different this game. Oh, they see the Raven farm the ancient stacks. They both
No,
see the
just
ward.
take these ancient stacks.
Yep. No Dragon form yet. Oh, the Titan sounds up. Arrow, okay. Just off the mark.
Yeah, it just wasn't timed right.
Yep. Goodbye, Ancients.
Nether Shawl. He'll hold on to that.
Yeah. I mean, there's a position switch this game. Like DK is definitely playing the 2, and Ember is playing like a more offlane kind of role.
Yeah, the farm priority has definitely gone towards Masaros.
Which is okay this game, because he is the IO partner late game. They're trying to set up on Moon here. If he
Yeah,
gets
they'll come
Atos,
bottom. Out of Atos, arrow to follow, blood right down. Pops the Blade Mail, but it's not going to be enough to survive. However, heavy rotations. Masaros is in with the Blink Dagger as well as the Dragon Tail coming through on this Mirana. They'll get themselves one. They've got the Sunray on a Bob. He's trying to run with the Moonlight Shadow, but it won't be enough. He's gone too. So now, the rest of Vice are trying to leave, and they should be successful in doing so. Raven back towards top. Palos, though, will get spotted and needs to maybe be careful on this Wisp. Blood right in. They've got 3 heroes here. The damage with the silence ripping through him, but it's taken a long time, and finally they will take out the companion cube that is this Wisp. Friends no more.
I like how it says on Rage King you collected IO's bones. It's just a ball.
The ball of energy.
Yeah, there's no bones. Come on. What's happening there? Another Blink Dagger initiation possibly.
Dragon Tail coming through onto the Mirana with the Breathe Fire, but doesn't have the damage to finish
Have to
that
be
one
careful.
off, and
Arrow.
walks right into Onryu.
No arrow.
Arrow doesn't end up coming in, and
Now it
they still have
comes.
the silence. Now the sleep.
Oh,
Arrow.
the creep.
Neutral. Flame Guard as well as the Blade Mail. Palos on the run. Radiance turn back on after the Blade Mail is not available for him anymore. They get the
All
first life
rotating
out of
in.
the hands of Palos. They're still looking to take out the second. Everybody needs to come over to save this Wraith King, but they've brought over Masaros, who does have a Blink Dagger. However, the Rod of Atos comes in, as well as the Rupture. They're going to relocate forward for this one. They land the sweep onto the Mirana, as well as the Bloodseeker. Earth Splitter coming in. They've got the Supernova down. Doesn't look like that Vice are going to be able to finish it, but just at the end, they'll blow it up. However, that cost them the life of the Mirana, as well as this TA Bob, and Zanky will join them 6 feet under.
Yep. pretty decisive teamfight victory again. You can see this TA, you know, was busy trying to kill the egg the entire fight. It's not what a TA wants to do. TA wants to jump the back line, kill a support or two really quickly. And it's just not what... Like, he just can't do anything this game, you know? It's just too countered. Like, picking a TA first two, is just very brutal. See Wraith King just trying to get out of there. Does end up making it out, I believe. But just look at this TA, trying to hit this egg with no attack speed. Like, it just looks so sad.
1, 2, 3. Oh, just enough. Like, it was...
Just enough.
They were attacking so slow and...
But it's not worth it, you know? It's just
Yeah.
a support for, like, 3 heroes. They gladly take that exchange on Fnatic every time.
And I can just see the stress and the feeling of this game right now. You know you're starting to fall behind by quite a bit.
Wow.
Zanky runs into Raven.
Just all by himself. He wanted
Yeah.
to block the Ancients, maybe? I'm not sure. Warding mission. Not successful this time.
Kai Assange now for Raven.
Yeah, he's massive. Wraith King, however, if he does get to those 4-5 slots, you know, he will be the strongest hero on this map. It's just, will they get
Again,
there?
Atos,
Arrow?
Arrow, Bloodright, Sunray on top of the Ember, and they're not even going to jump for this.
Yeah. I like how they're all just itemizing into armor. DK naturally tanky. And then you have the Blade Mail Ember Spirit. You know, they don't really care about this TA minus armor too much anymore. We like the itemization.
4,200 gold saved up for DK. Is he going right into the Axe?
I think you should just buy BKB. I mean, if you want, you can buy Radiance, but I feel like BKB is just much safer. You're unkillable.
I want to see him go into the, you know, with the Axe.
Just Black Dragon right away.
Yeah.
I mean, it
With
could
the
work.
with the Wisp,
It
who's
could
about to get
work.
hard.
Yeah, it could work.
Why not?
It's good, for sure.
It's my greedy, no pro experience mentality right there.
Oh,
Close.
that was like almost the same frame.
Yeah. Now Wraith King also picks up a Blade Mail, so multiple Blade Mails in this game, an item that we don't see too much.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why he builds it. Doesn't really strike me as amazing against any of the Dire heroes. But it makes a lot of sense on Ember. Yep, going to Roche. But they know about that for
Flies in
sure.
and
They know about
They've
that.
got Ember near.
It's very risky against Elder Titan. You don't want to
Side of Fist, Searing Chains. That's going to lock up Bob as well as Onryu for a second. They'll go after Moon, who's got a double damage. He'll remnant away. Out of Atos, Bloodright down. Silence onto the Elder Titan, but they get the kill on Onryu. They look over Palace, who's trying to run for this one, but the Searing Chains is out again. The Supernova's in a good spot, but Samael as well as the rest of the team are going to find it in the back lines and blow it up. They did get the kill now onto Samael. 2 heroes gone to the first life out of the hands of Palos. Palos pops that Blade Mail, but there's the blink as well as the Dragon until they've got the damage to take out Palos, make it a third.
That's all
Vice.
she wrote.
Yeah, they'll lose 3 and most likely lose this Roche attempt.
Why did it just go into Roshan like that when they're already behind by so much? Like, it really feels like they have a pretty bad read on the game. Like, they play against Ember and Elder Titan, who are 2 of the strongest pit fighters in the entire game. And they're already on a big goal deficit, you know.
Yeah, now
Interesting
it's
decision.
even more.
Yeah. Ember chasing the Coddle. Gets
Zanky.
him.
Getting caught by himself again. Ooh, but
Tether.
Bob?
Nah, the
All right,
tether's too good.
Tether's in, Blinding Light, not going to do anything, trying to
TP.
TP away, but they've got the Searing Chains. They'll get the kill on a Bob and Zanky. Help your friend Syndrome not working out for Vice.
Yeah, falling apart quite a bit here on Vice. As I said, as Wraith King, you know, he has potential to carry this game, but, you know, the highest priority should be of just giving him the chance to do so, you know? Like, by running into Roche like that, you're giving Dire a free fight, which is what they want. They want to fight you right now, and you don't, but you're
Yeah.
giving them the free fight, which, you know, massively backfired. Age is now on Dire, and when Io completes this hard, I don't know where the damage is coming from. Like, 2 heroes are just going to be immortal.
They've got that Heaven's Halberd for the TA.
Moon again.
Trap gets popped, but Moon, Rod of Atos, Bloodright, Arrow all coming through. They will kill off this Ember. But Raven, he's in, and he
does not
wants
have
to
ult.
fight.
Wraith King does not have ult, he has to be careful.
He's on the run. They'll catch Onryu as well. Samael, they'll maybe get themselves Palace if they dive even deeper, but they'll take what they've got and move to the mid-tier 2.
He needs about 500 more gold to finish that hard. And then it's never die time again.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you say go time, it's been go time, but never die time sounds like, yeah. Does that come before or after lunch?
Like in between.
Okay. So then there's nap time.
What is in between, after, and before? That is lunch, basically, right?
Yeah, so there's go time, which is after lunch. Or no, it has to be before lunch. Then there's lunch. Then there's never die time. And then after that, it's nap time.
And then somewhere in between there is Io has a heart, you can't kill us anymore time.
Yeah, basically.
If he's tethered to the DK, who has like 30 armor, and then he has like 300 health regen. Okay, not 300, but like 150. It's gonna be... What do you do? He literally just sits there, he'll hit your tower, you can hit him with 5 heroes, and he will just be like, yeah, I'm a Dragon Knight, I'm tethered by Io, what do you want to do about it?
Especially once he gets that Ags.
I don't know if you'll go for it.
I just want it.
I
I'm
want
going
it
to say
too.
it 100 times.
I'm pretty sure it was added to the game because of me anyway. Like I was like, hey Ice Frog, what do you think about Black Dragons? He's like, oh, they're pretty cool, you know?
You guys still not on that first name basis? But you do have his, I've heard it's still Skype that he uses.
He uses a lot of things.
Sleep hits on the 2. Zenki on the run. He's the first one to fall. They go after the Bloodseeker, get themselves a second. Onryu dropping 2.
Easy to pick us.
And here's the tether onto
how much health
onto the
is that?
DK.
31 plus. I mean, Io's region is not even active because he's full health.
He gets hit once, and by the time the next tower shot comes in, he's already full health.
Yeah. Oh, so how much is that? Okay. You can't see. It's just too much.
It says 48.9.
There's no way.
It does
Probably
seem
more like
way
100,
higher than that.
150 or so. And that's without the overcharge. You add the overcharge on top, it's probably 200 something. Well, good luck defending, guys. My analytical opinion ends here. The game is broken at this point.
All right, so I'll take over.
Yeah, good luck. Oh, Dragon Knight is also going hard.
All right, so yeah, you're never going to kill these 2 guys. It's okay.
How much reason does he have with double?
Palace comes in, he pops the blade mail, they've got the blood right down, and they'll silence up both the Wisp as well as the DK, but again, you need to scratch the surface of this DK and try and get a kill. He does also have an Aegis, so getting him down once is... Yeah, okay. And now he's got the heart coming in.
Oh, his heart is coming in. Oh, I see that health region.
But he's back to full health. Time to turn it over mid.
Damn it.
I don't know how they're going to break through this.
Wait, I want to see...
Palos focusing his attention on the IO as well as this TA, but there's the Heaven's Halberd with BKB being popped by Bob. Not going to matter all too much. They get the first life out of the hands of Palos. They do end up killing Raven, so they don't have a Wisp to work with, but down goes TA, down goes Bloodseeker. Supernova goes off with the Sunray right on top of Samael. Take out a third.
Look at DK's health
And
region. Without
Palos, ooh, he just needs to run. And I believe he's still running from the M.
Yep.
Yeah, they're fighting 1v1 while the mid-tier 3 is being taken, but backdoor protection kicks in. Moon now invis. Bottled invis rune will stay on Palos, just trying to stay out of range of him getting hit with that stun and maybe another right-click to die, but they've got the Heaven's Halberd. Earth Splitter doesn't land. Jabs right on top of him. The chase is on. They'll look for the sleep. That doesn't land, but it's not going to matter. These heroes are in and ready for blood, and they'll take down Palos.
Everybody was burning. Radiance was burning them, and then Phoenix was burning him, and then Ember was burning him too.
It was a lot of fire.
Yes.
It's the Fire Temple.
It is the
Ocarina
Fire
of Time.
Temple. Yes. Where you can't go in without the red tunic.
Yeah. Somebody needs to buy a red tunic.
Yeah.
If you could just hit that Goron.
So, 105
for
health region without Io. With Io plus overcharge, close to 300.
Blink, Dragon Tail, Sunray, all that damage onto the Mirana, trying to run. That right
One
click
last
is enough.
right click.
Visaros gets the kill on the Samael, and they are invading the base, taking another set. I'll have the
too
Wisp
tough.
back. I don't think they really need to leave. Wisp is going to push through bottom, like Raven will be there eventually.
Yeah, I mean, this DK is just immortal at this point. Unless he runs into the fountain, I don't think he dies. Which he might.
Never
We've seen
know.
it happen.
0% chance for the Radiant.
Yeah, not surprised.
Come
Even
on.
Gaben doesn't give him a
Dota Plus,
chance.
don't be so biased.
Yes. You know, they're doing their job.
Dota Plus?
They know the real analytics. We're just here for show. Yeah. We don't know what we're talking. Io still farming jungle. It kind of feels like a pub right now. I want to see him tethered. Come on, tether him. Tether him.
And he's tethered to the Hellbear right now.
Look at his health region.
Stunned up and full health. It's okay. Oh, he's at full health. Palace is coming in. He really just doesn't drop from full health. Blade Mail has been popped by Palace. He's also under the Shroud of the Moonlight Shadow. Got the Meld Strike hitting on a Masaros. They're focusing him a little bit, but they just can't do anything. Yule's up into the air, Semi out, trying to survive on the run. But Fnatic don't need to chase. They can just take the base.
Yeah, and they're just spamming him away while hitting the barracks. It's a pretty helpless situation. Jumping into the Elder Titan, and there's absolutely nothing, and this is his first life.
Yeah, so Palace's first life is gone. They've got the Blood right down. That will silence up the DK, but Palace hit with the Searing Chains. The lockdown is there, and eventually the Wraith King will fall for the second time, dead for 53 seconds. No buyback. Arrow thrown out, doesn't even hit the Siege Creep. And, well, Semael will join Palos and call GG.
There's the GG. That were one of the most like one-sided series we've had in probably the whole league, right?
Yeah, that was quite the one-sided affair for sure. You know, Fnatic take the victory 2-0. I think in a total of about an hour time, and they also almost got 100 kills in just 2 games in an hour's time. It was a lot. It was a lot from Fnatic and Vice. I mean, again, we kind of expected this from Fnatic. Vice, we've seen them show up at times, but their Fnatic just wasn't going to give them any breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're very serious about this. Obviously, you can't drop a single series in this kind of format, you know. So Fnatic went all out. They drafted almost perfectly against what they were up against. Outplayed them on top of that. Not much you can do as Vice, really. Like, you're lacking in experience, you know. You have like a strategic edge on Fnatic. It's just too tough to overcome sometimes, you know. This time was not the time. Maybe next time.
Yeah, potentially we'll have to see Vice later down the line in the DPC. Fnatic look really good right now. That's a series that's going to boost their confidence, of course, increasing their chances of making it to the major. Every win does that. But, you know, when you get past that halfway point, these games maybe come with a lot more pressure despite the opponent. You know, like, it's games that are just going to weigh on you pretty heavily throughout the entire event when you get later and later. Like, that one last best of 3 might be the reason.
Definitely.
So, it's very interesting. I'm interested to hear what the panel have to say about it, what their thoughts are on this series, and the one coming up next. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Fnatic wasted no time in wiping the floor with poor old Vice. And here to give you the breakdown is my Balkan boys. Guys, what happened?
It's a tough one from the start. You have a team that is not as experienced as Fnatic. You end up with having a worse draft than them, so it's kind of tough for them to play into this type of matchup. But the way this game started, you know, the lanes are not going too well. Bob had a couple of kills here and there on his Templar Assassin. Nothing too spectacular. You know the Dragonite's got a free farm. He's really not contested in that bottom lane. He decides to go for Hand of Midas, then gets a Blink Dagger. It's just the timing that Fnatic is looking into is our heroes are unkillable. Like, we're just going to become too tanky for you to kill us.
Yeah, and the synergy from Fnatic, once again, with this Wisp is through the roof. Like, you were thinking about that first game when they had Wisp Monkey King, that looked solid. But they obviously have a very good idea about what heroes need or tend to go with Wisp well, right? We saw this Ember on the mid lane. Okay, maybe not the best combo, but then you pop off with the Dragonite with the Midas Blink like Lacoste said. Then you have, Kaya and Sanj, and then you have Heart, then you have Sunray, then you have another Heart on the Dragonite, and they cannot die.
The DK had like 3 hearts basically.
He was healing, like he went to like 40-30% health on the top lane push. By the time he was on the mid lane, that's literally like 2 seconds, he was full again.
And we can see some decision-making by Vice is not top-notch. They tried to go for Roche. You're playing against Elder Titan, against Ember. It's really tough one. Like, you're 5-6k gold behind, you go into the Roche pit. You have damage, you know, with the Deso, but it's still gonna take some time. Fnatic responds to that, and from there, it's just, you know, kind of feels like the game's already over. One thing I noticed is, like, the Phoenix eggs didn't look too great, probably, but when you think about it, he was just doing a very good trades. Like, most of the time, egg didn't go off, but they got 2-3 kills out of that, so he's completely fine.
Yeah, he's 4-4-21 in the end. Every time that egg did die, they would get at least an assist from that or a kill.
A lot of kills.
Overall, I think Vice Esports, after this game for sure, I'm certain that they're just falling back to their comfort zone, to the heroes that they like to pick, whether they synergize or not. Like, they don't care about the team composition, about how well these heroes can work together throughout the game. They only care about having that platinum TA. You know, like heroes that their cores are very exceptionally good at, like better than at most, because that really is the right way for an upcoming team to play. But you also need to set up the rest of the team around those cores. You can't just pick a TA in the first stage and then think that it's going to go well. No, first you need to save it for a little bit later. And secondly, you need the draft that complements her. You need heroes that are going to make her shine, like a Slardar, let's say, on offlane, or some minus armor to combo with that meld. Like, you need those things.
Yeah, I mean, it was a platinum tier TA, so I can cut, obviously huge comfort zone for our boy Bob. He wanted to play it. I kind of feel like he was like, hey, can I play TA this game? And he's like, oh yeah, sure.
Why not?
Bonk. Like, I didn't mean
first phase.
Yeah.
It's just a better, more experienced team playing against a team that doesn't have that much. It's like you playing against Black on a mid lane, and 9 out of 10 times you would lose. One time Black would play with his feet, and then you could possibly, get a win. So, something can happen, but it's a rough one, For Vice, it's still a lot of learning to be done.
Well,
it's learning experience. What do you mean?
I'm just chilling.
You're chilling, I just wanted to...
I'm just happy they didn't zoom into Nomad's broken, shattered soul of a face.
It is what it is. It is what it is. We have to be realistic.
All right. Sure. I can take that. I'll take it on the chin. We have ourselves, of course, an MVP for this game, and that's going to be Masaros from the offlane doing work for Fnatic on that DK. The man with 2 hearts. He's lovely. I mean, fantastic game from him. Getting so farmed, just realizing that this is going to be a game where I can just farm my pants off and doing exactly that and turning himself into an unkillable beast.
It's not only that he can, but rather I should say that he should. Because in a game such as this one, Ember does not bring you what you need to have as a pairing with the Wisp. And when you have that Blink BKB on the Dragonite, plus you have that Midas obviously to complement and make you farm even further, plus you get the attack speed. He needed to go this route, and he did. I can see Fnatic really shining when they pick these Wisp drafts.
Absolutely, and we can actually talk to a member of Fnatic right now as we have Jabs on the line. Jabs, are you here? Can you hear us?
Oh yeah, I can hear you guys. Hello.
Brilliant. Well, firstly, congratulations. Well done, beating Vice. First question, do you think it was a mistake to give you guys IO?
I don't know. I think it's too many to ban.
Fair enough. Liza, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what happened in the Boom series, guys. Like, we all expected you to take that, but it didn't really work out that well.
It's like we kind of overconfident, like in game 2 and 3. So like, didn't prepare enough, I think, for the match.
So overconfidence it is. Aren't you afraid? Because this league is really punishing. If you drop one series, suddenly you're not top 2, top 3 maybe. Or you're just chilling, it's fine.
Yeah. I think it's like, it's make us like stronger after we lost to the Boom. Like we kind of know like what to do. And like we're not gonna let it happen again.
So it was a wake-up call.
What happened in the match? Yeah, it's like a wake-up call.
You still have to play against 496, against Neon, and TNC. Who do you think is gonna be the toughest
TNC.
opponent of these 3?
Probably Neon and then TNC, and like 496 kind of like tough too. Like we cannot like overconfident again, because like they have like their own playstyle.
Neon's doing pretty well. Like coming into this league, did you expect Neon to be as good as they are right now?
Not really. Like they just changed their post offlane post 3 with and then game changed to post 4. So I didn't think like they will be this strong. Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's surprising everybody. So obviously in this game, you had 2 hearts on your DK and your IO. Is this a legitimate strategy, or are you guys having a bit of fun?
I'm not sure. I think he just bought it after like we know like they couldn't kill DK and we just hit the tower. They couldn't do anything to DK.
Just too damn tanky. All right, well, you've just beaten Vice Esports pretty handily. Do you think this team has the potential to one day be one of the top teams in your region?
I think it is like all the Philippine Philippine team like is coming up like every team in the league like most of them are Filipino. It's kind of scary how they are.
Yeah, yeah. Alrighty, well, my final question for you then is going to be, does your team have any kind of process, or do you individually have any process you go through before you start a series?
Oh, can you say it again?
Yeah, do you have anything you do before you play a series?
Oh, we do have like 1 hour before the series meeting, like talk about like what are we gonna do and like prepare for the match. So we get ready for the match.
I'll torture you with one more question then. What do you do before with that 1 hour? What do you do for fun? Is there something special? Do you have any hobbies or whatnot? We know the Jabs as a player so far only.
I did like eat breakfast and like shower, get ready for the match. Just warm up like my body to get ready for the match.
Important to get yourself online, that's for
Professional.
sure. And yeah, very professional and certainly worked out today. Congratulations, Jabs, on your win versus Vice Esports, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. I like how he looks at the camera in the end.
Yeah, I guess that's a charming wave. That was beautiful. Hearing from Jabs there from Fnatic, as he gives us a bit of an insight into their processes and their mentality in this tournament. I find it interesting how he was saying, like, you know, they needed that loss to wake up, to switch on. And I think that's the same for a lot of these teams across all the regions. Some teams have been kind of a bit slow coming into it.
Especially in SCA, right? Because you did not expect, like you asked him about Neon, and he was like, no, they just switched up a couple of players. It came as a shock. Same goes for all of these teams, like TNC dropping to Execration in the first day. That should have been the same thing, right?
I love the way he's talking about, you know, preparation between. It's not like Dota related, gets the breakfast, showers, and your body needs to be in good shape to be able to, for your mind to be in a good shape. It really is, you know, if you're at home, you're like, I'll skip breakfast, I'll play these 1-2 games of Dota. Instead, don't do it, you know, get some breakfast first and then be ready to play Dota.
Life advice from Lacoste.
Exactly.
And a shower as well.
And get,
especially
get
if you're
shower.
playing in
It's
a boot
very
camp.
important,
Yeah.
Especially if there's someone sitting next to you.
Yeah, yeah. Why are you looking at me when you say that?
Because I played at LAN with you, that's why.
Oh.
I'm not sure if it was you or someone else, but you know.
There was something there.
We had a similar stench. Got it. Got it. All right, thanks for that. Well, holding no punches today, I see, as we come towards our break. But of course, we want to hear from you guys as well. Head over to Twitter, hashtag DPCSEA to get your words in. Oh, we have a meme. Let's go. It's Raiden time.
It's trying to show
How it is when he's trying to show off his tail neck to the stream, you know. If you move, it'll look more natural. No. This way you get optimal angles.
I deserve it. Yeah, sure.
That is an excellent meme. I like that a lot.
Hey, I'm experimenting here with fashion choices. I'm not saying they're perfect, but it's something different at least. No more.
I love now that you've been called
every-
out about it. You're like 10 times more awkward about it as well. You know, just breathe, Lizard. Relax. Okay, let the outfit wear you.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Whatever you say, man.
Is
It's not
that-
gonna help me. I'm already in this hole.
Is that why you asked me at what temperature am I washing my clothes? Because this one kind of is a bit too small.
No.
Did it shrink a bit?
Did it shrink?
No, I got swole. It's not about it shrinking.
I see.
Sadly.
I see. You
I mean,
definitely didn't buy
luckily.
a jumper that was too small for you again,
No,
did you?
not at all.
No,
What's
no,
funny
no.
is my
Wouldn't do
girlfriend
that.
told me, why didn't you buy it smaller? I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, you should have bought it in the
baby
kids shop.
size.
Yeah, exactly.
And of course, if you want to see Lizard in all his glorious definition in 4K, then you can do so by heading across to the YouTube stream, which is being streamed in glorious 4K definition, so you can see every single muscle, every single wrinkle in that turtleneck. Oh, yes, there it is. Our 4K viewers are loving that. Alrighty, guys, it is now time to throw it across to a break. It's going to be about 40, 45 minutes before we get into the next series, which is, of course, going to be TNC versus Boom, a very exciting matchup, which is going to break some ties in the region and find out exactly where we're standing with this one and who possibly is going to be making it to the major. It's all very exciting coming up just around the corner. Sit tight and join us in a few minutes for that series. 40 to 45 minutes. We'll see you then.
change your range.
Hello and welcome back to the Dota Pro Circuit. We're here in the SEA region with PGL to get through today's games. My name is Nomad, and joining me on the panel is Lizard as before, but a new fresh face. We've got Black joining us. How's it going? How was the casting this morning?
Was good. Refreshing, quick and easy, you know. Not much. Yeah, it was pretty just relaxing, you know, like
Good,
like in
good.
a spa, you know, getting a massage, like yeah.
Ah, I see. That's what it's like casting with Peacock. Very nice.
Yeah.
Are you feeling good? And are you feeling competitive?
Always am.
Good,
Yes,
because
always am.
we have a treat for you guys. That's right, we're going to be playing a special game show called
A game?
Show.
Guess the Voice Lines.
Wow. Guess
Guess the Voice Line. We went in different directions with that one, but that's
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be hearing some voice lines, okay, and then you guys are going to have to throw up your hands as quickly as possible.
Here.
As once
Can I
you know
go?
what it is. Once you know what it is,
What?
okay, if you answer it correctly, you won't be able to answer it again.
But for production,
Me? Can I go?
no, I gotta say, I need a louder sound in my ears. I'm gonna go full tryhard mode.
Okay, you're going full tryhard.
Yeah,
mode,
so
alright,
I need louder
You're
sound.
gonna get
guys.
wrecked, Scrub. Chill out.
Any of
You
us can answer. Okay, all three of us are playing, okay, and we're going to hear the voice line. All right, so let's hear the first voice line.
Fought badly.
Here.
Is it first?
Easy axe.
Is it Axe?
That was easy.
Come on, bro.
Good job.
that was
All righty.
easy.
1 point to Lizard. Let's hear the next voice line.
Hey.
Lizard first again.
Clinks.
Was it Clinks?
Easy, bro.
It was Clinks. 2 points
I'll
to
let
Lizard.
you. I'll let you go one.
All
I'll
right, all right,
give
let's
I'll
go.
give you a
Next voice line.
Pitiable attempt.
Lizard again. He said he'd let you go, but put his hand up anyway.
I mean, I gave him a second.
What do you mean? I thought you're not gonna do.
Do you want to
it.
go?
Okay.
Go.
Elder Titan.
Good job.
It was indeed right. It was indeed Elder Titan. All right, let's go. Next voice line.
How shameful.
Go. Black.
Spirit Breaker.
Incorrect. Incorrect. I'll go for this one. Was it
What? But you don't get to go after. Just go next.
Earthshaker?
next.
No, it wasn't.
All right. Do you want to try, Lizard?
I actually don't know what it is.
Is that why you're trying to tell him to go next, Lizard?
Yeah.
Wait. Can we
Wait,
have it again?
Wait, just
How shameful.
It seems obvious.
but isn't it Spirit Breaker?
I thought it was Spirit Breaker.
No,
But it's not.
Spirit
Okay, go
Breaker.
next. Go next.
Wait, what is it?
What is it? How shameful. It feels so obvious. Oh, I know. It's Magnus.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
Magnus,
it
yeah,
is
the
Magnus.
same
It is
voice,
Magnus.
man.
Got
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Got it in the end, guys. Don't worry. Alrighty. Next voice line.
Oh, I'll be signing autographs out front.
Black?
That's Monkey King.
No, it's not.
Is it Void Spirit?
It has to be Monkey
Can I hear
King.
it once more? It was Monkey King.
Even though I got it right, I'm wrong.
Alrighty. Next voice line.
How did this happen?
Black?
Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job. Alrighty.
That's 3, right? That counts.
What?
Because I said Monkey King, they said wrong.
No, you
Yeah,
got
monkey,
that one
monkey,
right. Yeah, you
monkey
got it right,
counts,
right.
of course.
All right.
Okay.
Next one.
Yeah.
Lizard.
Spectre.
Yep, indeed, you're right. All right, the final one. The final
My
voice line.
patience is rewarded.
Black.
Spirit Breaker.
There we go. Spirit Breaker came back once again. Alrighty. So let's find out who was the winner. It was Lizard.
No, I wasn't. He won.
I'm not keeping the score.
I kept the score. He won with that one Elder Titan, right? Like he's 4, I'm 3, no?
Look, I'm not going to argue. I wasn't counting either.
All right,
so,
it's me.
You know, it's you. Well done, Lizard. You won
Thank you.
Guess the Hero. Congratulations.
What do I get for it?
You get an enormous sense of pride and accomplishment, so well done.
What? No, I want something real. I want a prize. I already have
prize.
that.
No
All
prize.
right, you can have a secret lab chair if you can take it home with you.
Yeah, sure. They're very light and very comfortable to sit in, so I'll take a secret lab chair with me.
They're
sure.
not very light, but they are very comfortable to sit in, and they are, of course, our sponsors of the show. So if you're in the market for a new chair, check out Secret Lab. But I think with that, it is time to get into our second series of the day, and it is going to be Boom versus TNC. They'll be battling it out in a very important series. These guys are all tied up. They're both 2-2 in the series score currently in those standings, along with T1, who are also 2-2. And these are three teams which are hungry to make it to the major. And of course, there's only 3 spots available in this region. So it's very, very important that both of these teams win this game. But of course, only one can. Who do you think it's going to be?
This
Probably
is one of the
TNC.
toughest ones, right?
Yeah, it's very tough, but if I was a betting man, I'd put my money probably on TNC. Boom is looking strong, but man, every game that they win, it's on the back of Mikoto and his performance. Like, he's the one upcoming shining star of the SCA. He might join a tier 1 team if he decides to part with Boom. And right now, he looks like he's always the one really pulling them.
I mean, if he sounds like a very risky better, because if I was a betting person, I would not bet on either of these teams because this can literally go anyway.
I'm not a better as well.
I know you're not. I'm just saying you sound like a more risky one if you were one. But you're not one. We all know that, of course. Neither am I. We're very proper gym bros.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to bet. But yeah, like this series is really TNC. Sometimes they play really well. Most of the time they're struggling. Same with Boom. You know, like I don't know. Like we'll have to see. This is going to be a true and well 50-50.
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, what do you think has made TNC feel shaky in this tournament so far compared to dominance of past?
So the thing that I feel about TNC is that they started in a shaky way, same like Fnatic. You heard Jabs before say, yeah, we were thinking that we were overconfident. We thought that we were stronger, then we were proven that we're not. One thing that TNC have done throughout the last 3 weeks is improve. Like the first series they played versus Execration, yeah, they lose 2 games to a Medusa. But in the next series, they adjust their draft versus a Medusa draft and they win, right? So they're improving, they're steadily making changes. And for Boom, I'm not sure I can say the same. They're playing on their 1-2 picks of Quap, maybe Storm Spirit for Mikoto. But when it comes to those crucial moments, you remember the game versus T1, to push high ground, to go into the triangle, they fall apart a little bit. So
Yeah, but on the same token, TNC also played T1, and they got absolutely crushed in all 3
That's
games
also
in the
true,
early
yeah.
game. They made 2 comebacks, which I'm going to give a little bit of credit to T1 too, because you know they didn't play out the games properly. But I feel like Boom is a team that if you lose the laning phase badly, they will punish you a lot. Especially Mikoto, if you give him a good game on a hero like Storm, as you said, he will just win the game. You know, like you cannot allow that guy to go crazy.
That also says a lot about the region itself. They're mostly focused on individual talent and skill and just outplaying you. It's something that Black said first time when we asked him, so how is it playing in SCA pubs and whatnot? He said, maybe there's not as much cohesion, synergy, and shot calling as in EU, but man, are they skilled. They're way more skilled than anywhere else.
Yeah, even more skilled than in Europe, you know. But in Europe, the biggest and most important difference is that there's so much team play here compared to there.
Well, we do have our head-to-head comparison, and of course, when we're looking at Boom, we have to look at Mikoto. And TNC, of course, Armel is always a huge compartment of their winning strategies. And as you can see, head-to-head, you know, kill participation, Boom is flying off the charts here. He is one of the highest rated when it comes to kill participation from that middle lane. And just generally, like, his stats look really good across the board because he is playing in that kind of hard carry. Well, not hard carry, but, you know, carrying from the mid lane sort of role most of the time.
He's carrying them hard, but he's not the carry.
He's not the hard carry. You're right. Terminology is difficult.
It's mostly also because of the way the lanes go for them. Sometimes they lose the outer lanes, but his lane goes well. And then you can see the Storm Spirit just jumping around. He gets that very early Orchid, goes into the Bloodstone, just does so much across the map, and that's where the kills are coming from.
Yeah, Armel has been, I think the biggest difference for me between those two is Mikoto has been popping off lately, and Armel is really underperforming for me. Against Neon, you know, when he played this TA Monkey matchup, he got absolutely destroyed. Against T1 in his matchups, his rotations were really off. He just seemed very, off his game, really. Whereas Mikoto is really shining right now. So we'll have to see if he gets back in shape and if he can stop Mikoto that way.
Maybe a little bit more hunger as well coming from a younger player. This guy that just got his 11K a month ago at the beginning of the tournament. You can see that the strength lies in that hunger when it comes to SCA. The strength lies in just wishing to win so much that you're pulling everyone together.
And we can have a look at the head-to-head matchup between their winning curves as well. And this is telling an interesting story as well. As you can see, Boom Esports, you know, they have won a lot of games when they managed to end it quickly at the 25-minute mark. And before, you know, they haven't lost any games at that point. And then it kind of goes down over time, which kind of, again, alludes to the fact that they have struggled to close out games. And there's been some questionable decision-making when it comes to that late-game scenarios. Meanwhile, TNC, slightly shaky across the board. We're not seeing the consistent TNC of old, but rather a TNC that has been dropping games they perhaps shouldn't have been. But when it comes to those late games, they have it together.
So they didn't win a single game pre-30-minute mark.
It means they haven't had a game which has
ended,
which has gone that long. Yeah, so we don't have any data from before that point.
TNC's late game, like we have seen it against T1, is really solid.
Yeah.
But as you said, like the early game, mid game is very shaky in pretty much every game.
Yeah, but that's the big difference, right? Because Boom's late game does not look that solid.
Yeah,
it's.
But the early game looks very solid.
Early game looks great. Rotations from Mikoto are awesome, but when they need to invade that triangle, when they need to set up the perimeter around their base, choke them out, usually what happens is they try to go high ground a little bit too early and they get punished. We've seen that in many of their series versus T1 especially.
Yeah. So what do you think is going to be the big deciding factors beyond the mid lane?
Exactly that. Decision making in the late game. I think that's really.
So you think it's going to go late game?
I don't see the games ending that fast because SCA is a little bit different of a region. If you're looking at EU, I think meta is shifting completely, and you see teams trying to go for these aggressive lineups. Like last night, Seb with the Furion, right? OG versus Nigma. If there's any anti-mages, Medusas, whatever, that team usually loses. Here in SCA, I still feel like, yeah, they like to brawl it out, but usually we fall back to some late-game carry potential heroes.
I think as well, when it comes to Boom Esports, player they also rely quite heavily on having a good game, which we don't really talk about at all because he's just kind of overshadowed by Mikoto. It's in fact Hyde. I think he's had some excellent games. He always itemizes correctly. I think he's actually the kind of backbone of this team. And yeah, for example, when he played the POS4 Pangolier, I think it was, you know, destroyed along with Mikoto, building a spirit vessel to shut down the enemy team and just generally being extremely powerful force to hammer home the wins for them. He's done that a couple of times over, usually in conjunction with Mikoto, not really taking over from him, but he is a position 4. That's kind of his job. Jabs, we haven't seen him really kick off yet in any tournament, and we know he can. He can be a very flashy 4 player if you give him the space to do so, but I don't know, it almost feels like everyone's kind of... Sorry, not Jabs. Tims. Yeah,
I mean Jabs as well. You can say the same thing. Like he's
for sure. I mean Tims and Jabs are very comparable in this tournament.
But yeah, they're just well known, right? You kind of expect them to do well, right, Luck?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Tims, Jabs, a lot of the POS4 players that have been around forever. You just they know. I mean, you know what they're gonna do, and they're probably just gonna be very stable. They don't have many holes in their gameplay. They might not be the flashiest, but they always do their job, Like, they stand there with a shaker, they'll provide the visual support, they'll put good eggs down, but they won't, like, play like a POS4 puck like Shinkyu does and, like, destroy everything. Like, they're more stable.
The same, exactly, more stable. That's the correct way to call it, because there's a lot of these there's 2 versions of position 4s. You can have these stable guys that just always do the same thing. You can kind of predict them. You know what they will do, but they will do it really well. And it's on you to prepare against that. And then there's those flashy guys. Like here is Jinkyu, like you called him in China region, Then you have Roger in CIS as well. They might win you the game single-handedly, but when things go wrong for them, you don't want to play that game.
Yeah, it's a feed train.
Yeah, it's a feed train, exactly.
Yeah.
Have you ever been privy to a feed train back now? What's it like being on a team when that's happening?
It's rough. I'm not only for the player himself, because he loses all the confidence in his place, but also for the team, because obviously it feels like you're just playing 4 versus 5. There was this time when I was in VG, FY was also considered one of the flashiest like support players around with his Rubik, everything, you know. He has settled down a lot since then. Like just become much more stable, less flashy, which overall has made him like a much more complete player, you know. But back then, he would just keep jumping in, one death after another. There were games where it was like 225 and stuff, you know. Like he would just not die, not stop dying the entire game.
Why do you think it is that younger players tend to be more aggressive? Is it because they don't evaluate the risks as much because they haven't had the experience?
Different play styles as well. Different heroes that are played at the current time when they breach into the pro scene. If you remember, at one point there was that Monkey King era when everyone was playing Monkey 4. Just it breeds different type of a player into the pro scene.
It does indeed. Alrighty. Well, we want to hear from you guys as well, of course. So head over to Twitter #DPC SEO, and you guys have been keeping in contact. Let's have a look. Ah, yes. Here is this. Wow.
He actually posted it.
Yeah, this is a gym picture following Lacoste's advice about how to take care of our bodies.
I saw the chat. I saw that they
are
want
in
some
action.
gachi-gasm in the chat, you know, that they're spamming hydras and whatnot. I don't know what that means, but in any case, I just...
Like, I don't know, this picture is just so wholesome. Like, I don't think we need to explain what's happening, you know, it's just wholesome all around.
Yeah,
It's very
you guys are
swolesome.
getting very close. Very close
Very
over
swolesome
this.
even.
Swolesome. All right, we have another tweet as well from a fan, and this one is Ravens IQ as carry got 100% win rate. Triumphant beats. Oh, it's IO.
IQ.
It feels like his face is getting like pulled out. like from all those like Doctor Strange movies, he's like grabbing his
slowly merging into that of the eye. I hope that doesn't happen when you play too much of a hero and you just start to slowly transform into them.
What did you say? Nothing, huh?
Just start talking in beeps. Learn the language.
Sorrowful beeps.
I love how some heroes have like 3 sentences for their level 25, right? Like Skyrat or whatever, even for his prediction. And then you have Phoenix and Wisp literally just making scream. Like,
but it's very like a triumphant squawk.
Yeah.
Denying squawk. Like, what is that? You ever heard a bird outside going, "Oh, like that bird's denying me"?
Before we jump into the draft, imagine being the voice actor that's been said, yeah, you just deny the creep. Make a denying
Yeah,
squawk.
make a noise if you're a bird that's just denied a creep. Like, excuse me? Like, I'm not getting paid enough for this.
Yep.
Alrighty. We have ourselves a draft. We are getting into it. Game number 1, a TNC Predator versus Boom Esports. And we're going to start things off. The Disruptor on one side and a Crystal Maiden on the other.
And Puck again ignored.
Pango banned out, however.
Yeah.
Like, Puck being ignored, we might see it still, but it's not as prevalent in SEA as in other regions. But one hero that always made that Pango work on Boom Esports is Cascute on his Crystal Maiden fight.
Yeah.
Pango needs a lot of mana. Like he's been buffed up a little bit. His level 10 talent is nice, but...
he just woke up.
And he just woke up, yeah. Hello.
Yo, Fabi, you all right over
Morning.
Yeah, you can see it in his eyes.
there? Yeah.
He's a little bit drowsy still.
So
Hopefully that doesn't affect the drafting.
The hair is a little bit messy still, you know.
he's going full
Last
bad
time he
hair.
looked so flash as well. Like, he looked so clean and flash and ready to go.
He's going
He's
full K-pop
yawning,
now.
even look.
Oh, the yawn, yeah.
He's gonna make me yawn.
Oh, no, they lost, dude.
Now the whole
They
chat
lost.
is gonna yawn as well.
Yeah.
Resident sleeper. Man. Oh,
Need to be sharp.
How about them? Let's look
Look
around.
at Drew, man. He's hyperactive.
Yeah, he's not stopping.
Oh,
He's jumping
yeah,
around.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey, give me that troll. Give me the troll right now. Give me a girl.
Play.
Do it. Oh, that's
Get
right.
the draw! Yeah!
Now Drew's happy.
Now he stopped being hyperactive. He's like, "Ugh."
He's like, all right, I got my hearing. Now time to get into business.
Thank
mate.
you, guys.
Preparation. Meanwhile, Kescute, you know, he's a face of concentration.
Yeah.
All it is, he doesn't express much emotion through the draft. He's just analyzing everything.
And Drew
that
is not
comes through.
stopping. He's gonna waste all his energy. He won't be able to play. Deep breath. Now he's relaxed. That's it.
For the moment.
For the moment.
Find your chi.
never mind.
Now,
He's-
Balance your chakras.
Mikoto, however, he is completely chill.
He has hair in his eyes, though.
He'll move it. It's during the draft. He doesn't have to see right now.
It's actually a strategy where, you know, you take away half your vision, and then when you start playing, you move the hair.
And then you're like super focused.
Omega Vision.
Omega Vision.
A little bit back to the drafts and on the serious note, we have the Phoenix and Nyx banned out by Boom Esports, extremely good bans. Then the Razor because of the troll pick, nothing really extraordinary there, as Black obviously knows.
Extremely knowledgeable. Thank you.
On the other hand, we have the Beastmaster, as they do need an offlaner with some lockdown on the side of Boom. This lane though, Crystal Maiden and Troll, it's not an easy lane to play even if you're a Mars. Like, what do you pick here? Whatever you pick on 4, it's going to be hard for him.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. They might just go into something like, because as you said, this lane is pretty much unwinnable no matter what you put there. So they might just put a Shaker there, just give him like a little bit of experience, and he can start roaming around.
Shaker is great. Earth Spirit as well, perhaps. Like we see in different regions, Earth Spirit just helping that offlaner a little bit, maybe creep skipping, and then just goes rotates mid and whatnot. Which would be a solid choice for TNC to pressure Mikoto a little bit in the early game.
For sure. Storm is not banned yet, but they do have pretty good heroes against Storm. Because for some reason, Storm's Ball Lightning does not stop Glimpse. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah, but why does Astral Imprisonment now stop it while Storm doesn't?
There's no info on that. It just,
it just
happens.
It just happens. That's so strange. Like
one is a banish and one is transportation.
It doesn't.
But you're still invulnerable, right?
Yeah, you're still invulnerable, but that doesn't mean you're banished. Banish is a feature of its own, which Puck and OD have.
Feature.
And
anyway,
Shadow
Storm
Demon.
is banned
out. Yeah. Better safe than sorry.
No banishes this game.
There's still, if you really want to be like that, there's still different heroes such as Quap. But what I really like on Boom is when Mikoto is playing heroes that can go in and out of team fights very easily. Quap is nice, but once you're in, and you really have to think about the way you engage. And if you have to think about the way you engage, that means that your team really has to do most of the heavy lifting in that team fight. Someone needs to go first, someone needs to make space for you. And he, frankly, usually does not have that. So some Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, anything like that.
I mean, Storm is just unique in a way where you can go in and out so
Or
easily. Or OD. Might be offlane, though. Probably offlane. I'm sure you can play OD,
but they ban Puck.
They did ban Puck, yeah.
And there's a shaker as predicted. Tim's above the screen there. He's going to be playing that Shaker. And then, of course, we have Hyde on the other side as well.
It's usually the only thing you can do, really. If you run into like an impossible lane, you just want to give him like a small edge at the beginning, and then you just leave him alone. There's not much you can do, really, in that lane.
Creep
too
skip,
strong.
Something like that, right?
Yeah, it's just too strong.
The new way they block the enemy wave and not their own, so that the wave pushes under the tower.
Has to be careful, though. Like, that trend is... You know, people are picking that up now. Then, if they both wait there for him, he's dead.
Or if the support just goes around and takes the creep wave, pulls it away.
Yeah, I think there's
maybe
counterplays to it.
Maybe there's some time there, to do it.
But the OD also ignored. I didn't even realize that.
Also, OD would be so good versus Troll too, right on the other side if they picked it up.
They've already got it on Boom, so
I know,
And it's really good against TNC as well. Like, it can save against Glimpse, as we said. If anyone ever gets speared in the arena, you can save him as well. Just in general, it's really good with Troll because it helps him get that ult off. Can potentially turn team fights around.
You probably don't want to use it on Troll if he's ulted, right?
Yeah, not if he's ulted,
probably not.
If he didn't ult yet. Yes.
And it brings you this flex option, right? I still think that it should be mid lane.
Tiny.
Oh.
As a +4, I'm pretty sure.
This is one of our not great heroes so
No,
far.
I'll never say Tiny is a core anymore. Like, Tiny can't be a core, in my opinion.
Wait. This matchup Morphling into the OD historically isn't that great for Morphling. You have the pure damage from
the lane is also tough.
OD. The lane is tough. He does scale well against the Troll, but versus OD it can be problematic. Plus Tiny, if he gets an early Blink Dagger, if he finds you with no shift, you don't have time to do it before he kills you.
Yeah, or an Invis rune. We've seen plenty of times where it's been Tiny versus Morphling. He just gets an Invis rune and gets a free kill almost every time.
They might even just say, okay, this is Tiny mid. I've seen this. Sometimes it's a trap because Tiny isn't as strong as he used to be.
Yeah, I feel like it's always. And it's also not really like a Mikoto hero, in my opinion. Yeah. It's more like a Thompson kind of hero.
But it's not... OD doesn't strike me like a Mikoto hero.
No, I think it's going to be offlane OD Tiny this game.
And then last pick for Mikoto?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I would love to see that, yeah.
I still hope they keep it open, though. I don't hate Tiny mid this game, as much as I haven't liked the hero. I think there's a possibility they could go for it. And I mean, they just see what TNC pick up.
They could potentially. It just can get scary if you start falling off.
Of course.
And then, yeah. And I feel like Mikoto always just loves to be this kind of guy that can always scale into the mid lane. And because his decision making is so good, Tiny can kind of take that away from you if you're having like a little, you know, like a bad game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't strike me as a Mikoto hero, like, at all.
Yeah. If you're TNC, you also need a mid. And so you can see Boom Esports just banning out those heroes. They're still bats in the pool, I believe, right? Yeah, no, it's banned out by Boom.
Banned out, yeah.
Boom banned it in the second stage.
Yeah. You also have to be careful what you pick, because Morphling can potentially also still go middle.
Yeah, it's definitely flexible. It's not as strong as it used to be on mid, but it's still solid.
Yeah, against some spirits, it's pretty good.
Why isn't it as strong as it used to be?
I just got, like, the numbers got nerfed a little bit, like his stats.
Ah, right.
But that's pretty much, and the waveform damage and mana cost.
You used to just go shift and waveform, and that's it. And you farm around the mid lane. You get that early Aghanim's or E-Blade. But even Yule's right now is a very popular build.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Which is really weird. Not a fan. Like, it just doesn't. Like, they build against early Orchids because it's half the price of Manta, but it just doesn't do anything for you.
Yep.
I'm gonna Yule you. Wow. Scary.
it's
I think it's usually when you have someone who's quite mana intensive that you want to turn into, right? And some usefulness there, but
it helps a little bit.
It's odd. It's odd for sure.
Dead Prophet banned out. I believe Boom Esports just bans out another
20 seconds left.
Mid laner here.
I think TNC are planning something here. They're all laughing, which is a bad sign for Boom.
Or a bad sign for TNC. You never know.
We're screwed, guys.
Silencer banned
No,
out.
I think they're good.
Silencer.
Oh,
Interesting.
Yeah, that must have been something from.
So they're going with Void Spirit.
That's not entertaining. I was expecting some cheese.
Now Odie could just go. Odie crushes that matchup, and then they could just pick a hero to really pressure the morph. Who could that be?
Put your thinking hat on, Black.
Crazy Seb move, pick Elder Titan on the offlane.
That could be really good this game, actually.
Negate that Morphling's
If
aura
you do that,
completely.
you crush 2 lanes for free and you counter the winning condition. I would really like that. But I go Bloodseeker. I don't like that.
Oh no, Bloodseeker.
Offlane Bloodseeker against Morphling is not great.
At least Morphling will always be playing on low HP,
Yeah.
right? Because of the shift and whatnot. That's a small prize that you get with this Bloodseeker, but
Decent amount of burst with the Tiny and the Bloodseeker. It's not the hero we wanted to see, but is it enough to make you think the Boom are going to take this game one? Lizard.
I really didn't want to see the Bloodseeker last pick. They still have this Mikoto going off of mid lane. And you know what? I really like TNC's draft. I think it's very more well-rounded. And never mind, I convinced myself. I'm going with TNC. I like the Shaker. Shaker Morph and Shaker right now is too strong. But Odie, Mikoto, Black. Are you gonna go against me?
Can you sway me?
I mean, this is how I was telling it to myself. This OD looks so strong.
I mean, he can own this game single-handedly, pretty much.
Yeah.
But can he?
The way I see this game is basically Mikoto versus Gabby. And the way Mikoto's been playing recently, I have no reason to doubt him. I'm going to go Boom for this one, guys.
And OD is good versus Morphling too later on.
So I've taken the pressure off you, Black. You know, I've taken the Boom.
I still have to decide.
You still have to decide between the two teams. That's how this works.
All right, can we get the casters in first? I actually have to do some deep thinking here.
Alrighty, let's bring in our casters then. We've got B-Cup and Lacoste in the casting
Don't
booth,
go too
ready
deep.
to go for
not too
game number 1 of this series.
I need
Guys,
to hear Lacoste.
very quickly as the game is now live, what are we thinking about this one?
I'm thinking not Boom. I don't like the Bloodseeker pick, and not really convinced. I feel like this hero just falls off so quickly. And
Alrighty.
yeah, TNC for me, for sure.
Yeah,
B-Cup.
Read the tree rings. They told me to pick TNC. Simple as that.
3 for TNC, 1 for Boom. Black, are you going to even the scales, or are you going to tip them on over?
They convinced me to go with what I thought originally, which is Morph Shaker should be too good this game.
Alrighty. That's going to be 4 for them then, and just the singular one lone man going for Boom. A brave, handsome man going for Boom by himself. We're going to throw it over to our casters, though. 2 more brave, handsome men. B-Cup and Lacoste, take it away for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Yeah, coming in here. Big series for both these teams. It's coming down to the wire with both these guys as the middle of the pack is very close. And look at this. Already. Toss into the blood right. Fissure comes out. They get first blood on the Febby regardless. And Mikoto is the one who gets first blood. He's always the one you have to worry about when you are playing up against Boom.
Yeah, and he gets the first blood, so good start. We already know what OD is going to go for. It's a meteor hammer, so yeah, pretty standard stuff. Tower damage, something that they kind of lack until Troll comes online, so a lot of value coming out from that hammer.
And we'll see how quickly he can get into it. We've seen that 1v1 matchup with Hammer. You know, the Astral Imprisonment into the Hammer, and when you're 6, Sanities blow anybody up and enjoy your lane even more. So we'll see how he does up against Armel. You know, we've seen Makoto struggle in the first few waves before, but has been given time in the past to kind of recover. I don't know if TNC are going to be so forgiving if they are to get on top of Makoto and, you know, lead this matchup somehow. But we take a look at the matchups around the map. And, well, let's take a look as, yeah, here with the Fissure up towards top. It's Drew. It's Drew back on the Troll, which should be interesting.
Yeah, it feels like that's his most comfortable hero. So something that he knows how to play and like what to do with the hero, knows the power spikes. And it feels very comfortable just playing it.
And he's played it a lot just in this DPC. So we'll have to see how he can play it this time. It's definitely been hit or miss before with him. They're already putting a lot of pressure on to KP in the off lane, but the Fissure in from Tim's just trying to disrupt what they have up in that top lane. I was hoping maybe they'd go with the Brewmaster, but they have that Crystal Maiden in the 5. I love that Brew Troll combo. It's been pretty disgusting to see that Cinder Brew.
Yeah, the combination is just so good. Being allowed to ignite people with the Whirling Axes, low cooldown. But the CM, you get so much from the CM here because you have Tiny playing position 4. Tiny consumes so much mana, and with the Crystal Maiden Aura, it's going to be much easier for him. This is the combination we've seen quite a lot. I think Team Liquid played it multiple times. Tiny plus a Bloodseeker, toss into the Bloodrite, and later on toss with the Rupture on. So it's a kind of a cheap damage, cheap setup.
Yeah, maybe Tiny's the answer to all these Bloodseeker losses that we've been seeing in this region. Get that Rupture, do damage with the toss, like you said. Ooh, Armel taking a lot of damage, only working with a shared Tango and another stack. No salve right now at the moment. But it's pretty tough for the Void Spirit. They said that the panel said this matchup was going to be very difficult for him, and Makoto just standing on the high ground trying to fight. FBZ being pushed back by the Thunder Strike of the Disruptor. There's a lot doing here when we get to the mid-game. A lot of big ultimates between both these teams. You know, Arena, Echo, Static Storm, Sanities. Like, you're freezing field. You're dealing with a lot of potential team fights that just get very chaotic.
One thing I'm worried about is they don't have real save for Morphling in this game. Like, there's nothing to purge things off. I want to see Bloodseeker in this game going for Spirit Vessel to be able to deal with the Morphling. Out, toss back on the bottom. Morphling has 2 points in Attribute Shift, so he should be fine. But something he benefits from quite a lot on the bottom lane is that Morph loves to play on like 20% HP, so Bloodseeker's passive ability would be a lot of value, and we can see Armel also on the mid lane, just playing on a half HP.
Now Blood right down again. Gabby getting low, silenced up once more. Although Hyde not working with a lot of mana. And he's already got that urn on FBZ. So, like you said, they want to be working towards getting that Spirit Vessel. See how quickly he can get into that, going for those boots, upgrade them, and then maybe Spirit Vessel afterwards. Meteor Hammer for Makoto is close. He's having a good time so far at 21-3. Surprisingly, Armel is towards the top, and, well, really, he is the top. 23-4, gets some rune control, pops an Arcane Rune, and we'll have that bottle filled back up, so that should help him sustain a little bit more in this lane. And it hasn't exactly become that one-sided matchup that we were talking about
he actually
earlier.
goes in. Armel is a mad guy. Purple hero with the purple rune.
Make
Purple
stuff
spells.
happen.
Yeah. Makoto is getting very close that hammer, once he gets that, it's not that easy to use it on the Void Spirit because of the Dissimulate, the Astral Step, so you have to time it perfectly to able to get him. But maybe some rotations on the side lanes could be a bit better. Also, like Armel needs to buy so much space for the team for Morphling to come online this game. Tims, how's he doing? Level 2. They do not want to battle this. Crystal Maiden plus Troll, just too much damage. Troll goes to the secret shop, gets blocked off, but he's more than fine. They just don't have enough damage to kill him.
Yeah, not enough damage at the moment. Just, you know, Drew posturing forward, making sure that they can control that bounty rune up the 5-minute mark. So far, so good for Boom. They're up 2K. Sometimes we see them struggle with their laning phase, but for right now, things are looking really good. I mean, Morphling's 18-3, and the Mars only has 9 CS. Mars is getting nothing at the moment, and Febby might be dead again. Bloodright, yeah, he's gone. FBZ getting that kill on Febby, so making it 2-1. Boom, all over it at the moment. TNC struggling in more than one lane.
Yeah, so far so good. 3,000 gold lead 5 minutes in. We've seen this so much actually across all other regions as well, where teams just fall apart after the laning stage. Mid lane, Hyde ready with this toss combo. They drop the second hammer, you know.
With the Sanities, it's just so easy. They've got the Meteor Hammer now, and Armel, his lane gets a lot more difficult now that this Meteor Hammer is out and the pressures come on, and that advantage is there for the OD. So Boom really just kind of rolling. And TNC, they need some answers. They need to buy some time, but it looks like the pressure's coming quick from Boom.
Armel has a TP ready. Also, Fisher is available. Let's see if they decide to make a move on a mid lane or just possibly TP to the side lane. There it is. TP to the side lane, refill the bottle. Thrall is level 5 only. Let's see who they can get. Armel.
I think spotted him.
He spotted him, so it should be a kill on Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden, Astral Step with the Dissimulate. Another Astral Step eventually pops to the damage, and Armel at least gets something out of it. Obviously wanted the troll, but the positioning from Kescute was really good, considering he just wanted to peek out, maybe feeling that Armel might come top, and does end up getting that vision. Avalanche toss onto the Morphling. Gabby waveforming back. Very risky situation there, as this Morphling has not been given an easy lane. 40-10 for FBZ.
Yeah, he's doing really well. I don't like the item build. He went mana boots. You already have Crystal Maiden Aura, and I see Yule Scepter, so it's too much commitment for like mana items. Top lane.
Yeah, going for the troll. They've got the spear, but they're backing off this one with the massive TPs coming through from Boom. This might be decent enough just to get Morphling some space if you don't lose any heroes, but they've used the Rupture. Bloodright down, KP moving back, losing a lot of life. There's the glimpse onto the Bloodseeker kinetic field, but the Avalanche as well as the toss is still going to land. They'll get the kill onto the Mars, and, you know, take something for the massive rotations that come to save the troll.
Like, you can still upgrade those mana boots, possibly get, like, Guardian Greaves, but still, you want to have a real item. You know, just get some clarities going, possibly a Raindrop, and if you're building into Yule Scepter as your first item after the urn, you don't need mana boots.
Just trying to slow the game down, but Tim's just backing off the lane in time. Makoto just looking to farm at the moment with the Meteor Hammer. That gets stopped with the Fissure. Not bad.
But he's fine. We'll have another one in 10 seconds. Arcane Rune is picked up. CDR minus 30. So, all good.
Look at the net worth. It's just dire, dire, dire. And then 4 heroes here from TNC. It's not looking good so far, but I mean, we expected that from the OD. Maybe not so much the Bloodseeker. But for right now, Boom definitely happy with the position they're in. And need a lot of time here from TNC to kind of bring it back. Bloodright down, KP low. Urn put on him. Won't get that kill. Arcane Boots early for this Earthshaker. We've talked about the multiple builds that we've seen from this hero. You know, Brown Boots into just Blink Dagger, which we're finding has a lot more success.
Yeah, like this time around, they just found an item that Earthshaker wants to use, that's Fated Brooch, so it gives you 200 mana. So like mana boots feels a bit of too much commitment here.
Yeah.
Because you need to farm 2,000 gold to still get a Blink Dagger. Rupture on the top. I don't think they're gonna dive. Hide.
Under the tower. They do
Thunder
have
Strike
glimpse.
is also available.
Is that tower shot gonna help him
Yeah,
get this
he's
kill?
dead. Maybe gets the kind of solo kill. Mars really struggling. Like this is the something that I didn't expect this lane to go this way. Drops the
Ooh,
hammer, but
missed
misses.
it.
Very uncharacteristic for Mikoto.
Yeah, you don't normally see a miss like that, especially given such a free opportunity. Now, Astro Imprisonment. Wow! That did a lot more damage than I thought it would. Sanity's just going from half to dead. I was staying silent. I wasn't sure he was going to drop something like that. Fissure thinking about it. And now
Mars
Earthshaker
is
in
only
some
level
trouble.
5, so there is not enough damage. And yeah, this Bloodseeker running around with a lot of move speed. Like the rotation from the Drew, like he understands there should probably be some pressure on the top. So I rotate to the bottom lane. It's gonna be, wow, this is actually an insane time. Something that Drew also had in one of the previous games on Troll. Just like 12-minute Battle Fury.
Toss up into the air, and as he hits the ground, Febi's dead. Yeah, this is all going right for Boom. Our lone handsome host. Looking for the proper prediction. He saw this coming. He looked into the skies and thought that Boom were going to win all 3 lanes, as they've done so far. It's been really good from them. And I don't want to sound like I'm too surprised, but we've not seen all 3 lanes like this go well for Boom. We've seen like Mikoto have a good lane, where Drew kind of sacrifices his lane. We've seen like Drew have a good lane, but Mikoto doesn't do that well. I think this is like one of the first games from Boom where we've seen, you know, a culmination of all 3 lanes going this well.
Usually it's the Mikoto who's doing the heavy lifting. His lane goes well, carries the team. Drew is kind of a hit or miss, but yeah, if you give him Troll, you know that he's going to deliver. There's one ancient stack, a couple of other stacks that he's going to be able to farm. Feels like right now TNC is just playing a catch-up game.
That's a tough catch-up game, too. You've given someone a 100-yard dash ahead, and now it's your turn to go. Can you catch
everyone
up?
just needs to catch up on TNC. Like Mars wants to get his initiation item, maybe even get a BKB as a first item, which I wouldn't mind. The Yule Scepter is fine, but the problem is, like, where does Tim's farm? He can't farm any farm on the map right now. Is just jungling. Bottom lane is pushed in somewhere where usually the position 4s farm when you want to give them farm priority.
FBZ still putting pressure on bottom. Mars kind of waiting here, looking for an opportunity to go on to someone, but just the Tiny and the OD. Static Storm bottom with the Thunder Strike. They've got the kinetic field locking in the Bloodseeker as well as Glimpse to pull him back. He'll use that Rupture. They'll get the kill, but here comes KSQ. Meanwhile, Mikoto gets killed on a KP off screen, but you're taking a look as this Void Spirit's in a lot of trouble.
Silence.
And yeah, freezing
Man,
field.
what a play from KSQ. He takes this opportunity so that Void Spirit used all of his spell, no Astral Steps. The Simulate was ready, but Bloodright, man, 6-second cool, 6-second duration on that silence. Mid lane.
Ooh, catching him with the imprisonment, but no Meteor Hammer follow-up. And Makoto's just getting kills while that's happening. Like, yeah, they get the kill on FBZ, that's great. But he's getting another one, and he's 4-0-0 right now, going Meteor Hammer, Blink Dagger. So we'll have positioning to Blink, Astral, Meteor Hammer.
Blink Dagger is a natural pickup for OD, where you can set things up with a Blink Dagger, or you can just blink out when you feel threatened from the Astral. Gives you enough time. I'm really worried for TNC.
Yeah,
Who's going to make any kind of aggressive moves? You don't have a Blink Dagger on Earthshaker. Your Mars is almost as farmed as enemy Tiny. And Tiny's getting the farm priority. Like, Boom is making all these right moves.
Rupture used, and there's the Astral Step. The Urn's on him, looking for the Fissure. That will land, but not put him on the right side for maybe a Spear follow-up. Morphling's going for a Linken's, and that's usually an item you see first from Morphling when it feels like you have to play defensive. You can't really output anything of your own offense at the moment.
Against Rupture, against the Astral Imprisonment, it's going to work fine. They don't have anything else to proc it with. Frostbite, Astral, and Rupture. So should be an okay pickup.
With the
timed
Astral.
perfectly.
Yeah.
They get a kill.
Now you've got a Blink Dagger for Hyde pretty early on. He's sitting 700 gold in front of the Earthshaker. Like, even the 4 positions getting a lot more farm. And I say a lot more farm, he's ahead of the Mars, who's really not had a game. KP has not been able to find much of anything around the map. Granted, Troll and OD are taking over most of the map. It still allowed FBZ to get some farm. You've got the same situation kind of with the Morphling as well as the Void Spirit, but the rest of the team really hasn't found anything.
Boom playing so well right now. It feels TNC is not playing Dota at all. It feels like they're just
hoping that something
running
lets
around.
up.
Yeah, exactly. Running around the map, trying to get something out of it, just farming, not making any plays, just playing super defensive.
Astral Imprisonment once again with the Meteor Hammer down and the Avalanche and the toss coming through. Armel just doesn't have a chance.
I like how Mikoto, missed that one. Meteor Hammer on the mid lane, so they think, this guy's pretty bad. It was a great bait from Mikoto. Now he hits every single one of them, and on Void Spirit actually twice. So he's not having a game. 9k gold lead already.
Yeah, this is spiraling out of control. But that being said, we've seen it time and time again where teams they get too comfortable with this lead and they let it go. So Boom, they need to feel that fire under them. They need to realize we can't get comfortable having this big of a lead. And you just got to keep the pressure on. You give Morphling a little bit too much time, you give Void Spirit a little bit too much time, or even the opportunity for, Tims to set up something with a Blink Dagger, things can start to go wrong.
You're just losing too much map control at the moment. Lost the tier 2 tower. They are going to take your outpost, so it's going to be really, really rough. Earthshaker, 300 gold away from a Blink Dagger. When they get that, should try to smoke and get something out of it. Mikoto
Blink
once
as well
again.
as the Astral Imprisonment. Mikoto slams down the Meteor Hammer. And he's making it look too easy now after we talked about him missing that one. So yeah, just continuing to get kills after kills with that combo. No surprise, really. And it's just left Drew to do his own thing. Yeah, he's got a kill, he's got an assist, but Battle Fury, Yasha, going into the BKB, Sanj afterwards, like, things are pretty straightforward and easy for Drew right now. I don't think he's had this open of a game before with Boom.
All he needs to do is just hit the creeps pretty much, get a BKB, join fights. Tim's getting caught on the bottom lane, 10 gold off a Blink Dagger.
Blink Dagger.
3, 2, 1, bought it. Okay, he's good to die.
Just had to buy that time. Just get that Blink Dagger. Meanwhile, KP's caught again. Makoto's found him, and he's not going to survive.
But this is actually good, because they just killed an Earthshaker. They saw he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Morphling on a mid lane. Gets the attribute off.
Got the root on him. They'll have the freezing field. Coming through is this Void Spirit. 8th Remnant locks up Kescute, and
it is that easy.
They're gone.
So yeah, once Earthshaker respawns, they just kill them. They won't think he has a Blink Dagger, so it's kind of a surprise play that TNC can do. Smoke purchased by Earthshaker. Let's go. It's go time.
Yeah, they need to find them together, though, and that's not really the way Boom have been playing. So you're using probably, this smoke, Echo, Blink, Debut to find maybe one kill. I think if you're TNC, it needs to be a big Echo Slam. If it's true, that's good too, but they're right over to the side. They'll throw the spear. That'll connect. Now waiting for some follow-up, but the Avalanche lands onto both KP as well as Gabby. They're going to Astral step in with the Void Spirit. They'll land the 8th Remnant, but there's the Astral Imprisonment. That's going to save the Troll for the moment. The Sanity's Eclipse is going to be dropped on the Gabby. They'll go over the Tiny. They get the kill onto Hyde. Now Fissure.
He's
kind
waiting
of
for a
splitting
big
this
one.
fight into 2. Tim's waiting a long time. Echo Slam drop. They get the kill on a Drew. They'll take out 2, but they've bought back on Hyde. They're trying to get the Tiny back into the fight. They've already killed off Gabby, so this Morphling's going to be gone. The Astral Imprisonment as well as the Meteor Hammer is slamming down right on top of the Void Spirit, so the right clicks come in and will eventually finish off this Void Spirit once they catch him out of the Dissimilate. BZ loses a courier, but he's still able to kill off KP. They'll find themselves Febby a blink away from Tim's, and maybe Febby's gotten away too far as he's up the stairs and out of the reach of Boom. But overall, that looked okay from TNC, but much better from Boom.
Yeah, it was just a decent Echo Slam. Thought he's going to go on OD. That ward, I don't think, they put a good lane ward to see that, a better fight, how it's going to go, but didn't catch OD. And even if he catches OD there, I don't think there's enough damage to bring him down. Man, KP's just not having a game.
Yeah, he's not allowed to play Dota now, sitting behind Tim's in terms of net worth. Like, his game has just felt stagnated since minute 2. It really has just halted in terms of growth.
Love this hood pickup on a Bloodseeker, where it allows him to be more tanky. Most of the damage coming out right now is just straight up magical.
Oh, Febby. Tossed up into the air. One more shot for FBZ. Tiny laying it up on a silver platter for the Bloodseeker. And now in a Roche. You've got no Echo, you have no Static Storm, no Disruptor for 20 seconds, and it may not be the quickest Roche, but it should be the freest of Roches, because there's no way that TNC want to fight
They're
this.
not going to contest that. They have no Echo Slam, so no fight. But what they do have is Shard, picked up by an Earthshaker. So it's going to be much easier for them to fight. For those who don't know, lowers the cooldown on a Fissure. You can walk on the Fissure, and whenever you cast ability, Aftershock hits people and stuns them, or on the Fissure. So sometimes we see Echo Slam being used just to stun people instead of going in and dealing damage.
Now the thing with Shard is I think you have to now respect the high ground defense of
for sure.
TNC much more. And Boom, whether or not they follow that, we'll see. They have an Aegis to work with. They have a massive gold lead. But we've seen it before where it feels like it's the last defense, and somehow an Earthshaker from the high ground just has all that control.
What Boom can do, they don't necessarily need to go for tier 3 towers. Instead, just try to make map smaller for TNC, get a pick off, control their jungle, just farm up until the second Roche. It's a much safer play than, you know, try to go and risk things out. You can go, try to poke it, but Earthshaker with a Shard is just very, very hard to fight into.
Cute. It's like he knows exactly where KP is, walks right into him, has some help from Makoto. Astro Imprisonment as well as the Meteor Hammer coming down, and I mean, we've talked about how KP's not having a game. Even when he's hiding, he's dying. It's just
yeah,
not
this is me
a game.
playing hide and seek when I was a 5-year-old, just to, you know, hide in front of the house instead of, you know, inside. So get seen every time, but yeah.
How do you guys see me? You're right there. Like, you're in front of the house. Of course we see you. And that's what KP was trying to accomplish. It just doesn't work that way. It's like
really
hiding
does.
behind glass. It's just not going to work. There was a point in my life where I thought glass was one-directional everywhere. Hide
You
and
were
seek
not a
just didn't work.
smart boy, weren't you? Huh?
At that point in my life? No, not at all.
I was about to say that nothing changed. Just kidding. Big Cop, good to have you here. Glimmer Cape. Aegis in the hands of Troll. So this should be, I'm going to say an easy tier 2, but once OD joins, possibly with the Meteor Hammer, there it goes. TNC is just, we need to sit in base. That's our play. If we pretend we're dead, maybe they just leave us alone.
Maybe they'll think the game's over and call GG themselves.
Yeah, like, we're out of this one. We have nothing to kill.
So we'll see. It's the fainting of death play. We'll see if it works. This is a play call that got used to get called back in the day, guys. You've never heard of it before. It's the fainting death play. You act like you're not really on the map, and you are.
Okay. So now the DiCaprio tried it in Revenant. That didn't work too well.
Not really. Drew just kind of up here by himself for the moment, but getting reinforcements as time goes by. Ooh, spots KP, and, well, now Hyde coming through with the Avalanche. They've got the blood right down. KP caught in the trees again. He is not enjoying his time in the forests, as the trees around him feel like they're playing for one side, and that's Boom.
Let's see this Fissure high ground defense. See how that one goes. Very effective so far. Once Fissure is used, OD can go in and try to use a Meteor Hammer.
And they just back off. Don't want to pressure too much. They've got a Basher now, Patrol. Buyback only available on the Crystal Maiden if you're on the side of Boom.
If they continue to play like this inside of Boom, No, just take it slowly. Don't go for the high ground push. I think that's the correct play. Instead of trying to go for a high ground, Gabby. Oh, turns into OD. Astrals him while he was channeling the Meteor Hammer. And it's hard because they don't have anything to pop the Lincolns with.
Ooh. Blink, Hyde sticking with him. Avalanche toss, and they've got the BKB pop by Mikoto. Astro Imprisonment, Blood right down, and a dead Morphling. Man, that is unfortunate. Just trying to get some farm here and can't even get some time to himself.
We're going to talk about the Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit, so that's going to be, you know, a good item to control, possibly. I wouldn't call it backlines, but yeah, because they already have 2 BKBs. Bloodseeker doesn't care too much about it. Has a Yule Scepter. Tiny also very close to getting his Dispel with the Yule Scepter. So great itemization from Boom this game. Bloodseeker going into pipe, something that we usually don't see. A lot of value here against the Earthshaker, against the Disruptor. Just tank it up. Make your team much more durable during a team fight, which I really like.
Yeah.
I would love to see potentially like a Guardian Greaves after this to just be unable to... TNC doesn't have that much damage, you know. They have Echo Slam, they have Static Storm. If you can survive through that, you kind of won the team fight already.
Yeah, and if they don't get anything out of it, TNC are definitely on the retreat after that. This Morphling is now behind all 3 cores on the side of Boom. It is not the best situation to be in when you're trying to carry the game on your back at points. So
we've seen, you know, Earthshakers and Morphlings still being very strong.
Coming over, there's the totem. And Tim's to the blink, looking for the TP out. Avalanche, oh, Sanity's dropped. And they will get the kill on Armel. They'll at least get the Void Spirit. So I thought it might have just been a troll, but instead it ends up being basically everybody. And this is great movements from Boom all over the map.
TNC still have that Troll plus, Morphling plus Earthshake combination. Problem is Earthshaker has 1 point in Totem. I don't like the mana on level 10 picked up. You already don't have any kind of mana problems, and your Morphling will have that Aghanim Scepter pretty soon, so you just want to max out your Totem instead.
Right.
Like that 1 point could make a bit of a difference. Mikoto jumps in, gets the kill on Febby.
Now godlike. So buyback comes in from Febby. 3-man fissure with the totem hitting all 3 as well, but no follow-up to that either. There's just not a lot of ability to feel comfortable here for TNC or really get anything out of this. They're trying, but man, it just feels like there's nothing there.
They're not trying hard enough. Just kidding. It's a very tough game for TNC where, you know, it's not much they can do. They can hold on to high ground defense, potentially smoke. 1 Roshan is up and try to take a Roche fight. May respawn in 20 seconds. We can see the courier flying. That's just going to die.
Not much there. It's 23,000 or 22,000 net worth lead here for Boom. Man, it is... It's all falling by the wayside here, and it's just... I don't know what you do if you're TNC. Just hope that they take forever to take your high ground to the point where you've got items where you can fight. And is that even enough? You're still going to be behind by so much.
For sure. Boom is just controlling the whole map pretty much. Their wards have been on point throughout this whole game. Like, I like the wards around the 10-minute mark. Febby.
Yeah, blood right down. Dead. Avalanche toss, even with the glimpse. He's already gone. And Morphling. All right. Safely out, but they'll find KP. Oh, or will they? Blinks away. Tims and KP are in a ridiculously far forward point of the map.
Right now cosplaying Puck, trying to cut the waves, or possibly an anti-mage, just delaying as much as possible.
Trying to cosplay a little bit as a hero that can cut the waves successfully all the time. I respect it. Orb Destruction found for Boom. That's on the OD. We'll see if he holds on to that. Probably not. Got Earthshaker still trying to use this Philosopher's Stone to get enough gold to get into the Octarine core. Picks up the 8th one, so...
It's the dream item
Yeah.
when the things are not going well. You know, you're sitting in the base most of the time, so some extra gold kicking in. And it's also a great item when you're ahead, because, you know, extra gold, why not?
At any point feels really good, and well, now boom again, another uncontested Roche. No chance for TNC to really find their way into this Roche pit, which for them is fine. They're going to give up the Aegis. They probably know that, and they're going to go on their way and just try and farm anything they can get from the map.
Mine is truly a
Now it's time for Boom to go for a potentially pick-off, transition that into Tier 3 tower. FBZ trying to find Gabby, but Gabby just TP's out.
So Aegis Cheese both on the Troll, going for a Hex on Makoto. I don't know what this Morphling is going to be able to accomplish. Yeah, he's getting to turn into the Earthshaker's all well and fun, but I don't know how much it's going to help. They've also got the Shard on this Disruptor. Have that Thunderstrike to apply to the Morphling. They're trying to make something. Who knows? Maybe the double fissures coming across on these heroes splits up the fight so much they could work on maybe the OD to start. Leave the Troll probably for last if you can. We'll see.
Boom still respecting the high ground defense. 2 Fishers, Shard on Earthshaker. They could easily like block them off if they're not careful enough. And Morphling, he deals like, let's see the damage, plus 700. So it's almost 1,000 damage per hit. Totem is maxed out now, so all good. I like how he skipped the level 15 talent instead on the Earthshaker, just to get that extra point in the Totem that I talked about.
Yeah. I've not really spoken about the Void Spirit too much. It feels like he got that Ags and yeah, straight to the Lincolns. We'll see if that ends up really doing much of anything, and they should just about have this Abyssal on Troll. Astral Step with the silence. They back off immediately. A lot of respect to the high ground.
Abyssal Blade is ready now on Troll, so he can be the one possibly going in and just blowing up one target.
So 24k lead. There's the smoke. TNC not leaving their base, just staying on the high ground, waiting for Boom to kind of push in. And the question becomes when.
They didn't kill any Tier 3 towers. You know, Roshan will respawn in 5:30, may respawn, so that means 2.5 minutes until Aegis is reclaimed. Smoke from TNC, they want to surprise them, Radiant using a scan, so that should be an alarm for Boom. Like, why would they use a scan if they're not smoke?
Yeah.
Because it feels really weird, you know. For now, they were just sitting in the base. So this smoke, this scan actually reveals them. What they were
they've
plans
got the
are.
kill. They take out high. This seems like it's TNC's first kill in who knows how long. I mean, they also committed Static Storm. I don't know if that was entirely necessary, but that might have been also to help get out, just in case.
I'm a bit afraid, you know. This
one kill.
Earthshaker, Morphling, he's farming his items. Once you get that E-Blade, BKB, they don't have any abilities that go through BKB besides like some bashes from Troll. So if he can find enough farm, Gabby, you know, he's been silently farming, still decently farm at this point, considering how the rest of the team is doing.
He's got Shard too on the Morphling. Okay. So, dumb question for the viewers at home. But if you've got Shard on Morphling, does it give you the Shard effect if you're morphed into the Earthshaker?
No, it shouldn't. No. That's just
that's
too
the
OP.
that's the answer, chat. There you go. Definitely wasn't me not knowing the answer.
The case, then I'm like, yeah, you know. Well, we'll have to see. Dota works in mysterious ways. It shouldn't work, but you never know.
I am curious. Because, you know, I was
Yeah, look at Morphling. Like, it's so bugged. click on Morph while he's in the Earthshaker form, he has 3 abilities. Like, what is that?
Just a tiny little hut. So they smoke up again. They might find FBZ. Oof, double fissures. And the totem. Yeah, wait. I saw the effect on both. I want to say that was the effect on both. I'm not certain. I'm not just hyping it up right now. We'll have to see. They get the kill on a Femi. They've got the arena down. This feels like the first arena of the game. Astro Imprisonment on the KP. He'll pop the BKB, but the Abyssal Blade is there from Drew. And they will still eventually find this Mars' life.
An offlaner for an offlaner. They survived through the second Roche without losing a tier 3 tower, and this is what matters for TNC. Like, Gabby's getting ton of farm.
Yeah, Gabby's starting to get there. You said you were scared after the tiny kill. I'm kind of getting there with you.
It's still a 20k gold lead. OD has a Hex. Tiny working towards his Hex.
All right, let's see this again. I want to say my eyes deceived me. 1, 2. Right?
Not sure if that's just you know, passive
Ooh, here
ability.
they come, and they're going to go onto the troll. Drew! Get blown up by this team!
Okay.
Signs of life start to grow for TNC.
Like, they just lost the 6,000 gold lead in the last 2 minutes. So, and Earthshaker, he has enough money to actually buy something that's going to help them quite a lot. You know, just a cooldown reduction. Here it is, Octarine Core done on the Earthshaker. This extra gold from Philosopher's Stone is actually insane.
So let's watch this replay again. Fissure, Totem, and then Earthshaker's Fissure and Totem. It's making the effect. It might not do it, but we'll see.
Maybe it's not working out on Fissure.
Radiant are scanning.
Uh-oh, Avalanche was used. KP blinks in. Pretty aggressive. They've got the Rupture, but the Fissure comes through from Gabby. Another Fissure from Tim's, crossing the streams. Now, looking with the arena when the BKB popped by KP. Aether Remnant locks up FBZ. Nobody dead. Everybody hold your horses. So 19K lead here for Boom. Still waiting for Drew to respawn. It might have become that time where maybe Boom respected the high ground a bit too much.
Yeah, it could possibly backfire. So I asked some pro players while we're casting just to be sure, and apparently Shard actually works with the Morphling Shaker combo.
That sounds really broken.
That just sounds that's actually so broken.
Oh my god. You thought Earthshaker Morphling was broken before. My greatest creation.
Yeah, it's like we did not need something to buff up this combo. And I can say for certainty that DNC, they're fully back into this game.
Net worth means nothing.
Even though net worth says a bit of a different story. Oh, they even find
Telescope.
Telescope. Come on. Where's the CDR? I want to see Spell Prism. If they find that, or Timeless Relic possibly, they still have one more item to find.
Oh man. If it's Spell Prism, I can only imagine chat's thoughts right now. A lot of OS Frog, I think, is in our future. Or at least in that Twitch chat.
They have one cooldown reduction with the Quickening Charm, okay, but they still want to find something else.
So, let's see. Almost E-Blade for the Morphling. I almost said E-Blade for the Earthshaker just because his portrait, but it's almost that E-Blade. Then the Scotty. They're waiting. They just, oh my god, Drew. Drew's out. Makoto behind him, though. The rest of the team is there. They know. They felt it. Felt it in their bones.
Surprised they didn't go for like tier 2 towers after having that Aegis. You know, they gave opportunity to TNC to come back into the game with the Fissure, with the Morph turning into Shaker, and now he's getting closer to the E-Blade.
Yep. Shiva's next for the Void Spirit. Morphling catching up to where Makoto is now. Things are starting to look good for TNC despite the fact they're down so much. The game is...
I still can't believe the shard actually works. You just buy a shard and morph, turn... I mean, you have to buy Aghanim Scepter on top of that, but they can just perma-stun people. Like, you can't go high ground.
Especially if it's in an X.
No, if you use Fisher, Shaker uses Fisher, Enchant Totem, another Fisher, Enchant Totem from real Shaker, then Enchant Totem from the Morph, then the Fisher will be back up again.
I'm not good at math, man. You're telling me to put all these numbers together, cooldowns together, see if they pan out and work out, and making Venn diagrams and whatnot. For all you guys at home who can't see, we both kind of have our hands around our head area thinking, how is this possible?
Radiant are scanning.
But we'll see if it works out. Ooh, coming over, Avalanche toss, KP still. Just getting killed off as
KP
Boom.
still doing his best to keep this game balanced.
Yeah. So Boom, they find themselves one. They find a pick off this time. TNC are still trying to farm up. Third Roche. It shows its face.
Shadowblade on OD, just trying to snipe people. Has actually enough damage to pretty much kill anyone during the duration of the Hex.
They could
Astral.
fight this Roche, right?
Without Mars, 20 seconds. He has buyback, but no tier 2 towers to TP to, so it's
tough.
It's tough.
You would have
don't
already had to
back.
buy back.
Yeah, like he needed to buy back.
Are they going to fight
much
this?
Earlier.
Tim's throwing a fissure in. They see this right now. Enchant Totem. And maybe Morphling is looking for the jump.
Another Totem.
Oh, another fissure. Is it coming? No. Holds it the entire time. Fissure finally thrown. They're going to start to retreat from this fight. Kinetic field on the high ground. They're away.
Oh, it's so long. TP Fabi actually manages to get out.
Middle tower is under attack.
Well, Space Jam in our lives right now.
What they could do instead, I see Earthshaker holding a telescope, and I also see Disruptor having a Psychic Headband. So you give Psychic Headband to Earthshaker, Disruptor holds the telescope instead, and then you get even a bigger fissure range. But for now, you're just holding onto that Fellae, because you want the gold to kick in. And once there is a fight, you put the telescope in. But would love if they just swap the items instead. Claims.
Oh boy. This is, it still feels like such a hard high ground siege. Ags for the troll. Let's see. Just looking. It looks so like it should be so easy, right, for Boom? You're almost up 30K. You have this huge advantage. People, are probably saying, just go high ground. Make it sound so simple.
I don't know if you can. Like, eventually, you're going to have to try to do something. Aghanim Shard was picked up by a troll, so he can dispel things. He can dispel Thunderstrike. He can dispel... You can dispel silences. You can dispel God's Rebuke.
And Waker being built by FBZ. Makoto still hasn't died in this game. That's what's crazy. He's 10-0-7. He's going into the Swift Blink. Okay. And then MKB for the troll. Even just the fissures sitting in the lane are scary.
Just the Fissure, man. It's insane how much value you get from it. Well, I assume we're going to have like a fixed patch pretty soon, and they have to do something about the Earthshaker Shard, because it's just too strong.
This seems super balanced to me.
Yeah, nothing wrong here. Move along, people.
Don't look at this clip, Ice Frog. Just go. Get out of here.
Right, they're going in. Smoke. You have to try. Like, eventually, you have to try to go for the high ground. Drew is sitting at the 9,000 gold at the moment.
Like, yeah, I mean, that's how uncomfortable they feel taking high ground right now. They're saving all this buyback gold. They're waiting for the perfect
so much
moment.
fun. Didn't get to play the game, but
now he's got Blink and BKB.
He's taunting in the base.
Oh, okay.
Well,
double Fissure in the lane. And then they see that bottom, and then Boom goes top. Try to take top, Fissures come out, and they move somewhere else.
So they decided to swap the items that I talked about, but Disruptor still needs to give Psychic Headband to the Earthshaker. You can't use 2 items.
Quickening Charm for Morphling. Oh, cliffed himself.
Dire
Cliff
are
Teasy there.
scanning.
For the twins.
Did you see the new one? The Ward Roki?
Oh yeah, twice in a row. You know, Dota is just a fun game. You would expect pro players to not make many mistakes, but they're all human. At the end of the day, Hyde doesn't even try to go for it like Avalanche. Like it's nothing you can lose from that, because like you use Avalanche on one side. If you see him and you run it on the other side, you have a Hex, you have a Yule Scepter to stop the TPs possibly with, so you should always try to go for it. Have you seen a kill?
Oh, the Fissure range now.
In the last, like, team fight was not in the last 10-15 minutes. But, you know, gold lead.
Extending, 34 now.
34 right now.
Still doesn't feel safe. Honestly. Oh, now some tier 3 damage. Fissure. Glimpse.
Another Fissure.
There's another Fissure. Totem. Another Totem. FBZ thinking about moving forward, but he gets by the Silence Astral Step. Minotaur Horn.
Another Totem.
Fissure. Fissure.
Totem.
He's taking so much damage.
It's just, I mean, they're dealing some chip damage to the tower, so that's okay-ish, but you can see that they can't fully commit. And this animation, like these cosmetics on Earthshaker, it looks like you're using Echo Slam every single time you use a totem. Which
I
is,
do have to
weird.
look at the green diamond a lot, just in case.
I was like, green diamond? What? Yeah, no, I know. At the first I was like, what is he talking about? What green diamond? Am I not aware of something that Earthshaker does?
It's a hidden skill. It's only found...
All right, I'll be right back. Just grabbing my stick to poke these guys to do something.
Just coming in. Do it from a distance, though. They have a lot of farm. I can't keep up with it. I like that Crystal Maiden's just like blink, smoke, ward, gem. Like, we know where this game is going.
He needs to buy another gem. Bought the gem, lost it. Now Morphling is holding it.
Swift blink for the troll. Ooh, Makoto. He's invis and might find the Morphling. Fissure from behind, though. Oh, no.
Makoto's dead.
They find Makoto.
All right, I'm going to say, it might sound stupid, but TNC, they're in full control of this game.
FBZ and Disc gets popped. Fissure range. Totems coming through. Yule's into the air. It's not over. 33K is just a number. They're going to go after FBZ. They've got him locked down. E-Blade in. There's the kill from Gabby. Meanwhile, Kezcute's been found by the Void Spirit, and Febby gets the last blow there. 3 dead on the side of Boom. They just added a third of their previous kill score in literal seconds.
Tiny,
and they
Fissure
found
into
Tiny
Fissure into
and
Totem,
the totems.
into Totem. What has Dota become? Why is this a thing? Like, it's like... wait, did they lose another gem or did he drop it?
No.
Oh, Morph dropped it. Okay, so he just bought a full Scotty. On top of that, he can get bigger, you know, get that shard. But the other heroes are not going to scale, man. Drew had all the free time in the world to do something with the farm. I think it was a mistake not going for the high ground push after getting a tier 2. A second Roche. I can't even speak properly after what I'm seeing here. Double buyback.
Yeah, I mean, now you're using buybacks because the first team to take a tier 3 is TNC, down 30K.
Doesn't matter. I think it really doesn't matter. And it's also going to get worse as time goes by because Earthshaker level 23 soon, you know, get that level 25, you get the Enchant Totem cooldown, so you can just keep spamming that. And you always have a high ground defense. If you have buybacks, next Roche will respawn in 2 minutes. So right now they expended the 2 buybacks on Boom.
Yeah, you're now down 2 buybacks. Daedalus next for the Morphling. Because, you know, if you're not hitting hard enough already morphed into the Earthshaker, why not make it a little bit harder of a hit and make sure these heroes die even quicker?
All they have to do is buff up Morphling, keep him alive.
Yeah.
And I love this Lotus Orb build-up from Mars. You just use it on him. Like, all eyes on Morphling. He has a Lincoln Sphere on top of that. Oh, man.
Armel. Look at that.
He's getting Arcane Blink. You know,
Oh. BKB. Astral Step. Resonant Pulse. Armel trying to leave. There's the Abyssal. Is it enough to lock him down? Resonant Pulse. Into the Dissimulate. And then first
range
hit
bash.
bash. That
10%.
feels bad.
Wow.
1 in 10.
So, yeah, he has buyback. Mid is being pinged out. Gabby might actually go for it. Let's see.
He has Arcane Blink.
Arcane Blink done on Earthshaker. So that's...
Ags finished on the Disruptor. We've talked about these late game situations and like Coddle's not getting Ags and Disruptor's not getting Ags. Here's the Disruptor. Ags finally showing up. Totem, Totem, Fissure, Fissure. It definitely sounds like when SpongeBob's trying to create the Krabby Patty, or bun, patty, cheese, pickles, lettuce, tomato.
I didn't watch that episode. I watched all the others, but didn't watch that
There's
one.
the blink in. They're going to pop the Lincolns. They've also got the toss up into the air. And the Morphic taking a lot of damage. The BKB pop by Gabby. They'll get the kill on the KP, but into the Static Storm. Here they come. Echo Slam down. Drew is gone. Freezing Field coming in for the Crystal Maiden. Is it going to be enough? They get the kill on Tims. They'll take out Hyde. They've also installed the Tiny. They're going to buy back on Tims right away with the BKB pop here by Armel. Kescute, he falls. Now Makoto, he's next in line to go down. And OD is gone. Oh boy, FBZ, he's going to be next.
That's a
you can
full
run
team,
fast,
my baby.
but you can't get away from the double Fissure Totems. It's Morphling, Earthshaker combining into one, and they will take out your entire team.
They might actually, with the Swift Blink, they might be able to just surround one hero with 3 Fissures and you can't get out. So Roche actually respawned, so that's a refresher.
No buyback on the OD, no buyback on the Bloodseeker or the Tiny.
I think this is game. Like, they're just going to go in and try to end the game with Roche Shaman. They're not even getting Roche. They're going in.
They got both earrings.
Wait, how
they
does
confused
OD
together.
not have buyback?
I don't know.
Wait, we've seen this happen. Like, they're pinging tier 4 towers. This just might be it. Let's poke, see what happens. You don't necessarily need to use my stick that I poke them with, but yeah, check it out. You know, see if they have buybacks.
Yeah, Fodi's not going to buy back. If nobody's going to buy back, you might want to just go tier 4s. We'll see. I mean, they're getting a set of racks top, and here it is. There's the call. Totems, tier 4s, all in trouble. Kescute's going to buy back. They're going to get the first tier 4 tower.
2 hits.
Fissure, and then the arena. 1-2, Kescute gone. Pew pew. They're just taking out heroes left and right. It really is just disgusting at what they're... Fissure, Totem, Echo Slam down.
He got the ult.
True, he gets the Battle Trance off, but there's the Fissure, there's the Spear. Are you getting anywhere? Doesn't look like it. Double kill for Gabby.
GG is called.
GG's called. That's not broken at all.
Yeah, laughs in Ice Frog, because this is the most broken stuff I've witnessed in a couple of years, that's for sure.
I saw it once and I was like, does that work? I can't believe that's a real thing. That was 34,000 net worth lead. But hey, man, you know, Earthshaker's shard with both heroes having it is...
I don't know how,
oh
this is my biggest concern, you know. As a team, how do you recover from this? Because you had, what, 35,000 gold lead, and then you lose a game like that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a long talk. You might want to take as much time as you can in between games because that is disgusting. I've never once seen that in the history of my life, ever in all video games.
This is some, you know, Chen plus Pudge combination broken stuff where you could hook people into the fountain.
Yeah, that was... Yeah, I think it might even be worse. Because I don't... There were so many fissures, so many totems, so many particles. you just get lost in it all. It really is, wow. TNC, they take game 1. Good luck, panel. You guys can break this down. You give it a shot. Anything more than OS Frog, you get a lot of credit. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, well, that was a game. I, for one, would like to have a formal investigation into this game. Maybe get Valve involved to have a look at it and say, oh, maybe that wasn't balanced. Maybe we should give the win the other way, because certain people, did correctly predict Boom to be the victors, but something stopped that happening.
It looked fine to me.
It looked all right.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong.
Like, what was the problem there?
Osfrog.
Anyway, yeah, TNC do take game number 1 somehow.
Okay, should we start with the memes or with the serious analytics? What should we do
Half-half.
first? Half-half?
What half is this?
No, our production just telling me that's why they called it the analytics half-half. Sure. We talked about Boom. We talked about their insecurities and their inability to finish games, like how they struggled versus T1 when it came to pushing high ground, but at least they did attempt to go high ground. In this game, you have such a lead. You're so much ahead. You just need to go there, Drew. Go there, climb those stairs, get hop on the high ground, pop that BKB, and hit the building. They waited way too long. This Morphling had nothing. Their whole team had nothing.
I feel like it's super actually easy if you're 40 or 35 to 40k gold ahead. All they need to do is buy multiple Blink Daggers, like on that OD, on the
And
Troll.
blink on them.
Yeah, you jump in on them, you kill them, they will buy back. Maybe you lose that fight, but you do it again, and then the game is over. But they just waited and waited and waited, and got picked off one by one. And yeah, I mean, as Lacoste said, how do you recover from a loss like this? This is like you're up like 40k gold and you lose.
And you just see this Troll die somewhere, you're like 40k gold, and then just suddenly Troll dies with one Shaker plus Morphling combo. And you're like, okay, they lost. Like, you kind of see that this is going to happen a couple of more times. Not necessarily on the Troll, but on anyone.
What is this?
That's
What
an X.
is this?
An X marks the spot.
What is this? The Morphin Shaker thing was interesting, but it's certainly not the reason why TNC
The
were able
Disruptor
to win
Aghanims
this game.
here doing super good work. He ulted 3 heroes, the Troll, the OD, and the Bloodseeker, I think.
And then
all
there's
3
just
cores.
some fissure there that keeps them all in spot, not only 1 but 2 fissures. Because what's more interesting than what's more broken than 1 Shaker right now? It's 2 Shakers, so why not 2 Shakers with shards as well? Oh my god.
Nice.
I mean, I'm just watching this in horror. Lizard can attest, I was kind of curled up on the sofa at this point, just kind of
he
watching
was
it. I was a
salty, let's
broken
put
man.
it that way. Nomad was definitely salty in the green room. This guy isn't, this guy is happy.
The TNC can't keep getting away with this kind of stuff, though. Like, the last 4 games, they have been absolutely destroyed in their lanes, and somehow they won 3 out of the 4 games.
That's a facepalm right there.
Yep.
Like,
by the way, I just want to point out here that this is a gold advantage for Boom here.
After the game
at
ended.
the end of the game. Yep.
Yeah.
You had, I believe, 4k gold advantage at the end of the game. So
is Shaker
losing with
MVP
a gold
or Shaker
advantage.
number 2?
Don't know. We'll have to find out a little bit later. We don't. Let's just put the gun a
sorry,
bit
sorry.
here, Black.
Sorry,
I think-
sorry.
If you go for the memes, maybe KP.
Oh, dude.
Just give him the
KP
MVP.
had, like...
He was lower network than the Tiny at one point. His lane did start like in an awful way, but he realized the next level strategy is just go and feed across the map so that your Morphling finds farm elsewhere. That's all you have to do. You just push yourself, your big Mars, well-toned body at them. They can't resist. They
Chunky
kill
boy.
you. Exactly. He's chunky. They kill him, but every time they do kill him, Morphling gets away.
Yeah, because there's more meat on him.
Yeah.
They're more satisfied for longer. They don't need to go for more.
Yeah, Morphling is literally just water.
Just water. Yeah, who needs that? Yeah. There's a whole river full of water.
Yeah.
Alrighty, it's time for MVP. Guys, who do you want it to be?
Shaker 1 or Shaker 2?
Shaker 2.
Shaker 2.
Shaker
So you want-
two.
Shaker 2.
All right. It's
Shaker
one.
one.
Shaker 1. Got it. It's Tim's. Yeah, playing the position for Earthshaker, smashing into the first game with a 80% kill participation. A little bit of hero damage and a lot of assists as well, but his body was for the taking.
and
So
Shaker
yeah,
two.
there we
Shaker
go.
one.
Shaker
Both,
2. We
both.
get both
Nice.
the Shakers in there.
Yeah, Shaker 1 was a little bit questionable for me as well because he went Arcanes first. Like maybe if he gets
Wasted.
wasted gold, wasted time.
And then he had the Faded Brooch, and then he went Mana Talent. Like, okay, you have
Right.
2,000 mana, but you can't use it.
You can't use anything. Yeah, you just have. I mean, Arcanes are sometimes fine because you get to use them on your teammates as
I
well.
feel like if you
get some
have a really good
utility.
game on Shaker, it's good. Because you just keep fighting. But if you're really far behind, you're putting yourself even further behind.
Yeah.
And
One player, we obviously always like to talk about the winners, everyone talks about the champions, right? But one player that really stood out for me as well, not only Mikoto, FBZ, his item build and his movements across the he did more on the Bloodseeker than I thought he would be able to do.
same.
I'll put it that way. He was constantly top 3 net worth, at least while they were winning, right? I think at the end as well, he was pretty much up there, going for Vlad's pipe and Aeon Disc afterwards, just constantly giving utility to his team, understanding his spot in the game.
how many seconds do you think Shaker 1 and 2 stunned for in this game? Must have been like a
Can we
couple
get
of
some
minutes.
stats?
Must be a couple of minutes, right?
Yeah, you want someone to just sit there going through the game with a stopwatch? Check it that. That's going to be fun.
Clong, clong.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not even how long you're stunned, it's that you're constantly getting interrupted, right? Like, you just wake up a little bit, you know, you're about to cast your spell. No, go
Oh,
again.
there I go again. Yeah, you pop your BKB, and then the moment you come out of it, it's stunned for a bit more. It was brutal. But we are going to throw it over to a break and get ready for game number 2. Of course, if you want to tune in to the 4K stream to watch the Dota in lovely, lovely ultra-high definition on the 4K channel, then you can head over to YouTube and do exactly that. But we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with game number 2 of the series here in the DPC SEA region, so don't go anywhere.
Look, you got me. The chance at just one glance to your glory. I needed it. Look at my past. Do you need anything? You can use me. I'm yours. Do you see anything? You wanna change arrangement?
Welcome back to the stream. That's right, we are here with DPC SEA region brought to you by PGL. And we are getting into the second game of this best of 3 series between Boom Esports and TNC. My name is Loma. Joining me on the panel to break down these games are Black and Lizard. I kind of feel like it's a pendulum effect for Boom here. You know, they had a game where they went to high ground too vigorously, and then they had a game where they didn't really do it at all. No, they came up the steps, got fished, and like, that seems hard. Let's go farm some more.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's just they really don't like have these big picture like ideas in their head. You know, as I said, you're not gonna win the team fight in their base probably. You're just gonna have to force the buyback. You know, they're gonna buy back, they're gonna kill you, but you don't have to buy back. Then after that, you do it again and you win the game off that. But they're just like so scared of doing anything at this point. It's like it's hard to see how they really win from this point on.
Maybe, like Nomad said, this is the pendulum effect, and in this game they'll be somewhere in the middle. We saw them all the way one side, we saw them all the way the other. Maybe they'll be in the middle this time around.
Or maybe they're just like on the top suddenly, they go, woo!
Yeah, what is the top?
The pendulum is gone. Like they just keep
What is
spinning.
the top? If one side is not pushing high ground, the other side is pushing high ground
Well,
too
you would say
eagerly.
the pendulum is broken, right? Like it never goes up there.
They
what do they
definitely
do?
broke the pendulum at this
The
point.
pendulum is like it overswung and like, woo!
Yeah, it's got whiplash.
Where is it now?
It's
Who
just
knows?
rotating real fast. Yeah. That's it.
Like an actual clock.
A rotor rather than a blade.
Yep.
The pendulum is taking flight. Well, let's get into game number 2.
Oh, look
The
at
draft
KP.
is live.
KP's like, yeah, I did that.
Ease in the chat.
Easy mid, easy top.
Okay, so Boom Esports at least going to the draft. They did ban out the Shaker.
What a surprise.
They addressed that problem, not the biggest
I think
surprise.
they're banning Shaker every single game they ever play from now onwards.
That is, that's definitely going to leave a mark in their head.
Yeah, there's still OD in the pool with the Shadow Shaman picked up. Puck, probably not what you want versus the amount of control from the Shadow Shaman. They go with a lonely, wholesome, chunky Tusk.
What?
I relate.
What is he? Is he like a kind of animal? Tusk?
He's a walrus.
He's a walrus?
Yeah.
I forgot it's actually an animal.
You got a walrus as an animal?
Yeah.
It doesn't
I mean-
truly have 2 legs.
Yeah.
4 legs and strut around like this.
Have you ever seen one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Every time he looks into the mirror, he's like, ugh, look at this.
He carries a keg as well, same like in some sets, I believe. But
Monkey King. That's not a troll.
Do you know what animal the Monkey King is, Black?
A monkey.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Damn, really? I never thought about that.
And he has a Jingu Bang,
Oh, I see.
which is his magic stick staff.
So, Monkey into Tusk, do you like it?
That's decent, but the lane can be a bit deceiving sometimes. Like when monkeys think they're really strong, Tusk can actually fight back with a tag team. And now TNC goes into OD. Armel is like, I'll show you how to do it. I can also bully you out of lane.
Yeah, we saw the OD picked up versus Monkey in what series was it? Execration versus
And
Vice.
Yeah, but they won't match up against each other. No way.
Yeah, they won't. They shouldn't. The
Not in
problem
mid
is-
at least.
Yeah, the problem is like this. When you have the Monkey, like Black said, it can be a little bit deceiving how strong he is in the laning stage. But mostly that comes from the laning partner as well. Who you are laning with and who are you laning against on that 2-on-2 on the safe lane, right?
Yeah.
Monkey can do really well there by an early Orb of Corrosion and you can't lane against him. Or they have a good combo with the tag team of Tusk and he just feeds 3 times by like minute 5.
Yeah.
Or he can't farm at all, so.
Lizard, do you want a nugget?
Do I want what?
A nugget.
A nugget of knowledge?
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
my-
sure. Give it to me.
All right, well,
Send
Black's
it my
Nugget's
way.
apparently
Send
now
it
a
my
thing.
way.
You know, Pugna Ward
Uh-huh.
does not damage OD when he casts Orb. Why?
Does it not?
No, it doesn't. Since they changed it to percentage, it doesn't work.
Ah.
I don't know why.
Oh. I thought you had some, like, really convoluted explanation for this, but
No,
you're
no,
just
no,
like...
of course not.
Did you
Dunno?
try that? Is that
I
why?
tried
you,
that, I
you,
tried
you
that.
tried it? Okay, I see.
I thought
I
like
know they
Pugna-
changed the word, right? The Pugna word got changed.
Yep, I thought it was a
little
hard
bit.
counter to OD, and I picked it, and he's like just chunking away at me with orbs, and like, you're
And
not
nothing's
taking
happening?
damage, bro.
Is it at least zapping at him?
No, not even.
It's not even proccing. I thought at least it would zap
Does
him.
it work on glaives or no?
Silencer?
I guess...
Yeah, it does.
It does. It works on.
Yeah. Maybe because
Huh.
it's not like a mana cost per se, but like a percentage. Like it's weird. Like
Yeah.
Dota and inconsistencies, who knows?
You might need to get Gaben on the phone with that one.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna
Sounds
actually
like
open
a-
the lobby and check afterwards all these with OD, Silencer, and Enchantress too.
Also, one more thing.
And Clinks.
I tried to use the shard on OD, and Rubik stole my Astral anyway. It doesn't get registered as a spell.
So that's what happened to me as well. I was playing versus I was playing versus Rubik, and I bought the shard and I used it, and then I thought, okay, I'm just stupid. I used it again, Astral. I literally did not believe that in myself. I thought I was crazy. All right, sure.
That's some interesting stuff.
Yeah.
For example, with Spectre when she has the shard, right? Or is it the Shadow Step? Which one? Shadow Step's on her Ags, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
her Ags.
when she has the Ags, I believe when you cast it, if he steals it from you as you cast it, then he gets a Shadow Step spell, right?
Yeah.
But if you jump to an enemy
Uh-huh.
and he then steals the jump instead, then he gets Haunt.
Then he gets haunt.
He gets Haunt instead of Shadow
The
Step.
full
yeah.
Haunt.
He gets the full
Not
Haunt.
like it matters either way, but
Yeah. I mean, it's this.
Dude, Shadow Step is good. Shadow Step is really good.
Mikoto Storm Spirit.
Anyway.
While we're drifting
Whoa!
off here.
Yeah, we have
wow.
gone violently off topic. Let's drag
Okay,
this vehicle
so-
back onto the road and talk
Okay,
about
very
Mikoto
aggressive
Storm.
lineup.
Yep.
They have a lot of pick-off potential very early on. They can be punished by this Tusk and... okay, this should be... What do you think? Probably Tusk position 5, right? Mirana and Beastmaster on the offlane.
Yeah.
Still strong, still a pretty solid lane versus the Monkey and Nyx.
So OD mid against Storm, that's pretty easy OD lane.
Still, it's Mikoto, though.
Still is Mikoto though. And Orchid is good against OD.
Yep.
Let's see how good Armel's timing is on the Meteor Hammer, because against the Storm you're gonna need it.
Yeah, you can always catch him. Right? Like, he can't zip out.
Yeah, I know, but like if your Meteor Hammer timing is a little bit off, you
Yeah.
say, puddin' pop.
Yeah, we did see even Mikoto in that last game missing a couple of timings, like using it a bit prematurely, but
Did not read the Reddit thread.
yeah, did not read between the E and the H.
Yeah, in the middle of it.
In
yeah.
the middle, that's where you have to
But
use
it's like
it.
so hard. Like, even if you look at it, it's like.
Sometimes you just, I don't know why, but sometimes when I play OD, I just imprison and I instantly start channeling the Meteor Hammer, like after half of a second.
Nice. Good job.
That's not a good job. That's a Pega
And
job.
then it like lands. Oh.
Some hero jumps in there, it
Yeah.
lands. Yeah, that's what I planned.
Yeah, I knew Shaker's gonna jump.
So far, I really like the Beastmaster. I just want to see
Good
a hero
tempo.
that benefits. Yeah, it's tempo. It also brings Necro 3 versus both the Storm and the Nyx Assassin. It's really nice
Yeah.
to have that on your side. But I want to see a hero that actually benefits from it. I want to see a hero that benefits from the Inner Beast Aura, some carry
I
on
feel
their side.
Drow Ranger is pretty damn good this game.
Versus Storm, though, I mean, the
It can
silence
go
is
both
nice.
ways.
Yeah, the silence is nice, but if Storm is jumping you...
Got Monkey as well and Nyx. I mean, the gap close is... it seemes like a lot to me.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you can protect her, she will just kill all these heroes in 2 seconds.
Truth.
What other thing is that I could pick? Juggernaut, maybe?
We have not seen a lot of Jug, but yeah, I like that option.
Arc Warden, TNC. Let's go.
Nah, against these heroes, it's even more suicidal.
They actually ban out the draw. They're listening to. He
Yeah,
has
they're
like
they're-
a direct line.
They
To
jacked
Boom.
up to me, yeah.
That
Yeah.
makes sense. That makes sense. Does this draft even matter though? Like from the mental state with Boom's going to be in. Like, do we think?
They're gonna be fine, I'm
Yeah?
sure. They're like, yeah, we won last game.
What are we reading on Kez Cute's face here?
He's not happy.
Yeah,
doesn't
he,
look
he
happy.
looks really grumpy now.
Disgruntled.
Before he
Yeah.
had like a really neutral face, but now he's like the smiley face, this emote. Tight.
Okay, they did need an offlaner. It's also a hero that.
Ursa.
So there are some things about this
Hell
type.
yes.
One thing is he does extremely well in that mid game versus all the summons from Beastmaster. That's pretty nice. Doesn't really care too much about Roar, but the problem is he is playing into the Ursa. Also, OD versus him later on, you have that pure damage to deal with him.
Also tag team in the laning phase.
Yep. Yep.
Also,
Is there anything else?
We do have some tweets from our fans very quickly to have a look at before we make our predictions. So give you guys some time to think with hashtag DPCSEA. You can get involved in the conversation. You know what's cooking, says Matt.
Boom!
oh,
Well, they
do
did
we
get
though?
cooked,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
They got cooked indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, that was me. That was me.
That was all of us, buddy.
Yeah.
That was everyone over here.
Jesus. Yeah, good reaction. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you for your tweets. Hashtag DPCSEA to get involved with the conversation. And
Getting better.
Yeah.
It started off like
Content is-
really high, and it went like, but now
Since
it's
that
going,
TNC birdie tweet, I feel like we've been up the hill from there. But guys, time to get your predictions. Black, would you like to start us off, please?
Yes, this time I will have to go with TNC. I just believe this tide pick is going to be pretty useless. And I don't know how well prepared they are mentally right now.
Yep. Very well rounded out draft from TNC too. Yeah, they're playing versus Mikoto Storm, and he has proven us wrong so many times. But now not only is he versus OD, he's versus OD Mirana.
Yeah.
Those arrows are going to be flying in black, right? That's very
Yes.
difficult to deal with.
Fly into what? We'll see.
Into Astral
that was a-
Imprisonment Storm Spirit.
There's some connection going on there. I'm just like, I feel like I'm third wheeling a bit, but I don't want to predict. I want to sulk. I don't want to predict. So, anyways, I'm gonna go for Boom just because I've already lost. All that kind of helped me now is a Hallelujah Boom game. Let's throw it over to our casters and find out what they have to say. B-Cup and Lacoste, what say you about these drafts?
We're still stunned from the Earthshaker and the Morph combo from the previous game.
Great acting.
Didn't move.
got me,
Wow,
man.
yeah. It's truly, you guys are wasted in casting.
TNC, I would say. They don't have enough control for the Storm Spirit, but yeah, pure damage against the Tide Hunter. He should suffer, like against the Ursa as well. All they need to do is not get rolled over by the Storm Spirit in the first 15 minutes.
Ben?
I didn't have enough time to think. My brain was fried after that game. So I'm going to go TNC too.
Alrighty then, let's bring it across into game number 2 between Boom and TNC here at the DPC SEA. Take it away, B-Cup and Lacoste.
Like, Matt, getting here ready with game 2. I want to see if Boom can come out with some positive mental attitude. I mean, that one was quite the discouraging game. Quite a way to have that one end, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think they might be done. We'll see how it goes if the laning stage doesn't go too well, because we talk so much about how this DPC league is, unforgiving. You can't just throw the games, because it will backfire. Right now, both of these teams have 2 wins, 2 losses, so it's a pretty big deal who wins this one.
Yeah, big one indeed. Both these teams also having wins over some pretty substantial opponents. If you're Boom, or you're a player on Boom, you just went through such a big defeat
I quit.
like that.
I quit until this is fixed. Like I come back after the patch.
I mean, it was definitely a quick ban immediately on Earthshaker, that's for sure.
Surprised TNC did not ban Storm Spirit, because it's definitely Mikoto's best hero. Let's see how he can do against Armel's OD. No points in Astral Imprisonment yet, just starts to harass him with the Arcane Orb instead, something that I've seen before, and then you just max out your Astral, get that Meteor Hammer online. Once you buy like Magic Wand and Ring, you don't care too much about the harassment from the Storm Spirit anymore.
With that too, having the Astral Imprisonment and everything, having that timing down, maybe getting that quick Meteor Hammer, you also have the opportunity with Tim's to come over and Arrow. So yeah, you've given Mikoto his Storm, but do you have enough tools here? Maybe if Tim's rotates in and gets a couple early kills on the Storm to shut his game out.
It's a possibility, yeah. With the Arrow, it's such a strong, and I'm gonna say easy to execute combination. Most of the time it works if timed correctly. All you need to care about is not leave your Beastmaster alone if he's like half HP. Leave him when he's vulnerable. Kid's cute in a bit of a, not gonna say trouble, but that's gonna be some harassment. Boar plus an arrow. Arrow flies, just hits the range creep, so all good.
Yeah, just getting something out of this, and now Boundless Strike into the Impale. Kezcute still trying to get the kill on a Tim's. He'll pop that Fairy Fire. He'll be okay, and he'll also eat a Iron Tree. And there's the Astral Imprisonment. So this is going to mess with Mikoto a little bit. He's only 9-1 right now to the OD's 8-3, so ahead for the moment. I do wonder when they're going to bring somebody over to maybe try and help out this OD. Gabby as well as Febby trying to fight, trying to get first blood. Anchor smash, first blood there for FBZ. And there is a return kill for Febby.
Oh, that's pretty big. You know, this Tidehunter was already having a really good time. Shaman doing a very good job just trading hits. He's playing Shaman into 2 melee heroes, so there's going to be a ton of harassment. And Shaman got buffed. His base damage was unchanged, but received a bit of a starting intelligence, which means that he can use his spells more often. And now Tidehunter is level 3, so like this lane is not gonna be that easy for Ursa. On paper, it sounds good, you know, you can't dispel Furious Vibes, but there's a ton of harassment. And FBZ, he already has that bottle, something that we see quite often, where offlaners just love to pick up that bottle. You have bounty runes to refill it.
Do you think maybe with a little bit more, a couple more levels for both the Tusk and the Ursa might get a little bit better for them? Because they can play aggressive like this on Hyde.
If Shaman is out of position, it's a kill. So Shaman needs to play around the Tidehunter, be close to him, so he can use Anchor Smash and Gush.
Right. Tim's just leaping away, getting some space. As FBZ, we saw him have a good game on that Bloodseeker. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't a bad one by any means to start. Obviously, it ends up in a loss, but I thought he played pretty well. Haste Rune picked up by the Nyx Assassin. Leap onto the high ground, but Shards locking FBZ. Febby trying to get this kill with Gabby, and one more shot. They'll finally get the revenge over this Tide, and, well, that looks really good in this top lane for TNC. A lot of harassment onto Makoto. Armel committing under the tower, but there is a haste on this Nyx Assassin. You need to be a little bit careful, not that Makoto goes back in.
Okay, so they are kind of getting back into this game with these rotations. Something that Tai doesn't like to play into, and Timbersaw as well, is the tag team. Like, you bring numbers, it's just so much damage. Overpower, it's only level 1, 3 attacks, but when you combine that with the tag team, it's just quite a lot. Something that we've seen, like Team Liquid does something similar. Wind Ranger with the tag team, like easy Roche taking potential as well.
Yeah. Something that TNC wasn't really able to accomplish in the first game was getting Roche. Definitely feels different with this lineup where they should have the potential to control the pit, get an early Aegis. We'll see. I am worried about, I have talked a couple times about angry Makoto. You get Makoto angry, all of a sudden he just takes over the game as Storm. We've seen that in a series where he got Game 2 and Game 3 as Storm and just destroyed in both those games.
Sure, for most of the players, being angry is not good. For Makoto, it's kind of a buff.
Not an Earthshaker.
Arrow hits.
Arrow hits with the Astral.
Can't get him with the hammer. The Sanita's Eclipse Hammer. OD has 2 hammers. Like, we can't even say he dropped a hammer because he has 2 of those.
I guess drops the mallet, drops the hammer. 2 different kinds of things to hit things into, I guess. Forget that. So, you know.
No, I'm just thinking about the game, B-Cup. I'm not ignoring you. I'm, you know, trying to see what happens in the bottom lane. Monkey King trying to get some Jingu stacks on a Beastmaster, but the boards are level 3, so that means a lot of slow. There's Book 1 coming onto the Beastmaster. You want to give him level 6, so you can start making some pressure. He's level 5 now, so it's going to be a bit tougher to execute. Drew, let's see his map awareness. Does he know?
They are coming bottom with 2. This is...
Like, you just go for an arrow. Like, you try to land an arrow.
Right now wouldn't be the worst time to throw it. Boundless Strike out.
That's a good,
holding it.
You know, they're trying. There it is, tag team.
There it is,
Drew,
with the tag team
a lot of
Shards.
things.
Yeah, Drew, nothing he could do in this situation. A good impale afterwards, but it's not going to matter. Snowball extending their lives. Arrow hits. It's onto the Nyx Assassin. They'll go after Febby on the back lines, but Makoto, there's not much he can get done. He might even give up his own life for this.
He needs to be careful. Just 100 mana.
Yeah, they've
One
got
more
the vision
zip
with
is
the
all
Hawk.
he got.
I think they still see him, though.
Yeah, he's dead.
Shards are perfect. Makoto low. One more shot. That comes through from KP. Triple kill for the Beastmaster.
That's such a great rotation by these
Ooh,
two
and
supports. Oh, top
move
lane.
over towards top of the Hex on the Meteor Hammer. Doesn't matter. They've got the Sanities. FBZ getting low. Boundless Strike keeps them from getting the kill. Hyde on the run. but Gabby's still with him. Astral Imprisonment should just do it. Seems like they've done the math, and they have.
So Drew TP to the top lane, doesn't get anything out of that. Tree Dance is only level 2, he's level 6. Like Drew, when he's not having a good time at the early stage, he just feels lost. Like in the previous game, he had a good start. They didn't, you know, play around his farm. So it's going to be a different situation for Drew this time around. But KP, man, he's having such a different game. He has boots. Is that book 2? It's book 1. What am I thinking? It would just be too much farm at this point.
It's a lot of gold. But he has as much farm now as he had, I want to say, 15, 20 minutes into the last game.
Yeah, he really struggled in the last one. Die Hunter also only level 5. So no Ravage yet available.
Which means they might just go on him. They can roll with that Primal Roar. They do have Gabby nearby. They can at least pressure the tower, but now they've got vision of both Makoto as well as this Nyx Assassin coming over. Yeah, Kez Makoto both spotted, so you see just the change in posture from the Dire side.
Boom is trying to set up something on the bottom lane. Meteor Hammer done on OD, already dropped one on the tower. And you can see Tims, he's very close, just waiting for someone to show up. Astral into Arrow. And he sees 2 heroes coming, so it's time to bail. Arrow,
that comes in, stops the shackle, but they get the impel from Kez. Armel needs to run back, has the Astral Imprisonment onto the Storm. So that'll keep Makoto from getting the kill onto the OD, but they use the Primal Roar bottom. They're going after this Tide Hunter. They've got the shards in front of him as well as the Snowball to lock him down even longer. Gabby gets the kill on FBZ, nicely done by TNC.
He can't use the Ravage there. Ursa, ready with the Enrage, you pop it, the status is kicks in, you still die, and then you're not going to have Ravage for the next fight. Mid lane, Arrow into Hammer.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, he actually stops the Hammer.
And they probably would have had that kill on Hyde.
Radiant's bottom tower has
okay. He saw Nyx Assassin and was like, I'm not getting stunned. He got stunned anyway. Nyx Assassin is not as good against OD as he was before because Astral Imprisonment doesn't deal AoE damage anymore and you can't set up the stun with the Carapace. But still, good hero against the OD, don't get me wrong.
So Meteor Hammer down on the tier 1 mid again. Getting really close to dying. And Gabby just finding space. He's 6th on the net worth, but it's all close between him and Storm. The other 3 at the top, I can't say the same. Storm, though, looking into the Orchid. When Makoto gets this Orchid, the game can get a little bit tougher for these heroes on TNC. We'll see how the movements are for Boom. The movements in Game 1 were pretty crisp up to a certain point. So I wouldn't be too surprised if maybe Boom with this Orchid can make a lot happen.
Boom lost 2 towers, got 1. Still an even game, 1k gold lead for TNC at the moment. Dire scan, they're trying to see if someone's hiding in the trees. It's a tough one for them to, just fight into. Shadow Shaman is still level 5, needs to find his level 6. Nyx Assassin, first Vendetta, didn't get anything out of it. And FBZ also, it's very tough to play into Beastmaster. Your mana gets burned, mana pool very limited at this point.
Yeah. You just see Gabby just free to farm the bottom lane and might even still look to go on FBZ. Is under the tower, so it's a bit of a tough dive if they want to. KP now moving around.
Ursa finds Jelly.
Fall back
for the
on
memes.
Farm.
Bear eats the Jelly.
Yeah. Took it right out of the beehive.
Who did he give second Jelly to?
Beastmaster.
Beast, interesting. I guess OD is like, I don't need mana. I have my aura. I have a lot of regen coming out from the Meteor Hammer.
Sharing is caring.
I mean, if you consider B as a beast, Beastmaster controlling those, so yeah, he takes it instead.
I forget what it's called when you control bees, but it's something. Double damage on Kez.
Your Beastmaster.
Yeah, the Beastmaster. Yeah. Buzz. So Febby Drops down a sentry and hoping to not get caught out, but FBZ, he doesn't have a blink dagger. He doesn't have a way to close the gap. They've got Moonlight Shadow. Maybe they can come back into this. They do have Beastmaster as well as Ursa right there, and Febby just has eyes on FBZ. We've got a sentry down and right clicks with the Walrus Punch, and then the tag team avoids the Ravage with the Snowball. Febby, a little bit of style on that one. They go after Hyde, they get the kill to the Shadow Shaman. Drew, yeah, like you said, jumping away, just careful enough. He thought about going, too.
He doesn't have a point in ulti also, so... Like, that level 1 ulti, you know, it's not as strong. It's more of a, you know, you can't just...
Arrow, Makoto, caught! He's gone. Astral Imprisonment with the Meteor Hammer. That is uncharacteristic to Makoto getting caught like that.
It's very tough for them. This is the first Ravage, first board use. They get nothing out of that. Now the map just gets smaller. Beastmaster will control the jungle with the Hawk, with his Necro Warriors. TNC's lineup doesn't rely on cooldown, so pretty much they can keep fighting all the time. Longest cooldown they have is, of course, Sanity's Eclipse, but you don't need that to fight. Every single time Roar is up, they should go, and they should punish this long cooldown abilities that the Boom had.
Yeah, Sanity's level 1 right now, 160 seconds. Almost a full 3 minutes.
Is under attack.
You see Dire just kind of invading the jungle, pressuring across the river. They've been trying to push on this tier 2 tower for a while, and eventually KP, the Beastmaster, will come towards bottom here with Gabby. So they should be able to take this tower, or at least put some pressure on, maybe force a rotation. We'll see how it goes from Boom.
Yeah, Boom doesn't defend this tower. It's just, they don't have the abilities. Already spread out of the map, trying to get some farm going. Makoto 0-2-0. Something that we don't see from this player. Usually he's the one dictating the tempo. On the Storm Spirit, 2 big items finished. Battle Fury on Ursa after
Hyde. Shackle, Hyde taking right clicks, holding Armel, but eventually Armel gets the finish. Yeah, I mean, going back to that, as Kezcute also dies to Gabby, you think about where Storm normally is. Like, he's just getting an Orchid. Walrus Punch, all right, put all lightning away, but they still have vision with this Hawk. Makoto normally has that Orchid 2-3 minutes ago. But his game is slowed pretty heavily.
So Orchid is done, and they should try to make something happen. Shadow Shaman Ward's online. Same goes for the Tidehunter. Everyone's a bit under-leveled on side of Boom, and they rely on Ravage to win the team fights. So try and go for the mid-tier 1 tower. It's a full HP tower. A good play from Febby.
Yeah, Snowball away, get some distance, FBZ. He's still a couple hundred gold away from this blink. Might not get closer if they want to jump on him. Shards push him away, but FBZ thinks about walking back in. Meanwhile, Primal Roar used on Hyde. They get the jump, and they'll slow FBZ, so that gives them time to get the Astral Imprisonment. They're looking over as Meteor Hammer still available. Eventually, FBZ does die, maybe holding it to potentially go on Makoto if he were to show his face. They know he went north here, and well, now he's forced to walk even further away. There's a good ward placed by TNC, and it'll spot Kezcute coming over. Makoto, silence onto the OD, arrow coming in. That's not going to land on the Storm. They've got the Impale, Armel low, and falls.
But at what cost? I think they will have this trade. Drew just faking his ulti. So kind of free Roshan for TNC. Ursa picks it up, goes into BKB next time, and once they get the BKBs on 2 cores, it's going to be so much easier to take a fight. Beastmaster, I've seen Beastmasters just going for the BKB, something that's very popular in China, either BKB into Blink or Blink into BKB, which I really like here.
He's queued up the Blink right now, so Blink BKB, that's fine. I think I like that as well.
They don't have the best jump.
Yeah.
Unless OD like sets it up with the Astral, and right now OD needs to be a bit more careful since he doesn't have his BKB yet. So Beastmaster, Blink Dagger, you know, is pretty fine.
There's the silence on the Gabby. They're going to try and go on the Ursa. He's got the ult. There's the Hex, the Orchid Burn, and now they've got the Aegis. So Febby, Shards, isn't enough. Snowball coming across, hitting Kezcute as well as the Shadow Shaman. Serpent Ward's committed. Drew still just being a spectator at the moment. don't go. And they did get the Aegis, but still sitting on the high ground. There's a sentry on the high ground, so well, TNC had to be careful while in the Moonlight Shadow, but this gives time to Boom. We now have this Blink Dagger picked up by Tide. It's coming on the Courier. And then Storm, he's starting to get some farm. He's starting to be aggressive like we are normally used to seeing with Makoto. He's still behind this Beastmaster, though, in farm.
It's a tough game for him. You know, playing into, even if he gets that BKB, which I think he definitely needs, you're going to be playing into Beastmaster Roar. Ursa will get a Basher eventually.
We're going to push this tier 2 again with these Necro Creeps as well as the Boars. They're in on it. Pulls the Boars and Necro Creeps away for a second, but here's the commitment. And now we'll see if anybody rotates as, well, all 5 heroes are here for TNC bottom.
Taking Outpost between 20-minute mark is pretty big, and they can try to defend that. Put a ward, at least put a Hawk, see if they try to reclaim it, get an easy pick off.
BC. Nothing doing right now with this Tide. Has that Blink Dagger, but we are yet to see like a smoke into a Ravage play or anything of the sort. Vendetta was used by KezCute. Might catch this Courier coming through with a TP and 2 sentries and 1 obs, but doesn't stick around long enough. Things feel very slow from Boom. Like, I understand they were behind, but it's definitely not their play style, playing this lax, especially Makoto.
True. I guess they, you know, took the Aegis off Ursa and now are playing slowly mid lane.
They find the OD. Can they get the kill? Orchid. Now the Ravage. Armel hit. And he's in trouble. Febby. Snowball survives. Sanities. FBZ. Makoto. They both fall to Gabby. Hyde will get Febby, but Drew is caught. Primal Roar used on to this Shadow Shaman. Drew trying to get away, but it's not going to happen. Triple kill for Gabby. And make it a 4th as KP takes out Hyde.
That was such a good arrow from Tims. From behind, lands it onto the Storm Spirit, and they get 4 kills for that. Still a very, very good trade. Something that OD needs to be careful about, jumping in and using that Astral offensively. As I already mentioned, you don't have a defensive tool for yourself, so you can't afford to do that. Once you get a BKB, you can also be the initiator.
So this is just going all TNC's way right now. Maybe there's something to say about how Game 1 was just mentally exhausting.
Yeah, it definitely affected them. Like, it was their game to lose, jump on the top lane, Mirana, an easy pickup.
Yeah. Orchid Burn will do it. Makoto gets the kill. That's something we were expecting more of from him. Primal Roar on cooldown for another 33 seconds as they will head up towards top. Spot him for a moment, but has enough mana to get all the way to the tier 1. So that makes it easy just to leave. And just a salve. Not getting the bounty rune on that trusty shovel. Not too trusty.
It's very unreliable.
Snowball on the TP. KezCute will have his TP stop. Febby just messing with him. Avoids the stun. Medallion with the Walrus Punch. And now just trying to de-ward before he dies. Does get an obs, but eventually goes down to Armel.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So
Mirana had the 4-staff queued up, but going into Yule Scepter, which I really like. You're playing into Storm Spirit. It's such a great setup for the arrow.
I just getting ripped apart by the bear that is Gabby. And
there's a big difference between 2 carries. One is 5,000 gold ahead of the other.
Yeah. It is a lot of gold to be working with, and you know, we usually talk about how Drew's had good laning phases, but not here. It seems almost strictly
every
held
single
to him
time
playing
I've
troll.
seen him play from behind, I think they just lose the game every single time.
So let's see. They're coming up onto the high ground, into the triangle. They're thinking about it at least. They've got the Moonlight Shadow, Gabby moving forward. The rest of Boom will leave, but how far will they get? Arrow? Nope. Nowhere near the marker.
Not this time. They killed Roshan pretty early, which means the second will spawn quite fast. So with the first Roshan, you don't necessarily need to go for the high ground push. Just build up the advantage. With the second Rosh, Cheese, and Aegis, that means you can go for the high ground, especially if they misuse one of the ultis, either Shadow Shaman or Ravage, then you're good to go.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
BKB picked up for the OD of Armel, so he's got that to work with now. Both BKBs on the Ursa and the OD. They're putting pressure on the top tier 2, just trying to get rid of these outer towers as best they can. Gabby shows mid for a second. This will be the last outer tower for them to grab, and it'll just be a moment longer. Keskute, he's in the jungle on the opposite side, trying to get towards a Blink Dagger, farming the jungle.
He's doing a very good job. And it's just, instead of just being, inside the base, trying to make stuff happen, get some farm going, plants a deep ward. So this is something that you can always do something. Smoke up, get outside of your base, and try to get some farm, possibly cut the waves. It's easier for Nyx Assassin because he has Vendetta, so he can bypass the enemies without them seeing him.
Right. True here. I'm not sure what he wants to accomplish in that tree, but eventually we'll just TP away. So still just Keskute deep inside the jungle. And Battle Fury Ags. So Monkey King, a okay amount of farm. The question is going to change anything? Arrow comes through, right clicks in, FBZ on the run. Pops the Ghost Scepter, but they've got the Astral Imprisonment with the Sanities equipped right on top of this Tide. And Armel will grab another.
Armel did not want to risk anything, increased magic damage, because he used the Ghost Scepter. Don't want to give him an opportunity to blink out. Keskute being scouted. Let's see if he decides to go for the Courier. Nope. Does not want to trade.
Gabby just finding Hyde and ripping through him again. They've got the silence on the Ursa. He's popped the BKB. Should be fine. Makoto actually taking a bulk of that damage. Need to be careful. You get bashed once or twice. Maybe it's over for your life.
A long respawn time on Roshan. Almost full 3 minutes. So we're going to need to wait a bit until TNC probably kills it. Oh, man. That damage from Ursa.
Yeah, just catching Keskute and now beyond godlike. I don't know if you've ever seen a bear's paws, but the nails, they can rip through a lot. And the exoskeleton of a Nyx Assassin is no exception.
No, I watched the good bears. I watched Yogi Bear when I was younger. Some documentaries, but they were not as dark as the ones you watched.
It's just Planet Earth. I usually stick to good bear programming. We Bear Bears. It's always a good one. True. Trying to get something done. Wukong's in an interesting position with Balanced Strike as well as the Silence. They've got the Ravage to go after the Ursa, but they've got the Astral Imprisonment with the BKB being popped by Armel. Now Gabby jumping in. They get the kill on a Hyde. He's popped his own BKB. Goes Scepter from FBZ. That's going to keep him comfortable for now. But there's the bash coming through on a Makoto. He just gets away with a little bit of health. The Vortex, the Walrus punch,
another good save. Blink is ready. He can blink out.
Gabby surviving, getting away from this one. Shards won't balk in. Keskute, maybe he still has a chance, but it doesn't look like it. Gabby, he'll walk away from the Nyx Assassin, but the Nyx Assassin won't walk away from TNC.
Man, this was unbearable to watch. Like such a good saves coming out from the OD. They just needed like 1 second to blow up Ursa. His BKB came off cooldown. Then another good save from Febby. This is something that I like, having multiple saves. That's why I value Shadow Demon highly as a hero. And I believe this game is just falling apart. They're not gonna go and finish the game right now, but deal some chip damage. Next Roche will be available in 30 seconds. So looks pretty good for TNC right now.
Yeah, Armel's coming over, trying to get that Astral Imprisonment. He says, bear with me for a second. And does finally get Gabby out of harm's way. Yeah, that was really good, though. Armel popping the BKB to get into the Wukong's command, making sure that, he's comfortable enough to put himself in a position where he can save that Ursa.
Apparently, they feel very comfortable going into the Roche pit and just taking a team fight. They know Ravage is on cooldown.
Yeah, Roche up in just a second, so we'll see if they can get this Roche, get this next Aegis. I'm trying to think of another bear pun. I got none.
You know, if we're out on options, just change a couple of letters.
Orb of Destruction for the Monkey King.
Vanish.
Armel getting towards that Hex, and then, yeah, Kezcute. He's been working on this Blink, but he's barely making progress.
I just thought about that one. I was about to say that they barely got him in the previous fight, but okay. Kezcute scouting things out.
Oh.
Wrong side of the map, which means Roshan respawned.
Yeah, look at TNC. They're all pretty much over by the Roche pit. They're controlling that top left area of the map, and they're into Roche now. So Ursa looking to take out the heart of Roshan. You know, when you're going up against the pressure of Gabby, the pressure that TNC comes with, sometimes it's just a little bit unbearable for Boom. Have we done that one yet?
I don't know. I'm not keeping track of it. So, yeah, Roshan for TNC. They want to go high ground.
Ooh, Axe picked up for the Mirana. Look at Gabby.
It's
just coming in from behind. I'm not expecting that. So they get the kill there. They'll work on the tier 3. And this is just spelling trouble for Boom. And to spell trouble for Boom, it's B-E-A-R. That's what they're dealing with right now. And they'll get the Astro Imprisonment onto Tide. Ball Lightning in. Not really much of a deterrent, but it is a creep wave clearer. Drew, though, he's caught. Stunned up. Tim's getting the kill onto the Monkey King.
All over the place.
Man,
how do bears catch fish? They use their bare hands.
That's what it feels like. TNC are just standing in the river, grabbing fish just mid-form. This long cooldown, so can't stun him up. But they will start to take these racks, keep clearing these creeps.
Yeah, Ursa doing a bare minimum here, just going for the range barracks. Not putting too much effort.
Yeah, this is really tough for Boom. As it feels like the story of Goldilocks and the Three Little Bears, or the Three Bears. As this Rax is too cold, this Rax is too hot, and well, Nyx Assassin's too dead. As they'll try to jump in. Oh, maybe I misspoke. No, I didn't. Kezcute still dies. Ravage is in. Makoto taking a lot of damage. The Bash is out. With the status resistance, there's no way that you can hold this bear any tighter. They're trying to give him a bear hug, but they just can't. BKBs have been popped by Drew as well as Makoto. Sanity's dropped onto FBZ. Hyde comes in. Serpent Wards as well as the Hex. They will get the kill. Arrow in. It does hit on the Nyx Assassin, but they still lose Febby.
I've seen this thing yesterday when Nigma played against OG. Kuro got stuck twice, and now Febby jumps in, tries to help out his teammate, doesn't succeed. They still have Aegis on Ursa. He picks up the Regen Rune. I would not be surprised if they just... I mean, they're 2. What am I saying? If they were 3, they would probably try to go in.
It almost feels like Gabby had those thoughts, though. Abyssal Arrow right clicks. Maybe you make it out. Just barely.
Gold and sweet.
So, Makoto, he's going Axe. I'm a big fan of Axe. It's definitely tough for him right now. All he's got is Orchid, BKB, next item Ags. Like, it's been a really rough game for this Storm. It's not going to get any easier.
It's a tough one, you know. You're playing into BKB piercing ability. You're playing into like arrow setup, into Basher, full Abyssal on Ursa right now. So it's pretty tough.
Double damage.
Ursa with the double damage is just going to make a cranberry sauce out of these heroes.
Cranberry. Right.
Yeah.
Smoke coming in from TNC. That took me a moment. As you know, they're going to try and mush them up here. Yeah, we'll see what they can do. And they're not going to find anybody, though. They walk through the base. It's empty. A little bit surprising if you're TNC.
Ursa is in.
Abyssal. Kez cute. He's gone.
There was not much fight in you.
And onto the mid racks they go. Hex picked up
Are fortified.
by the OD. We'll see if it ends up being enough. They've got the glyph. And there's the Primal Roar as well as the BKBs coming through. Drew's gone. Ghost Scepter pop by FBZ. Not looking likely he survives. Sanity's is in. They'll get the kill. And, well,
Yeah, I
nothing
believe
they can do.
this might be it. There's the buyback from the Tidehunter. Still has the Ravage, but it's looking rough. Aegis will be reclaimed in 10 seconds. Maybe they can time it correctly.
Yeah, jumping in. There's the Abyssal. They'll get the kill on a hide. Ravage comes out. But the BKB's been popped. They've got the balance strike coming through from Drew. They'll finally get the kill on a Febby. They look over at Gabby trying to run down as the Aegis expires. Oh. As, yeah, Gabby trying to run away.
Barracks are under attack.
Looking like a barbarian.
Yeah. We're getting some word from production. Production actually helping us with these buns. They're going to go in once again. Ursa jumps in, jumps out.
Yeah, Ursa being the lead here. He's being the torchbearer for the side of TNC.
Is under attack.
As they go to get this tier 3 and looking to finish this one off, potentially.
No Ravage, no Snakes. It's
There's the
time to
Abyssal,
go
there's
in.
the jump
Get some
in
Megas.
onto Drew. They'll get the kill on the Monkey King, dead for 108 seconds. The beginning of the end here is TNC have just been too overbearing for Boom Esports to really get anything done, as it doesn't look like this 30K plus lead will be going anywhere.
This is it. Mega creeps. Good zip.
Oh, good
Can he save him?
vortex.
Yes,
And
he can.
They've got the BKBs. Armel moving forward. BKB pop by KP. They're looking over at Makoto, who's out of mana now. But they'll send Gabby packing for the moment. Snowball comes through. Walrus punch in onto the Storm Spirit. They get the kill on Makoto. They look over at FBZ inside the well, but he'll survive. It doesn't matter. They'll call GG. And TNC, well, they'll be the pallbearers to Boom Esports grade. And as they take the Series 2 up.
Yeah, I think they were actually done after what happened in the first game.
Yeah.
It was their game to lose. Somehow they managed to also do it. We can blame a bit of an Ice Frog, a bit of, you know,
Hesitancy.
Boom. Yeah, not trying to go for the barracks at all, not even going for the tier 3 towers. But yeah, in this one, it's a tough one. Like, feels like all the lanes were lost, and TNC just got their stuff together.
Yeah, TNC looking really good. They take the 2-0, and we'll throw it over to the panel. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, gotta say, some of those puns were absolutely terrible. But, guys, from the start, we could TNC where this one was going, couldn't we?
Yeah, we could definitely see where this one was going. We had that OD from the mid lane doing pretty well.
Doing OD things.
Doing OD things, imprisoning you, sometimes meteor hammering you, sometimes not, but killing you either way with the hammer after all. Tidehunter, yeah, he got that first kill, didn't really matter too much. OD as well, fed a couple of times. Doesn't matter because every time he dies, they take an objective, they take Crush, Aegis. Overall, just a clear and clean performance by TNC.
Finally.
Yep.
Because last 4 games they've played, they always struggled massively in the early game. It was like the first solid performance from TNC in a long time. And hopefully, you know, it was a showing of things that are to come.
Of things to come, yeah.
As always, we have to think about Makoto this game. He is the star player of Boom and one of our favorite players to watch in this tournament. Do you think he seemed a little bit out of character for this second game?
It was a hard game.
It's not an easy Storm game.
Yeah, it's not an easy Storm game. Also, his offlaner isn't doing too well, so he doesn't have that frontline tie that can do whatever he wants to as he's countered by an Ursa. When you have that, when you have FBZ on a hero such as that, he can create enough space for Mikoto to jump around, make these flashy plays. He didn't have that here. So also Mirana rotating in with the Astral Imprisonment into arrows. Instead of having that 12-minute toolkit, he got a 15-16-minute toolkit. And it feels a little bit too late because Ursa is already strong enough to stand up and fight you, or at least be able to survive throughout the first Orchid. Plus there's Astral Imprisonment save. Just very clean performance by TNC, really.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really say that Boom played poorly. I feel like with their draft they did what they could, but I still think they were severely outdrafted. Kind of put themselves in a corner. And
Yeah, we're left to wonder about this Tide pick, you know, and when the game before we had that Bloodseeker and we really wanted to see Tide and we got Bloodseeker instead, and in this game we wanted something, I don't know, something different, but unfortunately that Tide, and then you just pick up the Ursa and it looks so difficult. It looks so difficult.
This is a tough Tide game. Into OD, and then the last pick Ursa, it's brutal. Monkey King also had no impact this game, because like Ursa just destroys Monkey King as well. Yeah, just overall tough game.
I love when I was like at the beginning panel when we were talking about Tide, I said, okay, this guy, he has this anchor smash versus all the minions from Beastmaster, and then we started together talking about all the negative aspects, and you're like, yeah, it doesn't seem like a great Tide game anymore.
But he has a damage reduction against the summon.
At least he has that. He can stand in front of the tower, and if only the summons come his way, he will defend it.
Which will happen sometimes.
But if the heroes show up as well, then it's not that great.
Yeah. And also he loses all his mana if he tanks those summons anyway, right? So that he can't Ravage. And that's kind of, you know, he is a Ravage on legs at the end of the day. But TNC pulling it together and pulling off a really convincing victory here in the second game. It's a bit of what we've wanted to see from them from the past as well. You know, they're kind of waking up and proving that they can be this team which just dominates the region, which is kind of what we expected from them at the beginning of the tournament. This ability to go from objective to objective so quickly and just pressure Boom out of the game is what we've been expecting them to do to a lot of teams which they haven't really delivered on so far. Are we expecting this momentum to continue from them?
It's hard to tell. It seemed like a very broken Boom that should not have lost game one. And if they play like they have in their previous games and in game one today, maybe they can like get by, you know, somehow get to the major. But at the major itself, they're gonna like not make it far this way.
Yeah. Now, what advice would you give to Boom if you know, you could sit down with them for a few minutes and just kind of chat it out, you know, bro down? What would you say?
They were always this team that figures out what's the most broken thing in the meta, and they go with it and they make it work to perfection. They really master their craft. I want to see the same thing again. If anyone, I don't know who tweeted it, but if there's anyone, I'm sorry to this person, but if there's anyone who can make Morph Shaker come back into the meta, it's them, and they're doing that. So just figure out these small little niche picks that will work for them. That will make them win on the international level. On this level, in the SCA, they're already fine enough to be top 3.
Well, fine enough. Unfortunately, not quite cutting it today as they do fall to TNC. But TNC putting in an admirable performance. Let's have a look at what their MVP hero is. It's going to be Gabby on the Ursa. No surprise at all. Absolutely killing it. Killing it quite literally. He's got 18 kills this game.
Yeah. I was talking about TNC previously, by the way. As
oh,
well.
right. Okay.
But he asked about Boom.
Yeah, that's what I was
yeah, I misheard. Sorry. My brain went.
I'm just the guy in the middle. I'm like, you two have very, very good connection.
You're watching it burn down. You're
I'm
like,
okay.
He's like,
okay.
He's not correcting me or anything. He's just
thanks for the
rolling with
I mean, I did agree with what you said. It's just not.
Not about
team.
not about the answer at the
I'm
right
like Go
time.
Lizard. I'm sure you'll get to the point eventually.
Alrighty, here to save us from this is KP from TNC to talk to us about that game. How are you doing, sir? Can you hear us?
Hello, guys. Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Hello.
Good,
What's up?
good. Not much. We're chilling. How are you?
I'm good. Feels good to finally win the laning stage for once.
Yeah.
What about the first game? How did that feel with the Mars?
I mean, it's just impossible. I don't think we made too many errors. Well, in my lane anyway. It's just a tough matchup, I'd say.
No sense.
Play,
I agree.
Do you think Mars is a hard hero to play on ping? Like, do you think that's a hard position to put you in? Or are you just like, give me anything, I'll make it work?
I would say it affects me, like, some plays you can't do. For example, a blink speed or, like, ulti and speed straight away. That's, like, kind of hard. But then it kind of makes it easy for you when you can, like, second spell first, like God's Rebuke, and then you can spear. That's, like, much easier, or like you can buy Eels. There's ways you can like counter the ping, but overall, obviously, it like affects quite a bit. Yeah.
Understandable. So why is it you think you've been struggling in the early phases of these games recently?
To be honest, I think it's mostly our heroes. It's not. I would say like play comes into it a bit as well, but yeah, I think we're just not drafting like strong laners as other teams would be. I would say, but it shows, right? Like we always come back in the mid late game,
Certainly do.
where like our heroes are really impactful, like in the team fight or like picking off or whatever. So maybe that's just kind of our style. But obviously, there's like some improvement to be made with like our personal skill as well. Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking all right now, but I'm wondering, this Morph Shaker thing, obviously it's a TNC past thing, but right now with the Shard, is it something that you practiced again, played maybe in scrims, or did you just see, oh my god, that's so broken during the game? Like the double stuns and whatnot with the Shard as well?
To be honest, I don't recall a game where we practiced that specific combo. So I think we were kind of shocked. At least I was a little bit shocked.
Yeah, we were too.
But,
Yeah, you were not the only ones. Looked like Boom also was shocked.
yeah. But I think maybe like Gabby or like Tim's, I'm sure like they've seen it before. So yeah, for them it was like another day in the office.
Yeah. Was just wondering in the game one if there was like a. Did you guys like consciously say let's just sit in base? They can never ever end this game after like discovering that combo, because that's how I felt like suddenly. They never even touched high ground anymore, and you just picked them off one by one, and suddenly you just won the game of that.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of knew that we were like, I don't know, like 30k, 40k behind. Like, there's no way we can win a fight outside. So we just kind of turtled. I was trying to like go around trees and like get as much farm as I could.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the end, you can't just win the game by turtling forever, right? So. Yeah. We did like a smoke play, like 4-man bot. We caught the Bloodseeker, which was kind of good. Sometimes you just have to like make those YOLO plays. You can't just win the game by just staying in base the whole game. I mean, sometimes maybe you can, but yeah.
How do you feel about the meta in SCA and other regions? Do you think that there's something lacking in SCA, or maybe something lacking in other regions that should be copied or played?
I think mostly it's just a lot of different like heroes, I would say. I mean, EU, they're starting to pick up the puck a lot now, but back then, I think near the start, like, puck was kind of ignored. And then for, like, some regions, OD was kind of ignored. But now we're seeing, like, a lot of pucks, a lot of ODs, so it's kind of
similar,
balancing out, I would say. Yeah.
I was going to ask you what heroes you thought were underpicked, but I don't want to do that in case we accidentally give something away, so I'll move on to my next question instead. We're just moving past the halfway point now in the tournament. Do you think the team mentality is shifting at all as we get closer and closer to the final weeks?
Not really. We're still kind of just same old, like, try our best, but I guess we're extremely, extremely focused right now. Like compared to like maybe our very first match.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks that we lost our first match, but it is what it is.
It is what it is, and you guys are recovering excellently. All right, my final question for you then, KP, is do you have any words for Boom after defeating them today?
Just good game, well played. Nothing much more, I'd say. Yeah, just GG's.
Sportsmanlike, yeah.
Yeah, good sportsman, good man. Thank you very much, KP, for coming to talk to us, and congratulations on your win, and we wish you the best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Congrats. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Like this new thing where we're just ending all our interviews with a wave. It just makes me feel nice and happy and warm inside.
That way, right? Like
the Queen's wave, as we call it in England.
I do the captain thing.
Oh, very, very stylish. Yeah, KP, just kind of confirming what we already thought. TNC on the up and up and taking this very seriously now. They're annoyed at themselves for dropping that first series, and you can see that in both what they say and how they play. And they are not going to be sleeping on any more series as they continue to kick it up a notch. Guys,
yeah, luckily for them, it's not only the, TNC that dropped the first series. It's only Neon, I believe, that are without a loss, right? They're the only ones unbeaten, so it doesn't matter way too much. They still have their chances to end up very high on.
But top 3 will still be tough, and you don't want to be third anyway because that means wildcards. You want to be second. If you want to go in the second place.
There's what TNC, Fnatic, and Neon on battling it out for top 3, right? Are we missing anyone?
Yeah, right now.
TNC, Fnatic,
T1, as well.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
T1.
just we can see
Yeah,
here. There's a
TNC,
lot of
Fnatic,
here,
Neon. They're
a
top.
lot of teams in the middle. Do TNC still have Vice ahead of them?
I don't know right now.
I believe they
Kind of-
do.
I think they do.
Yeah, in
I
which
don't
case,
think we've seen TNC versus Vice yet.
I'm gonna put them at a 4-2. No disrespect to Vice, of course. Just doing some theory crafting here.
Yeah.
One team that has really surprised me so far is 496. Like we were all, it was all the
Disappointing.
rage. Yeah, it's so disappointing. We were all the rage about Bombi and Hustla and these combos and all.
And then
on 4 and
Techies.
5 and then you see Techies just suiciding. They tried to be a little bit too cheeky, too innovative. Like, when you have that Winter Wyvern, how well they play their 5s and 4s, you just expect more from everyone there.
We did have TNC versus Vice, by the way, on the second
Oh,
week.
we did already?
Yeah, we already had it.
Oh,
so
so they have 2 more
non-Vice games to go.
two tough matches ahead of them.
Yeah, they certainly do. The next games are going to be versus 496 and versus Fnatic in the final week.
Oh,
so that could be
that one's gonna be
really
spicy.
spicy.
Yeah, the final week as well. Like
Yeah.
the final week, we get the proper finals. TNC
All
Fnatic.
according to Keikaku.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be Fnatic versus TNC and Neon versus T1 are two of the matchups we have in the final week, which could be, for T1, that could be a must-win. For Fnatic, for TNC, these could all be must-wins, very possibly. Obviously, we've still got a lot of Dota to be played, but right now, it's really starting to heat up in this region, and, you can feel it. The teams, those kind of Tier 1 teams, which we were hoping would deliver the first few weeks, which kind of didn't do so, and now kicking it into gear, we're starting to see them taking the games much more seriously and kind of approach everything with, like, a relentless attitude. Even like smaller games, they're not experimenting. We're no longer seeing Bounty Hunter and Bloodseeker drafts, mentioning no names, boom, inside these series. Are you feeling that in the games as well? Are you feeling like the games are kind
definitely. I think I felt it on the first week that they're a little bit too relaxed. Just you look at it and you see, okay, we have 2 months of playtime, and I think that caught players a little bit off guard. They thought, okay, we have so many games, it's fine, we'll get our points. But even though you do have 2 months to play, you don't have that many games. You don't have that many series. And KP, as he said, he's annoyed by the fact that they dropped that first one, because right now, when you look at it, it's bothering them quite a bit.
Yeah, but I also feel like it was quite fortunate that they won last week against T1, because they didn't look like they should have, So maybe that balances out a little bit. But I was very happy, actually, that they said they know their biggest weakness, which is the laning phase. And I'm sure they're going to be putting in extra hard work to fix that now, and then they're going to be back at the top in no time.
Yeah, it's good to see a team recognize their weakness, because that's when they're going to be tackling it with full force. Alrighty, well, guys, we are going to be back tomorrow with more SEA action, and let's have a look at the match, which is on, of course, at the slightly later starting time than today. The pre-show will be 11:45 CET, and we're going to have Vice Esports versus Neon Esports. I'm going to ask for your predictions. No, I'm not. I'm not even going to bother. Neon are the top. Vice are at the bottom. Vice have been somewhat the easier team to beat. Execration did fall to them, but they looked very off kilter at that point. Like you never know.
It's SEA.
It would be a very SEA thing to happen for Neon to lose this series, but I don't think that's going to happen. Neon are looking far too tight for that. So yeah, expect some action tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in. We're going to be there, so you should be as well. But I think that's it from today, guys. What have we learned from today?
Morph, Shaker, they're back. Scarier than ever and stronger than ever. That's pretty much it.
More OS frog than ever. Yeah, it's pretty. It's crazy how some things just make other things even more broken. We have to see if there's gonna be some hot patch or something soon, because it's getting pretty out of hand.
Getting pretty out of hand, certainly is how things felt today. Well, we do have one more victor of the day, and of course that's going to be our prediction kings of the day. And today it's everyone except me, basically.
Prediction Lancers. Oh,
Prediction Lancers assemble.
Your picture again. Same old face.
But yours is always the same as well.
Yeah,
you're angry.
But I'm relentlessly charging. Like,
you're like I'm smiling. Yeah.
You're like this. You're the gold illusion that baits everyone away.
That's it. That's it.
All right, enough of this. Enough of this. I feel like I'm left out. But there we go. We have another king though, and that's Guess the Voice Line King.
Hey,
It was actually black. There we go.
I got baited. They told me it was me. All right, congratulations. Whatever.
Well done, Black. You guessed the most voice lines, and you are the voice line king. So congratulations. in the end.
I demand a recount. I demand a recount. This is.
Hey man, you lost fair and square. Unlike me, I got my prediction king robbed from me by TNC for being too damn good, and by Morph Shaker for being too damn good. Looking very kingly there, Black.
But to be fair, you know, I would have shared it with you. Like you kind of gave me that Elder Titan, you know. Like you can go
it's fine. You
first.
can take this one.
Thank you, thank
It's
you.
all good.
I know I owe you, man. Thank you.
I got you now. That's what matters.
How wholesome. What a wholesome note to end on.
But he just said he
Watkin.
got me, so it's not so wholesome
It's
anymore.
not very
Never
wholesome.
mind, it's not a wholesome day. It's a brutal, savage ending to a terrible, terrible day. No, I'm just kidding. It's been great. We've had some good matches, but also some pretty brutal matches as well as 2-2-0s back-to-back, absolutely demolishing their opponents. And that's going to put an end for today's games. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll be back tomorrow to cast plenty more SEA Dota 2. So make sure you join us then, whether that be through Twitch or the 4K YouTube stream. But I will be saying goodbye. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.